அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. அனைவருக்கும் தயவான காலை வணக்கங்கள். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி ஆண்டவனுடைய வள்ளல் பெருமான் ஈற்றி வைத்த அந்த வள்ளல் கொடியை பிரமாண்டமாக வடலூரில் ஏற்றி வைத்தார்கள். இன்று முதல் உலகமெங்கும் கொடி வீசி கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உலக சன்மார்க்க கொடியாக அற்புதமாக நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த உலகம் முழுக்கும் நடைபெற்றுக் கொண்டிருக்கிறது. இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியில் அற்புதமாக சன்மார்க்க சேவைகள் செய்து கொண்டிருக்கும் நண்பர்கள் உலகம் முழுக்கும் அந்த கொடியை ஞானத்தை பெற வேண்டும் என்பதற்காக இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை ஏற்படுத்தியிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த நிகழ்ச்சிக்காக உலகம் முழுக்கும் இருக்கும் சன்மார்க்க அன்பர்கள் என்றென்றும் இந்த சன்மார்க்க கொடியை போற்றி துதித்து நாம் வணங்குவோம். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி ஆண்டவர் எல்லாருக்கும் எல்லாமும் கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்று சொல்லியிருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த ஞானத்தை எல்லாரும் பெற வேண்டும் என்று வள்ளல் பெருமான் கூறியிருக்கிறார். அந்த சமயத்துல தான் நம்ம அந்த அவருடைய சன்மார்க்கத்தை பிடித்து கொண்டால் போதும், அருட்பாவை தொட்டால் போதும், எல்லாமே கிடைக்கும். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி.
ரொம்ப நன்றிங்க கார்த்திகேயா. அனைவருக்கும் இனிய காலை வணக்கங்கள். 148வது ஆண்டு சுத்த சன்மார்க்க கொடியேற்றிய தினத்தையும் வள்ளல் பெருமான் நமக்கெல்லாம் அருளிய பேருபதேசத்தை கொண்டாடும் விதமாக இன்றைய நாள் இந்த நிகழ்வின் முதல் நிகழ்வாக இருந்து திருமிகு வேதையன் ஐயா வீணை இசைக்கருவி மூலமாக அருட்பாவை நமக்காக இசைத்து அருள இருக்கின்றார். அவரை தொடர்ந்து நமது வடலூர் திரு மிகு கார்த்திக் ஐயா அவர்களும் வசந்தா அம்மா அவர்களும் அருட்பா பாடல்களோடு இந்த நிகழ்வை ஆரம்பித்து வைக்க இருக்கிறார்கள். இந்த நிகழ்வில கலந்து கொண்டிருக்கிற அனைத்து ஆன்மநேய சகோதர சகோதரிகளுக்கும் எங்களது பணிவான வணக்கங்கள். அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி ஆண்டவரின் பெருங்கருணையுடன் வள்ளல் பெருமானின் பெரும் அருள் ஆசியுடன் இந்த நிகழ்வை இனிதே ஆரம்பிப்போம். இப்பொழுது வேதையன் ஐயா அவர்கள் நமக்காக அருட்பா பாடல்கள் அருள இருக்கின்றார்கள்.
திருவிலங்க சிவயோக சித்தி விலங்கு என்ற பாடல் மோகன ராகத்தில் அமைந்தது. திருவிலங்க சிவயோக சித்தி விலங்கு. அடுத்த பாடல் மாற்றறியாத செல்வம் பசும் பொன்னே என்ற பாடல் ஆனந்த பைரவி ராகம். அம்பலத்தரசே அருள்பெருந்தே என்ற திருவருட்பா சிவரஞ்சனி ராகத்தில் அமைந்தது. கும்மி பாட்டு ஐயா சிறப்பா பாடியிருக்காங்க. அந்த கும்மி பாட்டு வந்து வீணை இசை ஆனந்த பெயரே ராகத்துல அந்த கும்மி பாடு. அடுத்த பாடல் அற்புதம் அற்புதம் என்று திருவருட்பா ஐயா சிறப்பான பாடல். அந்த பாடல் வீணை இசை அந்த பாடல் அற்புதம் அற்புதமே என்ன. சத்தியவான் வார்த்தை தான் திருவருப்பா மத்தியமாவது ராஜ்யம் தான் இருப்பான். வாய்ப்பாட்டாக வருவார் அழித்துவாடி வடலூர் வடதிசை என்ற பாடல். வருவாரழைத்து வாடி வருவாரழைத்து வாடி வடலூர் வட திசைக்கு வந்தால் பெறலாம் நல்ல வரமே. வருவாரழைத்து வாடி வடலூர் வட திசைக்கு வந்தால் பெறலாம் நல்ல வரமே. வருவாரழைத்து வாடி திருவார் பொன்னம்பலத்தே திருவார் பொன்னம்பலத்தே செழிக்கும் குங்கிதமாக திருவார் பொன்னம்பலத்தே செழிக்கும் குங்கிதமாக சிவ சிதம்பர போதர் தெய்வ சபாநாத சிவ சிதம்பர போதர் தெய்வ சபாநாத வருவாரழைத்து வாடி வடலூர் வட திசைக்கு வந்தால் பெறலாம் நல்ல வரமே. வருவாரழைத்து வாடி சிந்தை கழிக்க கண்டு சிவானந்தம் அது உண்டு. சிந்தை கழிக்க கண்டு சிவானந்தம் அது உண்டு. தெளிந்தோர் எல்லாரும் கொண்டு செய்ய பவுரி கொண்டு தெளிந்தோர் எல்லாரும் கொண்டு செய்ய பவுரி கொண்டு இந்த வெளியில் நடம் இந்த வெளியில் நடம் இடம் துணிந்தீரே அங்கே இந்த வெளியில் நடம் இடம் துணிந்தீரே அங்கே இதைவிட பெருவெளி இருக்குதென்றால் எங்கே இதைவிட பெருவெளி இருக்குதென்றால் எங்கே வருவாரழைத்து வாடி வடலூர் வட திசைக்கு வந்தால் பெறலாம் நல்ல வரமே. வருவாரழைத்து வாடி அடுத்த பாடல் கண்ம பெயராத்திரம். ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருண மீது கண்டீர் ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருண மீது கண்டீர் ஐயமில்லை ஐயமில்லை ஐயனடியாடை ஐயமில்லை ஐயமில்லை ஐயனடியாடை ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருண மீது கண்டீர் மெய்யனையாட்கொண்ட மெய்யனையாட்கொண்ட வித்தகஞ்சி சபையில் மெய்யனையாட்கொண்ட வித்தகஞ்சி சபையில் விளங்குகின்ற சித்தன் எல்லாம் வல்ல ஒரு விமலர் விளங்குகின்ற சித்தன் எல்லாம் வல்ல ஒரு விமலன் ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருண மீது கண்டீர் ஐயமில்லை ஐயமில்லை ஐயனடியானை ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருண மீது கண்டீர் துயனருள் பெருஞ்சோதி துரிய நடனாதன் துயனருள் பெருஞ்சோதி துரிய நடனாதன் சுக அமுதன் என்னுடைய துறையமர்ந்திங்கிருக்க பையமிசை திருக்கோவில் ஆ திருக்கோவில் அலங்கரிமின் விரைந்தே பையமிசை திருக்கோவில் அலங்கரிமில் விரைந்தே மணியாலும் பொன்னாலும் மலராலும் மணியாலும் பொன்னாலும் மலராலும் வியந்தே ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருணமீது கண்டே ஐயமில்லை ஐயமில்லை ஐயனடியானை ஐயன் அருள் வருகின்ற தருணமீது கண்டே. அடுத்ததாக வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இது தருணம் என்ற திருவருட்பா பாகேஸ்வரி ராகத்தில் அமைந்துள்ளது. வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இதே தருணம் வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இதே தருணம் மாமணி மன்றிலே வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இதே தருணம் வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இதே தருணம் மாமணி மன்றிலே ஞான சுந்தர வடிவ ஜோதியாய் விளங்கும் சுந்தர வடிவ ஜோதியாய் விளங்கும் சுத்த சன்மார்கனள் சர்க்குருவே சுத்த சன்மார்கனள் சர்க்குருவே வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இது தருணம் வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இது தருணம் மாமணி மன்றிலே தந்தருள் புரிக வரமில்லா வல்ல தந்தருள் புரிக வரமில்லா வல்ல தனியருள் ஜோதியை எனது சிந்தையில் உணர்வித்து என்னுடன் கலந்தே சிந்தையில் உணர்வித்து என்னுடன் கலந்தே செய்வித்தருள்க செய்வகையே செய்வித்தருள்க செய்வகையே வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இது தருணம் வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்து இது தருணம் மாமணி மன்றிலே. அடுத்ததாக ஒரு ஐயா பாடின முதல் பாடலாக அந்த அன்பனும் புரியில் அகப்படும் மொழின்னு ரொம்ப அற்புதமா அந்த அன்பனும் புரியும் அந்த பாடல் திருவருட்பா அம்சத்தோணி ராகத்தில் அமைந்த பாடல். அன்பனும் பிடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பனும் பிடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பனும் கூடில் போகும் அரசே அன்பனும் கூடில் போகும் அரசே அன்பனும் பிடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பனும் வலைக்குள் படுபரம் பொருளே அன்பனும் வலைக்குள் படுபரம் பொருளே அன்பனும் கரதமர் அமுதே அன்பனும் கரதமர் அமுதே அன்பனும் பிடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பனும் கூடில் போகும் அரசே அன்பனும் பிடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பனும் கடத்துள் அடங்கிடும் கடலே அன்பனும் கடத்துள் அடங்கிடும் கடலே அன்பனும் ஓயே அறிவே அன்பனும் மனுள் அமைந்த பேரொளியே அன்பனும் மனுள் அமைந்த பேரொளியே அன்புருவாபர சிவமே அன்புருவாபர சிவமே அன்பெனும் பீடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பெனும் பீடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே அன்பெனும் கூடில் போகும் அரசே அன்பெனும் பீடியுள் அகப்படும் மலையே. அடுத்த பாடல் கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருடைய என்ற பாடல் மோகன ராகத்தில். கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே காணார்க்கும் கண்டவர்க்கும் கண்டலிக்கும் கண்ணே காணார்க்கும் கண்டவர்க்கும் கண்டலிக்கும் கண்ணே கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே பல்லார்க்கும் மாட்டார்க்கும் பரமளிக்கும் பரமே பல்லார்க்கும் மாட்டார்க்கும் பரமளிக்கும் வரமே மதியார்க்கும் மதிப்பவர்க்கும் மதி கொடுக்கும் மதியே மதியார்க்கும் மதிப்பவர்க்கும் மதி கொடுக்கும் மதியே கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே நல்லார்க்கும் கொள்ளார்க்கும் நடு நின்ற நடுவே நல்லார்க்கும் கொள்ளார்க்கும் நடு நின்ற நடுவே நரர்களுக்கும் சுரர்களுக்கும் நலம் கொடுக்கும் நலமே நரர்களுக்கும் சுரர்களுக்கும் நலம் கொடுக்கும் நலமே எல்லாருக்கும் பொதுவில் நடம் இடுகின்ற சிவமே எல்லாருக்கும் பொதுவில் நடம் இடுகின்ற சிவமே என்னரசேயான் புகழும் இசையும் அணிந்து அருளே என்னரசேயான் புகழும் இசையும் அணிந்து அருளே கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே காணாதும் கண்டவர்க்கும் கண்டலிக்கும் கண்ணே கல்லார்க்கும் கற்றவர்க்கும் கழிப்பருளும் கழிப்பே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. அடுத்த பாடல் அருட்ஜோதி தெய்வம் என்னை ஆண்டு கொண்ட தெய்வம் என்ற திருவருட்பா சாரங்கா ராகத்தில் அமைந்த அருட்ஜோதி தெய்வம் என்னை ஆண்டு கொண்ட தெய்வம் அருட்ஜோதி தெய்வம் என்னை ஆண்டு கொண்ட தெய்வம் அம்பலத்து ஆடுகின்ற ஆனந்த தெய்வம் பொருட்சாறு மறைகள் எல்லாம் போற்றுகின்ற தெய்வம் போதாந்த தெய்வம் உயர் நாதாந்த தெய்வம் இருப்பாடு நீக்கி ஒளி ஈந்தருளும் தெய்வம் எண்ணிய நான் எண்ணியவா எனக்கருளும் தெய்வம் திருப்பாடல் உவந்தனையும் சிவமாக்கும் தெய்வம் சித்தமையில் ஆடுகின்ற தெய்வமதே தெய்வம் சித்தமையில் விளங்குகின்ற தெய்வமதே தெய்வம் தாயாகி தந்தையுமாய் தாங்குகின்ற தெய்வம் தன்னை நிகரில்லாத தனித்தலைமை தெய்வம் வாயார வாழ்த்துகின்றோர் மனத்தமர்ந்த தெய்வம் மலரடியன் தன்னிமிசை வைத்த பெரும் தெய்வம் தாயாது கனியாகி கலந்து நிற்கும் தெய்வம் கருணை நீதி தெய்வம் காட்டு வைக்கும் தெய்வம் செய்யாக என்னை வளர்க்கும் தெய்வமாக தெய்வம் செய்யாக என்னை வளர்க்கும் தெய்வமாக தெய்வம் சிற்றபையில் ஆடுகின்ற தெய்வம் அதே தெய்வம் சிற்றபையில் ஆடுகின்ற தெய்வம் அதே தெய்வம். அடுத்த பாடல் அருளான
வேதைனையா. அடுத்த இந்த பாடலோடு நம்ம நிறைவு செய்யலாம், நேரம் நெருங்கிட்டு இருக்குங்க. நன்றிங்க.
அருளாளர் வருகின்ற தருணம் இது தோழி அருளாளர் வருகின்ற தருணம் இது தோழி ஆயிரம் ஆயிரம் கோடி அணிவில கேட்டிடுக ஆயிரம் கோடி அணிவில கேட்டிடுக தெருளாய பசு நெய்யே விடுக மற்ற நெய்யில் திருமேனிக்கொரு மாசு செய்தாலும் செய்யும் இருளேது காலை விட கேட்டிட வேண்டுவதோ என்னாதே மங்களமார் ஏற்றுதலாம் கண்டாய் மருளேலந்தவர் மேனி விளக்கமகன் கடந்த மதிகதி சங்கனர் கூறிற்றெனினும் சாலாதே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி
மிக்க நன்றி வேதைனையா, மிக சிறப்பாக இருந்தது. முதலாக திரு அருட்பா பாடல் வீணை இசைக்கருவி மூலம் கேட்கிற ஒரு வாய்ப்பு கிடைச்சது. மிக்க நன்றி. எங்களோடு இந்த காலை வேளையிலே கலந்து கொண்டு அருட்பா பாடல்களை எங்களுக்காக கொடுத்து மிக்க நன்றிங்க ஐயா. அடுத்ததாக வடலூர் கார்த்திகையா அவர்கள் நமக்காக அருட்பா பாடல்களை கொடுக்க இருக்கிறார். கார்த்திகேயா.
அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி 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 தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. அனைவருக்கும் தயவான வணக்கங்கள். வேதியன் ஐயா வினை இசையோடு குரலிசை கொடுத்து அருட்பா அற்புதமாக வள்ளல் பெருமானுடைய பாடலை வாசித்து பாடினார்கள். ஒரு மனமார்ந்த வாழ்த்துக்கள். எல்லா வளமும் பெற்று முன்புற்று வாழ்க, மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க என்று எல்லாம் செயல் கூடும் என்னாணையம் பலத்தே எல்லாம் செயல் கூடும் என்னாணையம் பலத்தே எல்லாம் வல்லான் தாளைத்து எல்லாம் வல்லான் தாளைத்து. சிற் சக்தி துதி என்ற அருட்பா பாடலை பாடியிருக்கிறேன். ஜோதி கொடியே ஆனந்த சொருப கொடியே சோதியுறுப்பாதி கொடியே சோதி வல பாக கொடியே என ஈன்ற ஆதி கொடியே உலகு கட்டியாளும் கொடியே சன்மார்க்க நீதி கொடியே சிவகாம நிமல கொடியே அருளுகவே பொருணற்கொடியே மாற்றுயர்ந்த பொன்னங்கொடியே போதாந்த வருண கொடியே எல்லாம் செய் வல்லாரிடம் சேர் மணிக்கொடியே தருண கொடியே எந்தன்னை தாங்கி ஓங்கும் தனி கொடியே கருணை கொடியே ஞான சிவகாம கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே நீட்டு கொடியே சன்மார்க்க நீதி கொடியே சிவகீத பாட்டு கொடியே இறைவர் வலப்பாக கொடியே பரநாத நாட்டு கொடியே என ஈன்ற ஞான கொடியே என் உறவாம் கூட்டு கொடியே சிவகாம கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே மால கொடியேன் குற்றமெல்லாம் மன்னித்து அருளி மரணம் எனும் சால கொடியை ஒடித்து எனக்குள் சார்ந்து விளங்கும் தவக்கொடியே காலக்கருவை கடந்து ஒளிர்வான் கருவும் கடந்து வயங்குகின்ற கோல கொடியே சிவஞான கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே நாடா கொடிய மனம் அடக்கி நல்ல மனத்தை கனிவித்து பாடா பிழையை பொறுத்து எனக்கும் பதம் ஈந்து ஆண்ட பதி கொடியே தேடா கரும சித்தியெல்லாம் திகழ தயவால் தெரிவித்த கோடா கொடியே சிவதரும கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே மனங்குள் கொடிப்பூ முதல் 4 வகை பூவடிவுள் வயங்குகின்ற வனங்கொள் கொடியே ஐம்பூவும் மலிய மலர்ந்த வான் கொடியே கனங்குள் யோக சித்தியெல்லாம் காட்டும் கொடியே கலங்காத குணங்குள் கொடியே சிவபோக கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே புலங்குள் கொடிய மனம் போன போக்கில் போகாது என்னை மீட்டு நலங்கொள் கருணை சன்மார்க்க நாட்டில் விடுத்த நற்கொடியே வலங்குள் ஞான சித்தியலாம் மயங்க விளங்கு மணிமன்றில் குலங்கொள் கொடியே மெய்ஞான கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. வெறிக்கும் சமய மத குழியில் விழவிரைந்தேன் தன்னை விடாத வகை மறிக்கும் ஒரு பேரறிவளித்த வள்ளற் கொடியே மனக்கொடியை செரிக்கும் பெரியர் உளத்தோங்கும் தெய்வ கொடியே சிவஞான சிவஞானம் குறிக்கும் கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. தடுத்தல்லறிய பயம் கவலை எல்லாம் தவிர்த்து கருத்துள்ளே அடுத்த கொடியே அருளமுதம் அளித்து எந்தனை மெய்யருட்கரத்தால் எடுத்த கொடியே சித்தியலாம் இந்த மகனே என்று எனக்கே கொடுத்த கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. ஏட்டை தவிர்த்து என் எண்ணமெல்லாம் எய்த ஒளி தந்து யான் வணைந்த பாட்டை புனைந்து பரிசளித்த பரமஞான பதிகொடியே பரமஞான பதிகொடியே தேட்டை தனி பேரருட்செங்கோல் செலுத்தும் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க கோட்டை கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. சுத்த சன்மார்க்க கோட்டை கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. இந்த அருட்பாவை பாட பாட மனமெல்லாம் நெகிழும், உளமெல்லாம் மகிழும், உலகமெல்லாம் நமக்கு உண்மைகள் புரிய வரும். எல்லா நன்மையும் எனக்கே தருவார் என்று எப்படி பாடினார் என்று தெரியவில்லை. கண்ணில் கலந்தான் கருத்தில் கலந்தான் என் எண்ணிற் கலந்தான். கண்ணில் கலந்தான் கருத்தில் கலந்தான் என் எண்ணிற் கலந்தே இருக்கின்றான். பண்ணிற் கலந்தான் என் பாட்டில் கலந்தான் உயிரில் கலந்தான் கருணை கலந்து. எல்லா நலமும் எனக்கே கொடுக்கின்றான், எல்லாம் செய்ய வல்லான் எம்பெருமான். எல்லாமாய் நின்றான் பொதுவில் நிறுத்தம் புரிகின்றான், ஒன்றாகி நின்றான் உவந்து. ஒன்றாகி நின்றான் உவந்து. எண்ணுகின்றேன் எண்ணங்கள் எல்லாம் தருகின்றான், பண்ணுகின்றேன் பண்ணிவித்து பாடுகின்றான். உண்ணுகின்றேன் தெள்ளமுதம் உள்ளம் தெளிய தருகின்றான். வள்ளல் நடராயன் மகிழ்ந்து சித்தியெல்லாம் தந்தே திருவம்பலத்தாடும் நித்தியனின் உள்ளே நிறைகின்றான். சத்தியம் ஈதந்தோ உலகை அரீரோ நீ விரலாம் சந்தோடமாயிருமின் சார்ந்து இருமின் சார்ந்து நாதாந்த போதாந்த யோகாந்த வேதாந்த நன்னொரு கலாந்தமுடனே நவில்கின்ற சித்தாந்தம் என்னும் ஆனந்தத்தின் ஞானமே கொடி நாட்டியே மூதாண்ட கோடிகளோடும் சராசரமெல்லாம் உன்னி படைத்தல் முதலாம் முத்தொழிலும் இரு தொழிலும் முன்னின்றி ஏற்றி ஐமூர்த்திகளும் ஏவல் கேட்ப வாதாந்த முற்ற பல சக்திகளோடும் சத்தர் வாய்ந்து பணி செய்ய இன்ப மாராட்சியத்திலே திருவருட்செங்கோல் வளத்தொடு செலுத்தும் அரசே சூதாண்ட நெஞ்சினில் தோயாத நேயமே துரிய நடு நின்ற சிவமே சுத்த சிவசன்மார்க்க நிதியே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே சூதாண்ட நெஞ்சினில் தோயாத நேயமே துரிய நடு நின்ற சிவமே சுத்த சிவசன்மார்க்க நிதியே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே சுத்த சிவசன்மார்க்க நிதியே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே வேத சிகாமணியே போத சுகோதயமே மேதகுமா பொருளே போதரும் ஓர் நிலையே நாத பராபரமே சூத பராவமுதே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே ஏக சதா சிவமே யோக சுகாகரமே ஏம பரானலமே காம விமோசனமே நாக விகாசனமே நாத சுகோடனமே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே ஞான சபாபதியே தூய சதாகதியே நேய சதா சிவமே சோமசிகாமணியே வாம உமாபதியே ஞாய பராகரமே காய புராதரமே ஞான சபாபதியே 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 ஆ ஆ ஆ உலகற்கு உய்வகை கூறல். கட்டோடு கணத்தோடு வாழ்கின்றோம் என்பி கண்ணோடு கருத்தோடு கருத்தனை கருதி கட்டோடு கணத்தோடு வாழ்கின்றோம் என்பி கண்ணோடே கருத்தோடே கருத்தனை கருதி பட்டோடே பணியோடே திரிகின்றீர் தெருவில் பசியோடே வந்தாரை பார்க்கவும் நேரி பட்டோடே பணியோடே திரிகின்றீர் தெருவில் பசியோடே வந்தாரை பார்க்கவும் நேரி கொட்டோடே முழக்கோடே கோலங்காண்கின்றீ குணத்தோடே குறிப்போடே குறிப்பதை குறி எட்டோடு இரண்டு சேர்த்து எண்ணவும் அறியி எத்துணை கொள்கின்றி பித்துலகீரே 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 பித்து உலகிரே ஆறாமல் அவியாமல் அடைந்த கோபத்தீர் அடர்வுற உலகிலை அஞ்சாது திரிவீர் மாறாமல் மனம் சென்று வழி சென்று திகைப்பீர் வழித்துறை காண்கிலீர் வழிபடும் படிக்கே நாராத மலர் போலும் வாழ்கின்றீர் மூப்பு நரைத்திரை மரணத்துக்கு என் செய்ய கடவி ஏறாமல் வீணிலே இறங்குகின்றீரே எத்துணை கொள்கின்றீ பித்துலகீரே எத்துணை கொள்கின்றீ பித்துலகீரே 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 அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி இந்த பிறவியில் நான் பெற்ற இந்த பிறவியை பலனை அடைந்து விட்டேன் என்று எனக்கு தோணுகிறது. இந்த அருட்பாவை பாட பாட மனமெல்லாம் வருகிறது. எல்லாமும் எனக்கே கிடைத்து விட்ட மாதிரி தெரிகிறது. இந்த பிறவியில எல்லாமே அனுபவித்த மாதிரி இருக்குது. வள்ளல் பெருமான் கொடுத்த இந்த அருட்பாவை பாட பாட உலகவியல் முழுக்க புரிகிறது. இந்த சன்மார்க்க கொடி உலகமெங்கும் வீச வேண்டும் என்று வேண்டி எனக்கும் வள்ளல் பெருமானுக்கும் ஒரு தொடர்பு இருக்கிறது என்று உணர்கின்றேன். எனக்கும் உனக்கும் இசைந்த பொருத்தம் என்ன பொருத்தமோ எனக்கும் உனக்கும் இசைந்த பொருத்தம் என்ன பொருத்தமோ இந்த பொருத்தம் உலகில் பிறருக்கு ஏதும் பொருத்தமோ எனக்கும் உனக்கும் இசைந்த பொருத்தம் என்ன பொருத்தமோ நினைக்க நினைக்க தித்திப்பெனது நினைவில் கொடுக்குதே நின் பாலன்றி பிறர் பால் செல்ல நெஞ்சம் நடுக்குதே என்னை துன்பொழித்து ஆட்கொண்ட நின்னை அன்னை என்பனோ எந்த அன்பிலே நின்னடிக்கு முன்னை என்பனோ எனக்கும் உனக்கும் இசைந்த பொருத்தம் என்ன பொருத்தமோ எனக்கும் உனக்கும் இசைந்த பொருத்தம் என்ன பொருத்தமோ அருட்பாவை தொட்ட பிறகு பயமெல்லாம் நீங்கிவிட்டது. எல்லாமே பயம், தெளிவு, மனத்தினுடைய ஒரு ஆனந்தம் எல்லாமே கிடைத்து விட்டது. எனக்கு இந்த வாய்ப்பளித்த உலக சன்மார்க்க நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. இந்த பேருபதேசம் படிக்கிறதுக்கு முன் வரேன். அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, அஞ்சாதே அஞ்சாதே, வஞ்சமில நாம் வருந்திடில்ல போதே, அஞ்சல் என்பாரிதோ அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். வஞ்சமிலா நாம் வருந்திடில்ல போதே, அஞ்சல் என்பாரிதோ அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, துயரருட்பெரும் ஜோதியார் நம்முடை ஐயரிதோ திரு அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். துயரருட்பெரும் ஜோதியார் நம்முடை ஐயர் தீதோ திரு அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, மண்ணில் நமையாண்ட வள்ளலார் நம்முடை அண்ணல் இதோ திரு அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். மண்ணில் நமையாண்ட வள்ளலார் நம்முடை அண்ணல் இதோ திரு அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். மண்ணில் நமையாண்ட வள்ளலார் நம்முடை அண்ணலிதோ திரு அம்பலத்திருக்கின்றார். அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே, அஞ்சாதே நெஞ்சே அஞ்சாதே. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி, தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. எப்பொழுதும் இந்த நூலை எடுத்து ஓதினால் போதும், உலகமெங்கும் ஒளி பரவும், ஒளி பரவும். நம்மோடு இருப்பவர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் அந்த ஆனந்தத்தை கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்று கைவிட மாட்டான் என்றூது சங்கே, கனக சபையான் என்றூது சங்கே, கைவிட மாட்டான் என்றூது சங்கே, கனக சபையான் என்றூது சங்கே, பொய்விடச் செய்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, பொய்விடச் செய்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, பூசை பலித்ததென்றூது சங்கே, கைவிட மாட்டான் என்றூது சங்கே, கனக சபையான் என்றூது சங்கே. தூக்கம் தோலைத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, துன்பம் தவிர்த்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, ஏக்கம் கெடுத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, ஏம சபையான் என்றூது சங்கே, பொன்னடி தந்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, பொன்னம்பலத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, இன்னல்லறுத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, என்னுள்ள அமர்ந்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, அச்சம் தவிர்த்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, அம்பலவானன் என்று ஊதுது சங்கே, இச்சை அளித்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, இன்பம் கொடுத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, என் உயிர் காத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, இன்பம் பலித்ததென்றூது சங்கே, பொன்னுரு தந்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, பொசபையப்பன் என்று ஊதுது சங்கே, சிவமாக்கி கொண்டான் என்றூது சங்கே, சிற்றம்பலத்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, நவனோ கழித்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, நானவன் நானேன் என்று ஊதுது சங்கே, நாத மூடியான் என்றூது சங்கே, ஞான சபையான் என்றூது சங்கே, பாதம் அளித்தான் என்றூது சங்கே, பூசை பலித்ததென்று ஊதூது சங்கே, பலித்தது பூசை என்று ஊதூது சங்கே, கைவிட மாட்டான் என்று ஊதூது சங்கே, கனக சபையான் என்று ஊதூது சங்கே. அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. இந்த வாய்ப்பளித்த சன்மார்க்கத்தில் முழுக்க என்னை போன்ற ஒரு சிறியனை பாட வைத்து ஊக்கமளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கும் சன்மார்க்க அன்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. முருகானந்தம் ஐயா அவர்கள் எனக்கு நிறைய ஊக்கம் அளித்திருக்கிறார்கள். அந்த வள்ளல் பெருமானுடைய நெறியில் வாழ்வதால் இந்த ஊக்கம் எனக்கும் சேர்ந்து கிடைக்க வேண்டும் என்று வள்ளல் பெருமானை வேண்டி இந்த இசை நிகழ்ச்சியில் அடுத்த பாடலாக உலகம் விரைவில் இந்த எல்லா நலமும் பெற்று இந்த நோயெல்லாம் விடுபட்டு உலகம் ஒரு ஆரோக்கியமாக வாழ வேண்டும் என்று ஞான மருந்து பாடல் பாடி இந்த நிகழ்ச்சியை நிறைவு செய்கிறேன். ஞான மருந்து சுகம் நல்கிய சிற்சபானாத மருந்து, ஞான மருந்து சுகம் நல்கிய சிற்சபானாத மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து என்னை ஐந்தொழில் செய்தற்கு அளித்த மருந்து, பொருட்பெரும் போக மருந்து, பொருட்பெரும் போக மருந்து என்னை புறத்தும் அகத்தும் உணர்ந்த மருந்து, ஞான மருந்து எல்லாம் செய்வல்ல மருந்து என்னுள் என்றும் விடாமல் இனிக்கும் மருந்து, சொல்லால் அளவா மருந்து, சொல்லால் அளவா மருந்து, சுயம் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து, ஞான மருந்து சுகம் நல்கிய சிற்சபானாத மருந்து, ஞான மருந்து சுகம் நல்கிய சிற்சபானாத மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து எல்லாமாகி என்றாகி அமர்ந்த மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்து. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி மருந்தை மகாமந்திரமாக எடுத்துக்கொண்டு நம்ம உலகம் முழுக்கும் இதை பாடி வந்தால் எல்லா உயிர்களும் இன்புற்று வாழும் என்று பாடி இந்த இசை நிகழ்ச்சியில் எனக்கு வாய்ப்பளித்த வள்ளல் பெருமானுடைய நெறியில் வாழும் சன்மார்க்க நண்பர்கள் அனைவருக்கும் மனமார்ந்த நன்றி. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி எல்லா உயிர்களும் இன்புற்று வாழ்க வள்ளல் மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க, எல்லா உயிர்களும் இன்புற்று வாழ்க வள்ளல் மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க. தயவான நன்றிகள்.
மிக்க நன்றி கார்த்திகையா. அருட்பா பாடல்கள் எப்ப பாட கேட்டாலும் நம்ம மெய் மறந்து உள்ள முருகி அதனோட ஒன்றி போகிற ஒரு நிலைதான் எல்லோருக்குமே. அதிலும் இந்த நிகழ்வும் அதற்கு ஒரு முத்தாய்ப்பாக இருந்தது. ரொம்ப சிறப்பா இருந்ததுங்க. இந்த காலை நேரத்துல உங்களுடைய குரல்ல அந்த அருட்பாவை ஒரு அருள் அமுதம் அதை அள்ளி பருகுகிற ஒரு வாய்ப்பை கொடுத்த வள்ளல் பெருமானுக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. உங்களுடைய இசை பயணம் இன்னும் இந்த அருள் அமுதத்தை உலகில் இருக்கிற அனைவருக்கும் கொண்டு சேர்க்கிற ஒரு வாய்ப்புகள் உங்களை அடைய வேண்டுமாய் விண்ணப்பித்து நம்ம அடுத்த நிகழ்வுக்கு நம்ம நகரலாம். அடுத்து நமக்காக சாந்தாம்மா ஒரு சில பாடல்கள் பாட இருக்கிறாங்க. அதை தொடர்ந்து நம்ம இன்றைய நிகழ்வின் உரைகளுக்கு செல்ல இருக்கிறோம். சாந்தா அம்மாவோட அருட்ப பாடல்கள். சாந்தாம்மா, நீங்க ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். சாந்தாம்மா, நீங்க மியூட்ல இருக்கீங்கம்மா, அன்மியூட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க.
கேக்குதா?
கேக்குதுமா.
அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனி பெருங்கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி 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 தனி பெருங்கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி திருவுடையாய் சிற்றபைகள் சிவபதியே எல்லாம் செய்ய வல்ல தனித்தலைமை சித்த சிகாமணியே உருவுடை என் உயிர்க்குயிராய் ஒளிர்கின்ற ஒளியே உண்ணு தோறும் என் உளத்தே ஊருகின்ற அமுதே அருவுடைய பெருவெளியாய் அது விளங்கு வேலியாய் அப்பாலுமாய் நிறைந்த அருட்பெருஞ்சோதியனே மறுவுடையாள் சிவகாம வல்லி மணவாளா வந்தருள்க அருட்ஜோதி தந்தருள்க விரைந்தே காலையிலே என்றனக்கே கிடைத்த பெரும் பொருளே கடிப்பே என் கருத்தகத்தே கனிந்தனரும் கனியே மேலையிலே இம்மையிலே ஒருமையிலே தவத்தால் மேவுகின்ற பெரும் பயனாம் விளைவையெல்லாம் தருமசாலையிலே ஒரு பகலில் தந்த தனிப்பதியே சமரச சன்மார்க்க சங்கத்தலை அமர்ந்த நீதியே மாலையிலே சிறந்த மொழி மாலை அணிந்தாடும் மானடத்தன் அரசே என் மாலையும் ஏற்றருளே மானடத்தன் அரசே என் மாலையும் ஏற்றருளே என்னப்பன் அல்லவா நினக்கின்னும் சொல்லவா தாயின் மிக்க நல்லவா சதசிதி வல்லவா நீ என்னப்பன் அல்லவா நினக்கின்னும் சொல்லவா தாயின் மிக்க நல்லவா சதசிதி வல்லவா புத்தம் தரும் போதா வித்தம் தரும் தாதா நித்தம் தரும் பாதா சித்தம் தீரும் பாதா மதிமண்டலத்த முதம் வாயார உண்டே பதிமண்டல தரசு பண்ண நிதிய நவநேயமாக்கும் நடராஜனேயும் சிவனே கதவை திற சிவனே கதவை திற சிவனே கதவை திற சிவனே கதவை திற சாகருளமுதம் தனருந்தி நான் கழிக்க நாகாதிபள் சூ நடராஜா ஏகா பவனே பதனே பத பதனே எங்கள் சிவ சிவனே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற. வானோர் கரிதனவே மாமரைகள் சாற்றுகின்ற ஞானோதயாமுதம் நானருந்த ஆனா திறப்பாவலர் போற்றும் சிற்றம்பலவா. சிறப்பா கதவை திற, சிறப்பா கதவை திற, சிறப்பா கதவை திற, சிறப்பா கதவை திற. திரையோதசத்தே திகழ்கின்ற என்றே வரையோது தன்னமுதம் வாய்ப்ப உரைவோது. மானேயும் மானே பெம்மானே மணிமன்றில் தேனே கதவை திற, தேனே கதவை திற, தேனே கதவை திற, தேனே கதவை திற. ஜோதிமலை மேல் வீட்டில் தூய திரு அமுதம் மெதினிமில் நான் முன்ன வேண்டினேன் மோதறிய. ஏகானேகா எழிற்பொதுவில் வாழ் ஞான தேகா கதவை திற, தேகா கதவை திற, திருவே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற, சிவனே கதவை திற. தாயாகினும் சற்று நேரம் தரிப்பள் தந்தையை நாம் வாயார வாழ்த்தினும் வையினும் தன்னிடை வந்தது நீ. ஈயாயனில் அருள்வான் என்று உனை அடுத்தேன் உமையா. நேயா மனமிரங்காயா, ஈயாயனில் அருள்வான் என்று உனை அடுத்தேன் உமையா. நேயா மனமிரங்காயா, என் எண்ணம் நெறிப்படவே உமையாள். நேயா மனமிரங்காயா, என் எண்ணம் நெறிப்படவே. திருக்கதவம் திறவாயோ திரைகளெல்லாம் தவித்தே திருவருளாம் பெருஞ்சோதி திருவுரு காட்டாயோ. உருக்கி அமுதூற்றெடுத்த உடம்புயிரோடுளமும் ஒளிமயமே ஆக்குத மெய் உணர்ச்சி அருளாயோ. கருக்கருதா தனி வடிவோ நின்னை என் உட்கலந்தே கங்குல் பகல் இன்றி என்றும் கழித்திடல் செய்யாயோ. செரு கருதாதவர் கருளும் சீதி புறத்தரசே சீத்த சீகாமணியே என் திருநடநாயகனே. திருத்தகும் ஓர் தருணமிதில் திருக்கதவம் திறந்தே திருவருட்பேர் ஒளி காட்டி திரு அமுதம் ஊட்டி கருத்து மகிழ்ந்தென் உடம்பில் கலந்துளத்தில் கலந்து கனிந்துயிரில் கலந்தறிவில் கலந்துலகம் அனைத்தும் உருத்தகவே அடங்குகின்ற ஊழி தோறும் பிரியா தொன்றாகி காலவரை உரைப்பயனம் கடந்தே திருத்தியோடு விளங்கி அருளாடல் செய்ய வேண்டும். சீத்த சீகாமணியே என் திருநடநாயகனே. திருத்தியோடு விளங்கி அருளாடல் செய்ய வேண்டும். சீத்த சீகாமணியே என் திருநடநாயகனே. நாயகனே நாயகனே. ஆடிய பாதம் அன்றாடிய பாதம் ஆடிய பாத நின்றாடிய பாதம் ஆடிய பாதம் மன்றாடிய பாதம் ஆடிய பாத நின்றாடிய பாதம் ஆடிய பாத மன்றாடிய பாதம் ஆடிய பாத நின்றாடிய பாதம் பாடிய வேதங்கள் தேடிய பாதம் பக்திசை பக்தர்க்கு தீர்த்திக்கும் பாதம் நாடிய மாதவன் நேடிய பாதம் நாதாந்த நாட்டுக்கு நாயக பாதம் தீராத வல்வினை தீர்க்கின்ற பாதம் தெய்வங்கள் எல்லாம் தெரிசிக்கும் பாதம் பாரவரவாகி வந்த பொற்பாதம் வஞ்சமனத்தில் வசியாத பாதம் ஆராவமுதாகி அன்னிக்கும் பாதம் அன்பருளத்தே அமர்ந்தருள் பாதம் நாரணயன்பிடி நன்னிய பாதம் நான் புடை பாடல் நயந்த பொற்பாதம் அருள் பெருஞ்சோதியதாகிய பாதம் அம்மையும் அப்பனும் ஆகிய பாதம் பெரும் போகம் புணர்த்திய பாதம் பொன்வண்ணமாகிய புண்ணிய பாதம் நாரணநாதிய நாடரும் பாதம் நான் தவத்தார் பெற்ற நற்றுணை பாதம் ஆரணாகமம் போற்றிய பாதம் ஆசை விட்டார்க்கே அணிமயம் பாதம் ஆரணாகமம் போற்றிய பாதம் ஆசை விட்டார்க்கே அணிமயாம் பாதம். ஜோதி கொடியே ஆனந்த சொரூப கொடியே ஜோதியுருப்பாதி கொடியே ஜோதி வலப்பாக கொடியே எனையின்றாதி கொடியே உலகு கட்டினாலும் கொடியே சன்மார்க நீதி கொடியே சிவகாமணி மலக்கொடியே அருளுகவே ஒரு நற்கொடியே மாற்றுயர்ந்த பொன்னங்கொடியே போதாந்த வருணக்கொடியே எல்லாம் செய்வல்லார் இடம் சேர்மணி கொடியே தருணக்கொடியே என் தன்னை தாங்கி ஓங்கும் தனி கொடியே கருணை கொடியே ஞான சிவகாம கொடியே அருளுகவே நீட்டு கொடியே சன்மார்க நீதி கொடியே சிவகீத பாட்டு கொடியே இறைவர் பலப்பாக கொடியே பரநாத நாட்டு கொடியே எனையின்ற ஞான கொடியே என் உறவாம் கூட்டு கொடியே சிவகாம கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே மாலக்கொடியேன் குற்றமெல்லாம் மன்னித்தருளி மரணமெனும் சாலக்கொடியை ஒடித்து எனக்குள் சார்ந்து விளங்கும் தவக்கொடியே காலக்கருவை கடந்து ஒளிர்வான் கருவும் கடந்து வயங்குகின்ற கோலக்கொடியே சிவஞான கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே நாடா கொடிய மனம் அடக்கி நல்ல மனத்தை கனிவித்து பாடா பிழையை பொறுத்தெனக்கும் பதம் ஈண்டு ஆண்ட பதி கொடியே தேடா கரும சித்தியலாம் திகழ தயவால் தெரிவித்த கோடா கொடியே சிவ பதரும கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. மணம் கோள் கொடி பூ முதல் 4 வகை பூ வடிவுள் வயங்குகின்ற வணங்குள் கொடியே 5 மதிய மலர்ந்த வான் கொடியே கணங்கொள் யோக சித்தியெல்லாம் காட்டும் கொடியே கலங்காத குணங்கள் கொடியே சிவபோக கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. புலங்கொள் கொடிய மனம் போன போக்கில் போகாது என்னை மீட்டு நலங்குள் கருணை சன்மார்க்க நாட்டில் விடுத்தன கொடியே வலங்கொள் ஞான சித்தியெல்லாம் பயங்க விளங்கு மணி மந்தில் புலங்குள் கொடியே மெய்ஞான கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. வெறிக்கும் சமயக் குழியில் விழ விரைந்தேன் தன்னை விழாத வகை மதிக்கும் ஒரு பேரறிவளித்த வள்ளற் கொடியே மனக்கொடியை செரிக்கும் பெரிய குலத்தோங்கும் தெய்வ கொடியே சிவஞானம் குறிக்கும் கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. தடுத்தல் அறிய பயம் கவலை எல்லாம் தவித்து கருத்துள்ளே அடுத்த கொடியே அருளமுதம் அளித்து எந்த மெய்யருட்கரத்தால் எடுத்த கொடியே சித்தியலாம் இந்த மகனே என்று எனக்கு கொடுத்த கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. ஏட்டை தவிர்த்து என் எண்ணமெல்லாம் எய்த ஒளி தந்தை யான் வனைந்த பாட்டை புனைந்து பரிசளித்த பரம ஞான பதிக்கொடியே தேட்டை தனி பேரருள் செங்கோ செலுத்தும் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க கோட்டை கொடியே ஆனந்த கொடியே அடியேற்கு அருளுகவே. ஜோதி 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 சுயம் ஜோதி 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 பரம் ஜோதி 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 அருள் ஜோதி 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 சிவம் வாம ஜோதி சோம ஜோதி வான ஜோதி ஞான ஜோதி மாக ஜோதி யோக ஜோதி வாத ஜோதி நாத ஜோதி ஏம ஜோதி व्योम ஜோதி வேறு ஜோதி வீரு ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஆதி நீதி வேதனே ஆடல் நீடு பாதனே வாதி ஞான போதனே வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதனே வாதி ஞான போதனே வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதனே. வாராத வல்வினை நோய் வந்தாலும் வன்மையொடு சேராத பாவமெல்லாம் சேர்ந்தாலும் தீராதென்று யார் சொன்னார் எங்கள் அருட்பிரகாச பெருமான் பேர் சொன்னால் கோமே பிணி கல்விநலம் செல்வம் காருண்யம் அன்பு ஒழுக்கம் புல்லரு மெய்ஞான அனுபூதிவை எல்லாவர்க்கும் தெள்ளு தமிழ் கோமான் சிதம்பரம் ராமலிங்க வள்ளல் அருட்பாவால் வரும் எல்லாவர்க்கும் தெள்ளு தமிழ் கோமான் சிதம்பரம் ராமலிங்க வள்ளல் அருட்பாவால் வரும் அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி 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 தனிப்பெருங்கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. சத்குருநாதா சத்குருநாதா சன்மார்க்க சங்கங்கள் உலகெல்லாம் தழைக்க அருள் தாதா திருவருட்பிரகாச வள்ளல் பெருமானார் தெய்வ திருவடிகளே சரணம் சரணம் சரணம்.
மிக்க நன்றிங்கம்மா சாந்தாம்மா. மிக அருமையாக இருந்தது திருவருட்பாவனுடைய அந்த இசை அமுதம். எங்களுக்காக இந்த குறுகிய நேரத்தில் எங்களோடு இணைந்து இந்த நிகழ்விலே அருட்பா பாடல்களை சேர்த்து கொடுத்தமைக்கு மிக்க நன்றி. வள்ளல் பெருமானுக்கும் மிக்க நன்றி. இந்த ஒரு அருமையான தொடர்பை உங்களோட ஏற்படுத்தி கொடுத்தமைக்காக மிக்க நன்றிங்கம்மா.
நான் செய்த பாக்கியம். நன்றி.
இந்த இணைப்பில் இணைந்திருக்கிற அனைத்து ஆன்மநேய சகோதர சகோதரிகளுக்கும் இணைய வழி மூலமாக இந்த நிகழ்வுகளை கண்டுகளித்துக் கொண்டிருக்கிற அனைவருக்கும் எங்களது பணிவான வணக்கங்கள். இப்ப நம்ம முதல் பகுதியை நிறைவு செய்து திருவருட்பா அருள் அமுதம் என்கிற முதல் பகுதியை நிறைவு செய்து இப்பொழுது இரண்டாவது பகுதிக்கு நம்ம செல்ல இருக்கிறோம். இரண்டாவது பகுதி 148வது ஆண்டு சுத்த சன்மார்க்க கொடியேற்றம் மற்றும் பேருபதேசம் குறித்ததான சத்விச்சாரம். இந்த நிகழ்வு ஆங்கிலத்திலே நிகழ இருக்கிறது. இந்த நிகழ்வின் முக்கிய நோக்கம் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க சங்கத்தில் இருப்பவர்கள் தாண்டி பொது தளத்திலே இருக்கிற மக்களுக்கு வள்ளல் பெருமானின் இந்த பெருநெறி கோட்பாடை கொண்டு சேர்க்க வேண்டும் என்கிற ஒரு முனைப்பிலே இந்த நிகழ்வினை நாம் ஆங்கிலத்திலே வடிவமைத்திருக்கிறோம். இந்த சத்விச்சார இனி வர இருக்கிற இந்த சத்விச்சார நிகழ்வினை அடுத்து நம்ம இந்த நிகழ்வு ஆங்கிலத்துல நம்ம முன்னெடுத்து செல்ல இருக்கிறோம். Good day and very good morning and good afternoon to all the soulful brothers and sisters who are with us in this event today. Now we are moving to the next part in this program, which is Satvicharam in Perupadesam and Vallal Peruman's principles. As a start of this event, we would like to have our Dr. Vetuvel Ayya from Chennai to give a start to this program through his Suddha Sanmarka experiences and his view about taking this Vallal Peruman's principle to all over the world. Now we invite Dr. Vetuvel Ayya to give his introduction speech.
அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி எல்லா உயிர்களும் இன்புற்று வாழ்க வள்ளல் மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க. Global knowledge shares serious compassion and divinity. The San Margam flag hosting day celebration hosted by Society for Immortality Research, Learn to Live Forever. First of all, my warm greetings and good morning to each and everyone. I am very glad to inaugurate this auspicious, holistic and very useful program today for raising the true knowledge and the immortal spirituality to the whole human mankind. Today we all are blessed today to celebrate this San Margam flag hosting day in the remembering of the flag host by and great sermon, the great advice of preaching by our great saint Thiruvarut Prakasa Vallalar on 22nd October 1873. Srimuga Varadam, Tamil month of Hypus is 7th day at Sithivalagam, Tirumaligai, near Vadalur, Metukuppam village in Tamil Nadu. This is the home of perfection, where Vallalar attained the immortal body and made his body as Arutperum Jodi, invisible and mingle with God Almighty. So after unfurling the Suddha Sanmarka flag, which seems to be one fourth yellow in the top and 3/4 white color, very unique and very important flag in the our His Holiness Saint Ramalinga Vallalar released with his blessing the great sermon of this function on 1873. The basic three important final messages to the whole humanity in his preaching within simple manner. This is the occasion Swami Vallalar, for the first time, he released the complete form of Maga Mandara. Arutperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai Arutperum Jodi has been released in the Sanmarka history. Only in this occasion, the first time Swami Vallalar released in full form of Maha Mantra to the universe. Number 2 is the attainment of Jnana Siddhi, the attainment of immortality, or in final form of spiritual pathway is deathlessness. So for that, the only one principle or only the one way, that is called Dayavu, being kind towards all living creatures, not only humans, being kind towards all living creatures in the universe. That means compassion and universal brotherhood is the only truth way, and all other religious or other activities all are magical. So the only one, the important pathway to attainment of final spiritual form is called Jnana Siddhi by his preachings. Daiva is the utmost and most important. Compassion is the final form of, or the basic principle to attain the Suddha Sanmarka Siddhis. This is second principle explained by Swami Vallalar. The third one is the Suddha Sanmarka flag, which is very unique. The matter of Suddha Sanmarka flag is completely related with our inner realization of our soul. He says the nod is starting from the solar plexus, Navi, to the Ajna Sakra. This experience will be leads to our Arutperum Jodi realization in the form of soul. In our body, the soul is present in the form of Arutperum Jodi in our midbrain. So we had to realize the final form of Arutperum Jodi in the Jodi form in our head in the mid region, almost related to our pineal body. The secrets and the all other explanation by Sanmarka flag and the importance of our Perabodesam or the great sermon of our preaching of Vallalar and all other details will be explained by our the following the great speakers, Sanmarka speakers today. So I need not go into deeper. So we had to improve by day or day-to-day life practices with a hard training and love and affection towards the God, and not involving with the illustic world. That is the basic principle. He says all our illusion present screens, the primary dark green, the first green veil, the bottom of the veil is composed in color of dark green. It's highly related to our mayas, illusion of the world. First, we have to succeed with the maya Shaktis present in the world. So that is the basic principle. So we should not go deeper into the illusion world. We go where our complete involvement and realization towards God Almighty with present in all over the universe, and also it is present in our body, human body, in mid head region as the form of light called Arutperum Jodi. So this is the my simple introduction to this function. So ஆடாதீர் சற்றும் அசையாதீர் வேறொன்றை நாடாதீர் பொய் உலகை நம்பாதீர் வாடாதீர் எந்தை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி இறைவனை சார்வீரே. This is the basic principle explained in the Perupadesam by Swami Vallalar, and my sincere thanks, and thank you very much for given opportunity, great opportunity to inaugurate this function, and humble thanks to my sincere thanks to Mr. and Mrs. Muruganandam and their San Margam teams taking very high effect to introduce the art of immortality, the true science of Suddha San Margam, and the final form of spirituality, and live in the form of immortal, live forever. These all are the golden words explained by our Swami Vallalar. The steps taken by Mr. and Mrs. Muruganandam and the San Margam team is a great one. My best wishes and my prayer to God Almighty to come out this program with great manner, with great success, to awaken the whole humanity from the darkness into the full shrine of Almighty Arutperum Jodi with the grace of Thanipperum Karunai. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vechuvelaya. It's a pleasure to have you today to start this second part of the event. Now we are moving on to our Satvichara speeches. To start the first speech, we would like to call upon Dr. Til Ragusa from United States of America. He is a regular speaker in our series who has vast experiences in Suddha San Margam path and Vallalar Peruman's principles. He started his journey in his younger days, and he's a professor in university in USA. He's sharing his wisdom in Suddha San Margam principles today. Dr. Til Ragusa is going to speak with us today at the topic of the dawn of the age of San Margam. Dr. Til Ragusa. Tilragu sir, you can start now.
Hello?
Yes, sir, you are able to hear you.
Okay, I was saying that if I'm not clear, please let me know and I can repeat. So, vanakkam to everyone, and again, Muruganandam, Thiru Muruganandam and others are doing great work here in terms of having these programs. I know that it's not an easy thing to get different speakers together and also to get people to attend these kinds of events, particularly in the weekends. So congratulations to the organizers and greetings to the participants. The topic, as he mentioned, as Mr. Murugananda mentioned, is the dawn of the age of San Margam. San Marga Kalam is actually Samarasa Suddha San Margam, which means the way of wisdom, jnanam, and samarasam, which actually suggests a couple of things, equality, unity, and harmony. So that is all part of the San Marga column. So when we think of San Marga column, we have to think of these things. Growth of wisdom or jnanam, the growth of samarasam, equality, unity, harmony. Okay, so I will be pointing out some of the features of the age of San Margam, which actually began when Vallalar raised the flag, San Margam flag, and that was the purpose of his raising the flag in October of 1873. The age of San Margam, the San Marga column, began then, and he himself said that, iduve San Marga column, and so forth. But before I proceed, I want to play you, since Arupparanjodi is the padam, the goal, and the padi, the Lord of Samarasa Suddha San Margam, I want to start with a few minutes, it's only about 2.5 minutes or 3 minutes, of recitation of Arupparanjodi Attagam. So let's start with that, and I'm going to play the YouTube clip. Hopefully everyone, I'm going to raise the volume so everyone can hear it. This is Arupparanjodi Attagam. Attagam refers to patterns in 8. So these are basically 8 sets of verses, and each set has 8 lines. So altogether we have 64 lines. And this is certainly authentic Vallalar. So we can be quite sure, we can be pretty sure that this poem was actually composed by Vallalar. So let's start with that, Arupparanjodi Attagam.
அருட்பெருவெளியில் அருட்பெரு உலகத்து அருட்பெரும் தலத்து மேல்நிலையில் அருட்பெரும் பீடத்து அருட்பெரு வடிவில் அருட்பெரும் திருவிலே அமர்ந்த அருட்பெரும் பதியே அருட்பெரு நிதியே அருட்பெரும் சித்தியன் அமுதே அருட்பெரும் கழிப்பே அருட்பெரும் சுகமே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதியன் அரசே உலகு இரண்ட பகுதியோர் அனந்த கோடி கோடிகளும் ஆங்காங்கே நிலவிய பிண்ட பகுதிகள் முழுதும் நிகழ்ந்த பற்பல பொருள்திரளும் விலகுராதகத்தும் புறத்து மேலிடத்தும் மெய்யறிவானந்தம் விளங்க அழகுராதொழியாது அது அதில் விளங்கும் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதியன் அரசே கண்முதற் பொறியால் மனமுதற் கரண கருவினால் பகுதியின் கருவால் என் முதற் பொருட கரத்தினால் பரத்தால் இசைக்குமோர் பரம்பர உணர்வால் விண்முதற் பறையால் பராபர அறிவால் விளங்குவது அறிவென உணர்ந்தோர் அன்முதற் தடித்து படித்திட ஓங்கும் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதியன் அரசே நதைத்த மேநிலையில் ஈதன உணர்ந்தாங்கே நன்னியும் கண்ணுராதந்தோ இசைத்தமா மறைகள் உயங்கின மயங்கி திரும்பின எனில் அதன் இயலை இசைத்தல் எங்கனாகுமோ ஐயமோ சிறிதும் இசைத்திடுவோம் என நாவை அசைத்திடற் கரிதன்று உணர்ந்துள்ளோர்களுக்கும் அருள் பெரும் ஜோதி என்னரசே சுத்த வேதாந்த மௌனமோ அல்லது சுத்த சித்தாந்த ராஜ்யமோ நித்த நாதாந்த நிலை அனுபவமோ நிகழ்பிற முடிவில் மேல் முடிவோ புத்தமுதனைய சமரசத்ததுவோ பொருளியல் அறிந்திலம் எனவே அத்தகை உணர்ந்தோர் உரைத்துரைத்தேத்தும் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி என் அரசே ஏகமோ அந்தி அநேகமோ என்று இயற்கையோ செயற்கையோ சித்தோ தேகமோ பொதுவோ சிறப்பதோ பெண்ணோ திகழ்ந்திடும் ஆனதோ அது யோகமோ பிரிவோ ஒளியதோ வெளியோ உரைப்பதற்றோ என உணர்ந்தோர் ஆகமோடு உரைத்து வழுத்த நின்றோங்கும் அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி என்னரசே தத்துவம் அனைத்தும் தனித்தனி கடந்தேன் தத்துவாதீதமே நிலையில் சித்தியல் முழுதும் தெரிந்தன அவைமே சிவநிலை தறிந்திடச் சென்றேன் ஒத்தம நிலை கஞ்சாமும் எம் உணர்வும் ஒருங்குறை கரைந்து போயினவென்று அத்தகை உணர்ந்தோர் வழுத்த நின்றோங்கும் அருள் பெரும் ஜோதி என்னரசே எங்குமாய் விளங்கும் சிற்றவை இடத்தே இது அது என உரைப்பதறிதாய் தங்குமோர் இயற்கை தனி அனுபவத்தை தந்தனை தன்மயமாக்கி பொங்கும் ஆனந்த போக போக்கியனாய் புத்தமுதரிசி என் உளத்தே அங்கையன் கனிவோன் அமர்ந்தருள் புரிந்து அருள் பெரும் ஜோதி என் அரசே.
Yes, many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with this. It basically makes the point that none of our faculties can understand or know the nature of Aruparunjodi, which then raises the question, then how can we then know that it exists? How can we have experience of it? Can only be through Arul. And that Arul is the supreme compassion force, Arut Sakti, that is an inherent, intrinsic power of Arut Paranjodi, and only by means of that Arul we can have experience, knowledge, and union with Arut Paranjodi. It's also, said in the Vinnapam when Vallalar says first Vinnapam, Yalla Sattigalukkum, Yalla Sattargalukkum, Yalla Thalaivargalukkum, Arindu Kolluvadarkku Migavum Ariyadai, Yalla Tattuvangalukkum, Yalla Tattivagalukkum, Appalai. So then, of course, the question is, if it's like that, then how can you and I, poor mortals, have any kind of anubhavam of Aruparanjodi, any kind of jnanam of Aruparanjodi? And the answer is, it is only by means of Arul, which then raises the question, how can we obtain the Arul? And the Jivagarniya work, Vallalar has explained how that Arul can be obtained. It's through Jivagarniya work. And Unmayanbal, Karuthal Kardi, Varipadu Seidal, and so forth. So, since Aruparanjodi, as I said, is the Padam and Padi, we have to start all programs in San Margam with these kinds of invocations. The next thing I want to do is point out, in fact, the first thesis, first point, main point here is we have to praise Tamil, which is one of the world's ancient and still living classical language. And the land of its origin, of course, is Tamil Nadu. Again, can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Able to hear.
Okay. Tamil Nadu, of course, Tamil was the medium of expression of Vallalar, although he knew Sanskrit, Aryam, and incorporated Sanskrit expressions, in his poems and prose writings. He had actually planned a Samarasa Veda Padasala, which would teach Tamil, Sanskrit, and English. There was this plan to publish San Margam Bodhi that would teach Tamil, Aryam, or Sanskrit, and English. So he was not a Tamil purist or fanatic. He would not approve of the imposition of Hindi or English at the expense of Tamil in Tamil Nadu, but he would not also approve of the Hindi Theriyadu Poda T-shirt, which you can see online. You know, there's publicity given to this kind of T-shirt, Hindi Theriyadu Poda. That is disrespect for speakers of other languages. Vallalar wouldn't approve of that kind of narrow-minded attitude. So the reason, of course, Vallalar was born in Tamil Nadu, as you know, Marudur in Chidambaram district. The reason I'm talking about this is the San Margam column is also the column of growth of Tamil studies. The growth of the recognition that Tamil is an ancient, classical, and a living language. There are only very few ancient languages, Greek and so forth, that are living languages. Sanskrit is a classical language, but it's not living. You know, it's not part of the daily life of people, as Tamil is. So Tamil has some very unique features, and Vallalar in the second Vinnapam, the Vinnapam, has praised Tamil. Productive of noise, aravaram, which simply means unnecessary expressions and complications, and prayasam, effort, idambam, show, and so forth. Instead of those kinds of features in Sanskrit, his mind, was not drawn to those kinds of things, but rather to Tamil, which he says, "Pailudarkum aridarkum migum lesudayada," easy to learn and easy to know. "Paadudarkum tuditharkum migum inimayudayada," very melodious to sing and to chant. And very important point here, "Saga kalviyai lesil arivupadai." It's all to happen in the future, but we can already see from some of the descriptions he gives in Jivagarnya Workam and the Vinnapangal that the Tamil language does give us some idea of what this Saga Kalvi is all about. So other claims that he makes here certainly constitute a topic for research. And I may have mentioned this in another talk. Compare Sanskrit grammar and Tamil grammar to see if Tamil grammar actually is simpler, easier to learn, and so forth. And this we can only do with the second language learning. Hardly anybody is born into a family that teaches them Sanskrit as a mother tongue. That's not very rare. So we're talking about second language, and I think a lot of interesting studies can be set up where somebody tries to learn Sanskrit as a second language and the person also tries to learn Tamil. You can have two different groups, one trying to learn Sanskrit, one trying to learn Tamil, and then we can see if some of these claims that Vallalar makes, essentially the claim Tamil grammar is easier to acquire. At the second language level, that's what we're talking about. Of course, if your mother tongue is Tamil, obviously, if you're raised with Tamil, then obviously it's going to be easy for you to speak. But the claim here can only be tested when as I said, I have two groups learning Sanskrit as second language. One learns Sanskrit as a second language, another learns Tamil as a second language. Now, these are the things that I think need to be encouraged and promoted in this San Margam column. I believe that the San Margam column has also seen the growth of Tamil studies. You've got universities, European and North American, that are and Asian countries like Singapore and so forth, Singapore University, Malaysia, perhaps Australia. We see departments that have Tamil studies, and we have to encourage, all of us here in Suddha San Margam have to encourage the growth of Tamil studies, primarily, of course, the writings of Vallalar in Tamil, authentic writings, as well as other aspects of Tamil literature that agree with the main values of Samarasa Suddha San Margam. Here is an excerpt from George Hart. He's translated some of the Tamil classics. He was based at the University of Berkeley in California. And he actually wrote a letter stating his position on how Tamil is a classical language. So he says, I'm just going to give you a few excerpts. He says that Tamil is of considerable antiquity, very old. It predates the literatures of other modern Indian languages by more than 1,000 years. Its oldest work, the Tolkappiyam, contains parts that date back to 200 BCE. Greatest works of ancient Tamil, the Sangam literature and the Pattupattu, go to the first two centuries, first and second century of the current era, and they are older than Kalidasa's works by 200 years. He goes on to say Tamil constitutes the only literary tradition native to India that is not derived from Sanskrit. In fact, Tamil literature rose before the influence of Sanskrit in the South became strong, and so he says it's very unique and very different from what we have in Sanskrit or other Indian languages derived from Sanskrit or influenced by Sanskrit. Tamil has its own poetic theory, grammatical tradition, and a large body of literature that is very unique. And again, he says it shows a kind of Indian mentality that is quite different from anything in Sanskrit or other Indian languages. Quality of classical Tamil literature is such that it is fit to stand beside the great literatures of Sanskrit, Greek, Latin, Chinese, Persian, and Arabic. Of course, everybody knows the Tirukkural, but he says that's just only one of so many works. And all of these great works of Tamil classical literature explore so many different aspects of human life. Then he also talks about how Tamil has inspired many different things in Indian culture and tradition. They have, in fact, Tamil works in Saivism have inspired the development of Kashmir Saivism and so forth. The works of Tamil devotional literature have contributed to the growth of Hindu traditions, Vaishnavism, Saivism, and so forth. And just as Sanskrit is the source, it goes on to make the other point that Sanskrit is the source of modern Indo-Aryan Aryan languages. Classical Tamil is the source of modern Tamil and Malayalam.
Hello, Dr. Sir, we lost you. Hello.
Hello?
Dr. Sir, we lost you in a while, maybe for 30 to 40 seconds.
Okay, yeah, I'm talking about how Tamil is a classical language, and some of the other South Indian languages cannot make the same claim because there are some standards to recognize something as a classical language. It should be ancient, it should be an independent tradition that did not come from something else, and it should have a large and rich body of ancient literature. And Tamil meets all of these requirements, unlike other modern languages of India. Malayalam, for example, derived from Tamil, so you can't claim that to be classical language. So that's also the case with some of the other languages. So it's an independent tradition with no influence originally from Sanskrit and other languages. And he says, you know, its literature is so vast and rich. So the growth of Tamil studies, the promotion of Tamil literature, we're not going to be able to do that by saying Hindi theriyada poda. You know, that's going to put people up. Instead, we have to translate the gems of Vallalar's writings in Tamil and other things in Tamil literature that are compatible with Samarasa Suddha San Margam, and translate them into English, Hindi, Kannada, and so on and so forth. That's how we serve the cause of the mother Tamil, you know, goddess of Tamil. So on that point, again, that San Marga column will also see, or is already seeing, the growth of Tamil studies and the spread of Tamil literature and so forth around the world. And as members of Samarasa Suddha San Margam, we have to contribute to this. And of course, our main focus is going to be making Vallalar's writings in Tamil available in translations and so on and so forth. But let's listen to the praise of Tamil and the land of Tamil Nadu from the Manonmaniyam play, you know, by Manonmaniyam P. Sundaranar, who lived from 1855 to 1897. It's a famous song, Tamil Thai Varthu, and let's just listen to that briefly and remind ourselves that one of the tasks for us in the San Marga column is to promote Tamil studies.
கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெடிரொழுகும் சீராரும் வதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டமெது தெக்கனமும் ஆதிச்சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்கதிரு திரை முதலும் தரிசனரும் திலகமுமே அத்திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே தமிழனங்கே பல்லுயிரும் பல உலகும் படைத்தடித்து துடக்கினுமோ எரு பரம்பொருள் இருந்தபடி இருப்பது போ கன்னடமும் கழித்தெழுங்கும் கவிமலையாளம் குழுகும் உதரத்தே யுடித்தே ஒன்று பலவாகினும் ஆரியம் போல் உலகவல கழிந்தொழிந்து சிதையாகும் இளமை திறமியந்து செயல் மறந்து பார்த்துதுமே பார்த்துதுமே உன் சீரிழமை திறமியந்து செயல் மறந்து பார்த்துதுமே பார்த்துதுமே பார்த்துதுமே.
Yes, the song was singing the praises of the beauty of the land of the Tamils and the Tamil language, and its creativity. It has given rise to other languages like Kannada, Telugu, and Malayalam. Unlike Sanskrit, it is a living language, and it is still encouraging so many different experiments in literature, poetry, and so on and so forth. So the creativity of Tamil seems quite inexhaustible, and it is still young because of that, and so on. So it's something to keep in mind. As I said, my point is that hello. Okay, well, I don't know.
Yes, Dr. Raghu.
Yeah, I did anybody hear me? What's going on? Hello?
Yeah, we are able to hear you. Yep.
Okay, did everybody hear that song?
Yes, we did.
Okay, hopefully, yeah. Okay, anyway, let's move on the remaining short time here. These are the things that we have to keep in mind if we are serious about teachings of Vallalar. It won't do just to turn everything into some kind of Sunday exercise, like the church course going on Sunday, and then the rest of the week they forget about it. If you're serious about the teachings of Vallalar, then you'll have to take some of these things also seriously, like contributing to the growth of Tamil and propagating the teachings of Vallalar in Tamil and so forth. Okay, moving on to some of the other things that we're going to see in this age of San Margam. One of them is promoting the worship of God as light, Arupparanjodi. As you know, there is no Vigraham or image in Satyajnana Sabai. And in Samarasa Sutta San Margam, we don't worship any forms like Vinayagar, Murugar, Sivan, and so on, Vishnu and all that, with all the different unusual physical features, 4 hands or 6 hands and this and that. Vallalar has stated it very clearly in the Perupadesam, which is the main source of some of the indications on the Sanmarga column. Now, this doesn't mean that we have to accept everything or we should accept everything in Perupadesam because it didn't come in Vallalar's handwriting. This is a very important point that students of practitioners of Samarasa Sutta Sanmargam have to keep in mind. We have to use critical thinking. We can't just simply, just because something was attributed to Vallalar, we can't imagine that it was actually said by Vallalar. Even the great editor of Vallalar's works, Balakrishna Pillai, pointed out that we have to compare it with the writings that are in Vallalar's hand. If something is attributed to Vallalar, we have to then ask ourselves, and I would say, and I've said this in my blog, is it consistent with Jivagarnya Varukam? Is it consistent with the Vinnapams? Is it consistent, most importantly, with the Agaval? If it is not, then you have to reject it. It doesn't matter. And most of these other things come from secondhand sources, third hand, somebody saying that they heard Vallalar say this, or somebody saying they heard someone hear Vallalar say this, and so forth. And if you look at the Upadesa Kurpigal, you'll see all kinds of absurdities that we can't possibly attribute to a mind like that of Vallalar. So even in the Perupadesam, there are statements, for example, it says the first Tirai is green, Pachai. That completely contradicts the Agaval, which says the first Tirai is Karumbiran Tirai. It's a black screen of Mamaye, okay, that is hiding Arupparanjodi's Arasu. So when something contradicts the Agaval like that, then we have to drop it. We can't think that it is from Vallalar. But there are parts, there are things in the Perupadesam that agree with the writings of Vallalar, the authentic writings. So we can accept that. So here he says, Vedam, Agamam, Puranam, Idigasam, Mudaliya Kalaigal, Yadanilum, Laksham, Vaika Venda, essentially indicating that there's a lot of imaginary products of imagination in the Vedas, Agamas, Puranas, and Idigasas. They're basically works of imagination, literary works of imagination. And then he makes the point, Pinda Lakshanathai Andathal Katinargal. யாதரில் கைலாசப்பதி என்றும் வைகுண்டப்பதி என்றும் சத்தியலோகாதிபதி என்றும் பெயரிட்டு இடம் வாகனம் ஆயுதம் வடிவம் ரூபம் முதலியவையும் ஒரு மனுஷனுக்கு அமைப்பது போல் அமைத்து உண்மையாக இருப்பதாக சொல்லி இருக்கின்றார்கள். தெய்வத்துக்கு கைகால் முதல் என இருக்குமாய் என்று கேட்பவருக்கு பதில் சொல்ல தெரியாது விழிக்கின்றார்கள். Key question. தெய்வத்துக்கு கைகால் முதல் என இருக்குமாய் என்று கேட்பவருக்கு பதில் சொல்ல தெரியாது விழிக்கின்றார்கள். So that's back to my point. Worship of God as Aruparanjodi, as divine light of supreme compassion. That is also something that's going to, that is emerging and will take root and develop in this age of San Margam. And we have to do our part to convey this. And one of the things we can do in the San Marga column is to start to kind of what they call interfaith dialogue with other traditions that also have this as an aspect, the God as light. So, for example, even Islam, Quran, Surah 24, verse 35 says, Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. And it says, Allah is the light of the heavens and the earth. The parable of this light is as if there were a niche, and within it a lamp, the lamp enclosed in glass, the glass as it were a brilliant star, lit from a blessed tree and olive. Light upon light, Allah doth guide whom He will to His light. So you have, when you see elements like that, then we can engage with those because they are compatible with our Vallalar's way of worshipping Kadavul as Aruparanjodi. It's also there in Jewish mysticism, or Ein Sof, or endless light. There's a Christian group called Quakers that speak of light of God, light within inward light and inner light. We're all familiar with that in Suddha San Margam. Kashmir Saivism has a notion of Prakasha or light. Narayana Guru, exponent of Vedanta in Kerala, one of his main works, he raises the question, what is this supreme being? And then he says, Tat Jyoti in Sanskrit, that means supreme light. It's there in Zoroastrianism, Eastern Orthodox theology, and so forth. So we need to engage with some of these things in other traditions where the idea of divine light is associated with God. And since that is the foundation of our conception of God in Samarasa Suddha San Margam, we can start, as I said, dialogues, comparisons, and so forth. So main point here is in San Marga column, we're going to see more and more a turn away from what is called anthropomorphism. Pinda Lakshanathai, Kadavul idam kattudal, nalu kai pattu thalai and ayudam and all this kind of stuff. We're going to see all of those slowly disappear. And people, of course, are going to ask that question, Devathukku kaigal theriyuma irkuma? And they're going to answer no. And so, kaigal illada, what is Devam? Devam is Aruparanjodi. So that realization is actually slowly growing. But in countries like India, it's very difficult because the weight of tradition is so strong. Everywhere there's a kovil and there are images and so on. And many people think that that is Devam, with the 5 heads and 10 hands and so forth. So we have to do our part here in promoting this very rational conception of God as light. Supreme light, divine light of compassion. And then, as I said, when other traditions have that, then we can hook to that and engage with that and make comparisons. So we can point to Muslims that there is, in fact, in the Quran, a reference to Allah as the light of the heaven and the earth and so forth, and we can point out that that is the basic conception in Samarasa Suddha San Margam. Remember, Vallalar said, Ella Samangalukkum Podu, by which he means that the best truth, best in all of these other religions, is there in Suddha San Margam, but without the impurities, without the corruption. That's why it's Suddha San Margam. It's pure. It is free from all the confusions and distortions in the Samayams and Madhams, but it preserves some of the truths that are found in the Samayams and Madhams. Moving on, a point again is that to understand Sanmarga Kalam, we have to know what are the fundamental values of Suddha Sanmarga. If we don't know what the fundamental values are, fundamental truths, principles, and values, then we're not going to be able to recognize the progress of the age of Sanmargam, and we're not going to be able to make our contributions. Remember, it also depends on our own contributions. It's not something that's just going to fall on our lap. We have to make the effort and contribute to the growth of the age of Sanmargam. So, as you know, the main value, the main truth is God as Aruparanjodi. And God as Aruparanjodi, that means that Arul is the essential expression or manifestation of Aruparanjodi, that we can only understand Aruparanjodi by means of that Arul, which then raises the question, how do we open ourselves to Arul? How do we receive it? Jivagaranyam, that is compassion for living beings, but the priority is given to human beings, and the priority is given to preventing or treating pasi and kolai, which also involves torture. And this Jivagaranya Urukam is actually connected with Anmaneya Urumi Pattu Urumi. And he says that in the Perupadesam, Ellavarum Sagodharalaadhalalum, Yerkayunmai Yegadesangalaadhalalum, Nan Anganam Anmaneya Urumi Pattu Urumi Vittikundirikkiren. So the practice of Jivagaranya Urukam goes along with trying to develop a sense of Anmaneyam, soul kinship, soul brother, soul sister. That was the expression that was also used by your group, and the responsibilities that come with it. Now, immediately, of course, we're going to face all the divisions that have been created: caste, race, nationality, ethnicity, and religion, and so forth. And that's why Vallalar rejects those divisions. And it's very clear, he makes it clear in many passages in his writings that these divisions have to go. Why? Because they interfere with the practice of Jivagaranyam to human beings and with the development of Anmaneya Urumipadu. How are you going to have Anmaneya Urumipadu if you have caste prejudices, if there is racism, if there is discrimination not only against people from other nations, but other provinces, like you have in India, Hindi theriyadu poda, I mean, that kind of animosity, disrespect towards just speaker of another language. And it's not just in India. You can find it in places like Montreal, French Canada, where they're quite fanatic about French. And if you don't speak French, even if they know English, they don't want to talk to you in English. And there is discrimination, and the conflict between Anglophone and Francophone and so forth in Canada, which is really silly. But these are facts. These divisions are there, and our job is to first examine ourselves and work on ourselves to free ourselves from these forms of prejudices and discrimination. And if we encounter them, we have to resist them. In some cases, we'll have to fight against them. But for on our side, we have to make sure that on a daily basis, we do not entertain, or if we entertain, we got to immediately get rid of them, these kinds of prejudices based on caste, race, nationality, and so forth. And that's how we are going to develop Anmane Urmi Party. Obviously, you cannot have an Anmane Urmi Party if you are a racist, or if you have caste prejudices, or if you think your country is the greatest and all other countries are inferior and so forth, right? That's all fairly obvious. So it's a very important practice. And in San Margam column, actually, you're going to see slowly the disappearance and we can see so many indications. Now, recently, Cornell University has a program now, it's called Series 2030, which aims to end world hunger in 10 years. They have a plan, and they also have the finances in place. It's financed in part by Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and also the German Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development. It includes more than 70 researchers from 23 different countries who are all gathering information on what are the ways in which to reduce hunger. And there are about 8 teams. You know, these 70 researchers from 23 different countries have been divided into 8 teams, and each team is given certain objectives. This is Cornell University program. Once again, they aim to end world hunger or get close to ending world hunger in 10 years. This is Vallalar's Arut Sakti at work. This is an indication that it's the age of San Margam that is unfolding. San Marga column's indicators. Because as you know, Jivagarniya Workam, largely about removing the great affliction of Pasi. And you may have also heard that the 2020 Nobel Prize was awarded to the UN Food Program. The UN has a World Food Program, and it's trying to combat hunger, and that got the Nobel Prize. Last year, it provided assistance to close to 100 million people in 88 countries who were facing food insecurity and hunger. Okay, and in 2015, eradicating hunger was adopted as one of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Okay, now the fact is that last year, 135 million people suffered from acute hunger, and now the COVID-19, as I pointed out in an earlier talk, has increased this problem. But there are institutions, there are programs, there are groups that are that have plan, and they also have the financing, and they're doing great work. And as followers of Samarasa Siddha San Margam, we need to become aware of these things and do what we can. You know, you have young people in your families; they can volunteer and do something, or join a branch, start a branch, and so on and so forth. You know, so. World Food Program, the Cornell University program, and so forth to end world hunger. These are all signs that we are in the San Marga column. These are all the values of San Margam that Vallalar articulated in Jivagarniya Workam, and they're all manifesting, you see, proofs that we are, in fact, in the age of San Margam. But again, it's not something we can go to sleep on. Oh, San Marga column is there and I'll go to sleep. No, it depends on my contribution. I have I have to engage in tasks. I have to engage in effort to keep these developments going, you know, to strengthen them. Related is the vegetarian movement. You know, there's been a growth of vegetarianism, which again, Vallalar, you know, emphasized that, you know that already in Jivagarniya Workam. Now, in the world altogether, we have about, 380 million or something to that effect. Total worldwide, 375 million vegetarians. In the United States, 4% of men and 7% of women identify themselves as vegetarians. In India, it's 31%, but it actually has to be more. So the promotion, Indians, of course, make up more than 70% of the world's vegetarians, which means that we have to start strengthening it more and more. India have as a goal the propagation of vegetarianism, and that doesn't simply mean simply saying vegetarianism is good. Present all the scientific data on the nutrition of vegetarian diet and so on and so forth, and the harmful effects of meat, and how we have so many alternatives to non-vegetarianism to take care of our nutritional and health needs. So this is something, again, that is an indicator of San Margam column. It is unfolding. Okay, and some of you may know, there is in fact a city, Palitana city in Gujarat, that became the first city in the world to be legally vegetarian. It has outlawed the buying and selling of meat, fish, and eggs. Okay, and also related jobs. And so forth. All this, again,
Doctor, your voice is cracking a bit.
What?
Voice was a bit distracted for a while.
Okay, I'm talking about vegetarianism. Vegetarianism, I was saying how Palitana, a city in Gujarat, declared itself vegetarian, legally vegetarian, and it has actually outlawed the selling of meat, fish, and eggs. And I was saying that's also an indication that San Margam is in progress, and we have to work to make sure that these kinds of things are known by others, and we can do things to promote this in other places. I was mentioning we can, promote vegetarian restaurants, maybe start one ourselves, and so on and so forth. Organize education sessions on vegetarianism. This is all part of promoting the San Margam column, but as I said, these things are already happening. So what we need to do is strengthen them. And vegetarianism, particularly India, is a very quite receptive, although there are all kinds of fashionable trends now in favor of meat eating, but we can do more to promote vegetarianism in a country like India. There's going to be more receptivity to that. Start in Tamil Nadu and so forth. You're going to run into opposition. You're going to run into ignorance, but we'll have to keep communicating Vallalar's message, Vallalar's reasons, in combination with scientific data on vegetarian diet and the harmful effects of non-vegetarian diet and so forth. Earlier, I mentioned about Anmaniya Urumaippadu and the eradication of social divisions based on caste, religion, race, and so forth. Even here, we can see so many developments, like the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which was adopted in 1948, and it was adopted by different countries, and it simply affirms what Vallalar already said. இவர்களெல்லாம் ஒரு தன்மையாகிய இயற்கையின்மை ஏகதேசங்களாய் சர்வசக்தியுடைய கடவுளால் சிருஷ்டிக்கப்பட்டபடியால் ஓர் உரிமையுள்ள சகோதரர்களே ஆவர். And the preamble to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights talks about all members of the human family. Okay, all members of the human family have the same rights, and they should act towards one another in a spirit of brotherhood and so forth, to be straight from Jivaganya Workam. And you may want to check the UN Human Rights website. There's also a Universal Human Rights Index. These are things that will give you information on what is going on. National human rights institutions, non-governmental organizations, and so forth. that are promoting basically what Vallalar expressed in Jiva Workam. As you know, he said in Jiva Workam that we have to ஆண் மக்கள் பெண் மக்கள் முதலிய யாவர்களிடத்திலும் ஜாதி சமயம் மதம் ஆசிரமம் சூத்திரம் கோத்திரம் குலம் சாஸ்திர சம்பந்தம் தேச மார்க்கம் உயர்ந்தோர் தாழ்ந்தோர் என்னும் பேதம் நீங்கி எல்லாரும் தமிழர்களாய் சமத்தர் கொள்ளுவது. That's exactly what the UN Declaration of Human Rights affirms. Everyone is entitled to all the rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national or social origin, property, birth, or other status. Straight from Vallalar's statement of Jiva Workam, which I believe was formulated when he opened the Satya Dharmasala in 1867. It took about 81 years for the world body to recognize it, but it happened. And that's the sort of thing we need to also be educating ourselves on and promoting. Moving on to a couple of other things, let me wrap up now. Promotion of inquiry into truth and good, Satvicharam, of which this is an example. Promotion of scientific inquiry. In the Perubadesam, Vallalar talks about Andavicharam, asking about the nature of the stars and planets and so forth, and Pindavicharam, nature of living bodies, biology. And it's interesting that within a couple of decades after Vallalar talked about it in the Perubadesam in 1873, in the 20th century, there's been an explosion of knowledge in these two fields, cosmology and biology, okay, including genetics. And so that's something we want to encourage and pursue and promote, scientific inquiry in the form of Andavicharam and Pindavicharam. But of course, our goal is to understand the workings of Arul Sakti in the Addam and the Pindam. So our goal is not just to understand these things and use them for the advantage of this group or that group. You know, this country is going to get more weapons over the other country and so forth. No, we want to understand the workings of Arul Sakti in nature, and then put that to work to help life, to promote life. But Ketariya Kelvi is something that you can see in modern physics, cosmology, and biology or genetics. Can we reverse aging? Can we overcome death and so forth? Ketariya Kelvi, and he says that is San Margam. சன்மார்க்கம் இருந்தால் அனுபவித்தறியாத அனுபவமும் கேட்டறியாத கேள்வியும் நாம் கேட்டிருப்போம். It's what we are hearing in cosmology and biology. So that's something also we want to promote. And then in the context of Pindavicharam, we have to also consider the longevity extension, how we can promote longevity, how we can slow down aging and its effects. And there's growing literature on this, you know. And reading that and promoting that and talking about it and relating it to Vallalar's teachings on the maintenance of health. But there's a lot of nonsense that's been attributed too. So we have to be based on science and whatever that Vallalar said, which agrees with science. That's also something we need to do. Now, in this context, there is the view that San Margam column, and I'm going to end on this note, just give me a few more minutes. San Margam column has to do with the dead coming back to life. And some people quote from certain things that are not in Vallalar's handwriting. And sometimes there were these Vilambarams that other people wrote and just had Vallalar's signature. They may have even copied it. I don't know. But some of these things have been misunderstood or misreported. So one of the things is some Vilambaram, which in fact Balakrishna Pillai points out was secondhand. Somebody said that Vallalar gave this reply to Shanmuga Saranalaya Swamigal, and they just claimed that Vallalar said this. And this is Samarasa Veda Sanmarga Sangam Kuri Vilangam Kalam Edu. அது நமக்கு அறிவு வந்த நாள் தொட்டு அந்நாள் பரியந்தம் இறந்து போன நமது சிநேகர் உறவினர் அடுத்தோர் வார்த்திபர் வாலிபர் பாலியர் குமரர் ஆண் மக்கள் பெண் மக்கள் என்பவர் எல்லாம் உயிர் பற்றி எழுந்து மேற்குறித்த சங்கத்தில் கூடி விளங்கும் காலமாகும். Now this is not to be understood as the dead will just rise from their graves. We're talking about zombie movies. American zombie movies you may have seen, people breaking out of their graves and walking about. This is not Vallalar. Okay, Vallalar has very clearly argued for and shown the truth of rebirth. Marupiravi. He has said that, and he has shown that in the Jivagarnya Workam. Okay, he has said very clearly that in the Degatil, ஆகார கூலி கொடுத்து குடியிருக்க வந்த ஜீவன் இதற்கு முன்னும் வேறொரு தேகத்தில் அந்த கூலி கொடுத்து சீவித்திருந்தான் என்றும் தேகம் இல்லாமல் சீவித்திருக்க மாட்டான் என்றும் இந்த தேகத்திலும் கலகம் நேரிட்டால் இன்னும் வேறொரு தேகத்திற்குடி போவான் என்றும் தனக்கென்று சுதந்திரமாக நித்தியமாகிய அருத்தேகத்தை பெற்றுக்கொண்டால் பின்பு வேறொரு தேகத்தில் குடி போக மாட்டான் என்றும் அறிய வேண்டும். So rebirth is continuing and it will continue until we attain the பேரின்ப சித்தி பெருவாழ்வு, where we have this நித்தியமாகிய அருத்தேகம். This is affirmed also in the Vinnapams. Rebirth, it is also affirmed. For example, the Vinnapam, he says, after going through all these different பிறவிகள், அங்கனம் யாங்கள் அப்பிறவிகள் தோறும் அடைந்த அலுப்பும் அச்சமும் காப்பும் துன்பமும் திருவுள்ளத்தரைத்து இறங்கி அருளி அழியா பெருவாழ்வை பெறுதற்குரிய உயரறிவுடைய மனித தேகத்தில் செலுத்தி அருளிய தேவரீரது பெருங்கருணைக்கு யாங்கள் செய்யும் கைமாறு ஒன்றும் தெரிந்தோம் இல்லை. He's talking about how Arupperanjodi brings about the souls that depart from a body back into a new body. Not the same old body that's rotting in the graveyard, or burnt to ashes, but in a new body. Okay? Human body after you go through a rebirth in other forms, but he also says there's no guarantee that the next birth will be in this human body. I mean, if we do Jivakaranyam, then there is some insurance, as it were, that we could be reborn in human body and continue our progress to Peranbasiti Peruvarve. But if we depart from Jivakaranya Workam, there's no guarantee that we will get this money in the Regam again. And in fact, he says animal births are Dandanai Paravigal because of deviation from Jivakaranyam. So the idea that the dead will be brought back to life, he does say in the Agavo, Maindavar Meetum Varuneri Tandidayim Aindadan Roraita Arupparanjodi. There is a way to bring the dead back to life, investigate it. But bringing the dead back to life does not mean bringing them back into that body that has been burned to death or that's rotting in the graveyard. Okay? That doesn't make any sense at all. And we go around saying, and it's actually the doctrine of resurrection in Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and we don't want to turn a Vallalar into a follower of that doctrine. And I suspect somebody inserted this either to discredit Vallalar or to make him acceptable to the Christians. Oh, Vallalar also is saying everybody who dead is going to rise up and stand. That's the Christian doctrine of resurrection. That's not Vallalar's position. He clearly affirms rebirth over and over again. So what does he then mean when he says, Irandavarallam Yundida Purium Saranda Vallabharu Tiruvarun Marunde, Irandavarallam Yundida Ulagil Arandala Alita Arupparanjodi? It's clear in the Vinnapams. It is to bring the soul that has departed back into a new body. Now, in exceptional cases, somebody is really close to death and they recover. Okay? We could attribute that to this kind of a power. So it does include the power to bring back to life somebody who might be very close to death. And in fact, in one of the letters, Vallalar talks about his host, Purushottama Reddy, came down with dysentery, diarrhea, and they said that he's going to pass away. But, miraculously, he recovered. Perhaps Vallalar prayed for that. So there are those cases, and we have many physicians who have documented what they call near-death experiences, people that come very close to dying and they have these extraordinary experiences and then they recover. They meet some light that tells them, go back, you're not ready, and so on and so forth. Those things we can definitely accommodate under the umbrella of Mindava Meetum Varuneri. But it does not mean that everybody that you and I have known is going to get up, like the American zombie movie. And for those people who quote these Vilambarams and so on, my response is it simply doesn't make sense on its own. Imagine everybody getting up from the grave and coming back. Makes no sense. And second, it contradicts rebirth, Marupirappu, which is central to Samarasa Suddha San Margam, and Vallalar has over and over again affirmed it. He has also said in the Agaval, Ini Peravanari, Katiya Aruparanjodi, Alitanak Tanda Aruparanjodi, and so forth. So he has, also said in the Vinnapangal about the what is Siddhi, what is salvation. He has said that is attaining the Peranba Siddhi Peruarvu with the Tridega Siddhi, Sutta Degam, Paravdegam, and Jnanadegam. That has nothing to do with their bodies getting up from their graves, coming back, souls coming back in the bodies in which they died and gathering before God. That is Judaism, Christianity, and Islam, and that doctrine doesn't make much sense anyway, particularly in light of the arguments for rebirth. So we shouldn't be attributing that to Vallalar on the basis of second-hand and third-hand reports. So my humble request to all of you is to read the Jivagarniya Workam, understand Vallalar's arguments on Marupirappu, and also understand what he has to say about Peranba Labam. And keep in mind that Irandavara Yelpudal does not say, when he says, Irandavaralla Irandira Ulagil Arandalita Aruparanjodi, Settavaralla Siritangiltiral Attagi Katia Aruparanjodi, Irandavarulga Nenia Yelpida Arandana Yanakarola Aruparanjodi, Settavarulga Sapia Yelpida Attirola Yanakarola Aruparanjodi. Certainly, Vallalar claims that there is this power to bring back the departed soul back to the body that it may have just departed. As I just said, cases where people are almost given up as dead and suddenly they revive and recover. That could be an exercise of this power. But he is not, but he is generally talking about, but he is referring to what Aruparanjodi itself does, which is to bring the departed soul back into a new body. And he himself says that's what happened to him. After rebirth in all these different bodies, Aruparanjodi's grace brought him into a human body so that he can attain the Peramba Siddhi Peruvarvu or strive to attain that Peramba Siddhi Peruvarvu. So, taken in itself, Irandavar Irga, Irandavar Irpudal does not mean bringing them back into the rotting body. What would be the point of it? If you're 95 and you die, what's the point in reviving that body? Absolutely useless. And imagine multiplying this by the millions or trillions, and everybody is going to come back in the body in which they died. That doesn't make any sense. And it completely contradicts, as I am saying, Vallalar's statements on Marupirappu as well as his statements on Peranba Siddhi Peruvarvu. That is the Tridega Siddhi. Has nothing to do with somebody getting up from the graveyard. It has to do with attaining Suddha Pranavanyana Degam. Okay? So in Samarasa Suddha San Margam, salvation is attaining the Maranamilla Peranba Siddhi Peruvarvu, and it's Maranamilla Varvu because it has those three immortal bodies. I will be making a post in my blog as to logic underlying all of this and showing how this is very unique and very different from the ideas in other religions. Samara Suddha San Margam is the only path in which mukti is associated with an Arya Uruvam, immortal body. Okay? That's not this physical body. It's a Sutta Degam and Pranava Degam and Jnana Degam. But I'm not going to go into that. Right now, I want to say that don't be confused by this idea that Vallalar subscribed to the Judeo-Christian Islamic doctrine of resurrection. No, somebody attributed it to him, misunderstanding what he was saying. He may have said certain things in the context of Samadhi Varpurta. Don't destroy the body. This body has served us, Paran Kodukun Degam, so don't burn it. And he may have said something, and somebody misunderstood that and thought, oh, he means that, say, the body that if you bury my grandfather, he's going to come back in that body. We don't have a single case where that has happened. Okay, so that means that would disprove San Marga Kalam. If you say San Marga Kalam is a column where dead people are going to come back to life, it's obviously going to sound ridiculous, but it's also immediately disproved. So we shouldn't go around attributing this sort of thing to Vallalar, and we have to focus on his emphasis on Marupiravi and the Perunba Siddhi Paruvarvu with the Tridega Siddhi as our main goal. All of them make perfect sense. I'll be posting other things in my blog explaining how they're all reasonable. But if you bring in this Judeo-Christian Islamic doctrine of resurrection, and you say in San Marga Kalam, all the dead people that you've known are going to get up and come back to life, that completely destroys the central teachings of Vallalar. And I don't know, maybe somebody wanted to discredit him, or somebody wanted to sell him to the Christians, who knows? But we should really stay clear of that, because there is no statement in Vallalar's handwriting that says that all the dead people are going to emerge. What would be the point? Okay? When he says that Perunba Siddhi Paruvarvu is our goal, and the Suddha Degam, Pranava Degam, and Jnana Degam are part of this Perunba Siddhi Paruvarvu, where is the question of coming back in some dead body on this earth? It makes no sense. So I humbly request all people interested in Suddha San Margam not to get confused by it. And if somebody is promoting it, you have to ask them, where is it in Vallalar's writing, actual writing, other than second-hand, third-hand reports? And how does it agree with all that he has said in Jivagarnya Workam and Agavo? And once again, when he says he has acquired by Aruparanjodi's grace the power to revive the dead, we have to understand it in two ways. One, some extraordinary cases where somebody has been given up on and they think he's going to die, and he or she revives. And in certain conditions, if they've been praying to Vallalar or Paranjodi, we can see that as the working of that Siddhi, Karma Siddhi. And the other sense in which we have to understand it is rebirth. The soul that has departed is being brought back to new life in a new body. Sattavar Yerundar. Sirittu Yerundar means coming into a new body as a baby and laughing, smiling, whatever. That's how we have to understand it. So on that note, let me conclude this sketch of the main indicators of San Marga Kalam and the main trends. And remember the point that we have to contribute, or we have to keep contributing to these things. It is not going to develop just on its own. We have to work, and there are all these indications. I've already given you a whole bunch of them, and we have to do our part to promote these things. So with that statement, thank you for your patience. I hope, what I was saying was audible. And Arparanjodi, Taniparunkarunai, Arparanjodi. And thanks for the organizers for inviting me to present this short sketch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tilragu, sir. It was really informative and a very explanative speech. We got to know a few new information in today's speech, especially the detailed information about resurrection and bringing back the dead soul. So it's really vastly explained in your speech. So now we can have a quick question and answer session. If any questions from the participants to Dr. Tilragu, sir, you can raise it now. maybe we can go for 2 to 3 questions with the interest of time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. So I have one question. Maybe I can kickstart off with a question. In your speech, you mentioned that, yes, there are similar principles and truth explained in other Margams and way of living. You also gave examples of Islam and faiths and all those stuff. My question is, in Sutta San Margam, there is a common understanding that we need to kind of keep away of, or not to interact more with the people who are in non-vegetarian food habits, right? So this is a strong belief or understanding in Sutta San Margam. On the other hand, if you see the main objective or goal of the Samarasa Sutta San Margam is to spread these principles to all the human beings. So without interfacing the other people, what is your take on this? How do we ensure we tap with the similar people and people with similar principles?
Yeah, I gave an example. For instance, of course, our focus has to be on Vallalar's teachings, great teachings, remarkable teachings on Arupperanjodi. It's there in the Agava. But let's say we have to, somebody with the Islamic background, right? If we have to interact with that person, we can say, well, we worship God as light, and in Islam, Quran, Surah 24:35, Allah is said to be the light of the heavens and the earth. That's the way we attract them to the teachings of Vallalar. Okay? And of course, we cannot compromise on Vallalar's statement that these religions have a mixture of truth and falsity. They contain a lot of creations of imaginations and so forth. But we don't have to go right there straight away when we have to interact with people of other faiths. We can just say, look, here are some of the things in your own faith, and these are reflected in our path. Because Sutta San Margam contains the highest truths of all religions, but it is also free from their corruptions and confusions. So that's what I mean. This doesn't mean that we have to mix up Samarasa Sutta San Margam with everything around. There are people that like to mix everything. It's like adding different spices to make something very tasty and, make it popular. We don't want to do that. We have to maintain the purity. It is Sutta San Margam, which means it is free from the imperfections, impurities, confusions, and so forth of these Samayam and Madham. We can't compromise on that because that would be to go against Vallalar's great teaching. But what we can do is point out, as I said, for example, to a Muslim, you have also praised, your Quran also praises Allah as the light of the heavens and earth. And our Vallalar conceives of God as Arupperanjodi, supreme light, divine light of compassion. And of course, Allah is also regarded as the most compassionate in Islam. And we can say that is also an essential part of our conception of Arupperanjodi. So these are the ways in which I think we can draw people if they are receptive. If they're close-minded, we can't do anything about it. If they are receptive, we can draw people to Vallalar's teachings by pointing out how some of the best things in their faiths are contained in Vallalar's teachings, and a lot more. Vallalar, Vallalar simply offered what was already there in them. There will be no difference. What Vallalar offers is not only the truths purified of all the distortions and confusions, but he also offers some very unique things, like the Perumba Siddhi Peruvarvu with the Trudega Siddhi, and other things, Jivagarniya Workam, Anmanaya Urumipadu, Andavisaram, Pindavisaram, the extension of longevity. He has some useful hints on what we need to examine to extend longevity. So there's a lot of things, and vegetarian diet and other things, herbal medicine, There's a lot of important things in Vallalar. In fact, Samarasa Sutta San Margam is probably the only path, which emphasizes the importance of cultivating the body, and the body. Now, in yoga and so forth, they do that. But it doesn't extend beyond limits, asana and so forth. But Vallalar has beyond that. He has talked about sleep, regulation of sleep. He has talked stress management, talked about regulation of sexuality and so forth. So we find things that can be really developed to a great extent. He's provided the seed or germ, and that can be developed in Samarasa Sutta San Margam. And there's this idea that the body is a very precious instrument, as you all know. We don't find, all of these religions, they torture the body. You've seen these ascetics in India torturing the body, standing in one leg in the sun. We have the torturing their body, Christian ascetics torturing the body, and so forth, or condemning the body. But Sutta San Margam is one of those very rare paths where the body is acknowledged as a very precious instrument. And we focused more on science of nutrition, longevity extension, and all that. See? So, but anyway, back to, again, the point in regards to your question, by pointing out some similarities, which, of course, cannot cut the similarities. They have to be there in Vallalar, especially on this question of God as Arparajodi or divine light. We may be able to attract people in other faiths to Samarasa Sutta San Margam. Otherwise, if we portray Samarasa Sutta San Margam as completely rejecting all religions, it will not make them receptive. So it's just a point of how we communicate teachings, Vallalar. At the same time, we have to be truthful. To his point that a lot of the Samayam and Madhams contain confusion. They have all kinds of things you really don't know what they're talking about. And then, as he said, Pindalakshanattai Kadavulidam Gindrargal, Kalkai and all that stuff. Even if you follow it for a few minutes, it doesn't make sense how Kadavul can have all these things. Okay? So I hope I have touched, I have given something like an answer to concern. If not, please let me know.
I have a question.
Yes. Who is this?
This is Pramila from Dubai.
Oh, okay. Oh, how are you?
I have a good. It was an amazing presentation. I don't know words to express. Very clearly, you have cited the entire teachings of Vallal Peruman. And we deal with youth empowerment program in UAE. I have a consultancy which caters to project management and research. You have cited that through research, students, the current generation can engage. Kindly guide us how we can engage in such research opportunities as volunteers or participants, whatever way we can learn from you.
What you mean? I'm sorry. Are you asking me breaking it? Thank you for your question and for your participation. Are you asking how can it include the youth?
Yeah.
To develop
we have a networking platform where we engage university students on spreading oneness. Inclusive community. I'm a special educator by profession. So in Dubai, we have My Community City for All program. And what we do is we integrate people with special needs, their families, along with the regular community. So we carry out various research programs on that. So Vallalar works are great, and how we can integrate the services by spreading Vallalar teachings in UAE through research.
Yes, yeah, you can point out that Vallalar emphasizes which is also an attribute of Allah. Allah the Merciful, because Dubai is Muslim. But you can also select passages from Jivakarnya work, especially passages. The whole of Jivakarnya work is about charitable actions, and then you can point out how charity is strongly emphasized in Islam, and then you can point out how Vallalar gives specific options for charity, starting, of course, with the delivery of food for the hungry. Okay, so you can make those sort of connections. Again, drop some general hints here. Okay. What else do you do? Well, yeah, the Jivakarnya Workam, and then the ideal of Anmeya Urumipad, which also will find reception because it resonates with the notion of brotherhood. So you those kind of connections. Islam, good, talk on Manayam. We are all, part of the soul kinship, kinship of soul to another. Although it may be covered by ignorance, hatred, and all that. And there's a need to do all of those things by practice. Jivakarnya also, as I said, self-examination to detect and eliminate prejudices. So you do that again, since Muslim free. If you make those kinds of, Allah has compassionate, charity, brotherhood.
Yes.
So how I talked about those things may get more receptive. Other than there is a talk of mine called of higher education, so that's San Margam on YouTube, and excuse me, want to check that out.
Sorry,
and then on the blog,
your voice was breaking. Can you repeat that? YouTube. What is the name of that topic?
Yeah, the talk is a program higher education in San Margam. Okay. I talk about how if we have a university or college founded on the principles of San Margam, what are some of the areas of research focus on, and so forth. So you can take a look at it, and then on my blog, you can type Till Raghu, THILL space RAGHU. You'll find a blog I have, and then I have my email address there right at the top. If you have questions, you can communicate with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tilraghu. It was really an informative presentation today. Thank you very much. Looking forward to have you in the future programs as well, as you do normally. Thank you very much. Have a great day ahead.
Thank you. Keep work.
Thank you very much, sir. Now we are moving to our next Satichara speech. This is from Mr. Jnana Bharati and Mrs. Jnana Dhanalakshmi from Bangalore, India. Though they are from IT professional background, they're so involved in Suddha Sanmarga way of life, and they are involving in many of the initiatives in Suddha Sanmargam, and their contribution is really on a great level and depth. It's really our pleasure to invite Mr. Ananda Bharati and Jnana Dhanalakshmi. Ananda Bharati, we can start now.
Hi. Let me share my screen so that presentation will begin. அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. Wish you all a good day. Along with me, Mrs. Jnana Dhanlakshmi will be part of this discourse. Let us start this discourse with the Holy Tiruvurpa prayer. I would like to call upon Mrs. Dhanlakshmi to offer a prayer.
அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெருங்கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. Wish you all a good day. It is really a great thing to know that devotees of San Margam, devotees of Vallalar overseas have arranged such a wonderful event to take the concepts of San Margam to everyone all around the world, irrespective of the language barriers. It's a pleasure for us to be here. So let us start with the Tiruvurpa prayer. Jyoti kodiye Ananda Swarupa kodiye Jyoti kodiye Ananda Swarupa kodiye Jyoti Gurubadi kodiye Jyoti Vallabhaga kodiye ஈன்றாதி கொடியே உலகு கட்டியாளும் கொடியே ஈன்றாதி கொடியே உலகு கட்டியாளும் கொடியே சன்மார்க்க நீதி கொடியே சிவகாம நிமலக் கொடியே அருளுகவே அருளுகவே. திருச்சிற்றம்பலம். அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி. திருவருட்பிரகாச வள்ளல் பெருமானார் திவ்ய திருவடிகளே சரணம் சரணம் சரணம். நாதாந்த போதாந்த யோகாந்த வேதாந்த நன்னொரு கலாந்த முடனே நாதாந்த போதாந்த யோகாந்த வேதாந்த நன்னொரு கலாந்த முடனே நவில் இன்ற சித்தாந்தம் என்னும் ஆனந்தத்தின் ஞானமே கொடி நாட்டியே நவில் இன்ற சித்தாந்தம் என்னும் ஆனந்தத்தின் ஞானமே கொடி நாட்டியே மூதாண்ட கோடிகளுடன் சராசரமெல்லாம் முன்னிப்படைத்தல் முதலாம் முத்தொழிலும் இருதொழிலும் முன்னின்றிய மூர்த்திகளும் ஏவல் கேட்ப வாதாந்த முற்ற பல சக்திகளுடன் சத்தர் வாய்ந்த பணி செய்ய இன்ப மாராட்சியத்திலே திருவருட் செங்கோள் வளத்தொடு செலுத்துமரசே இன்ப மாராட்சியத்திலே திருவருட் செங்கோள் வளத்தொடு செலுத்துமரசே சூதாட்ட நெஞ்சினில் தோயாத நேயமே துரிய நடு நின்ற சிவமே சுத்த சிவ சன்மார்க்க நிதியே சுத்த சிவ சன்மார்க்க நிதியே அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி நடராஜபதியே ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி நடராஜபதியே அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி அருட்பெருஞ்சோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. Now, Ananda Bharati Ayya will be delivering his discourse.
அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி வந்தருள் புரிக விரைந்தது தருணம் மாமணி மன்றிலே ஞான சுந்தர வடிவ ஜோதியாய் விளங்கும் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க சத்குருவே வந்தருள் புரிக வரமெலாம் வல்ல தனி அருட்ஜோதியை எனது சிந்தையில் புணர்ப்பித்து என்னொடும் கலந்தே செய்குவித்தருள்க செய்வகையே. Again, wish you all a good day. Would like to thank Society for Immortality Research, which is running from Australia. So this is a very important program. I'm very pleasure to part of this. So thanks. Today we are going to discuss about historical perspective of San Margam flag hoisting day. For better understanding, we will think this historical perspective with along with this questions. First of all, who hoisted the flag? As we are all part of Samarasa Suddha Sanmarka Sangam, so we aware of Saint Ramalinga, our Guru, popularly known as Tiruvallur Vallalar. For the new attendees, I'm just going to provide a small intro about him. Saint Ramalinga, who is popularly known as Tiruvallur Vallalar, was made to be born in this world with a specific mission. On 5th October 1823, equivalent Tamil year is Subhanu, it's a Puratasi month, and 21st day, in Marudur, a small village 15 kilometer northwest of Chidambaram, where the famous, world famous Lord Nadaraja temple is located. His father was Sri Ramaya Pillai and mother was Srimati Chinnamai. Chinnakavanam is the village of Ponneri district, Ponneri Taluka, which is in Tiruvallur district near Chennai. They were belongs to Saivatis faith. Sri Ramaya Pillai was as an accountant by profession. His parents were born two sons, Sabapati and Parasuraman, and two daughters, Unnamulai and Sundarambal. Prior to the birth of Sri Ramalinga as their fifth and last child. One of the important thing is in many poems of Tiruvarutpa. Tiruvarutpa is a song of divine grace composed by Vallal Perumanar. He has revealed the truth that he was made to be born in this world by God himself, by God Arupperum Jodi himself. In Tamil, we used to call this Varivika Utravar, Varivika Utrain. So, there are many poems that could be quoted in defense of this truth. The poem which is simple and well known to many of the San Margam Anbar, it's called Agatthe Karuthu. Agatthe Karuthu Purathe Velutthirundha Ulagar Anaivarayum Sagathe Tirthi Sanmarka Sangathai Adaivittida Avarum Igathe Parathai Petru Mahindidadharku Endre in the Yugathe Iraivan Varivika Utrien Arulai Petrene. This is the song in Tamil. So the translation is, I was made to be born in this era to mend the ways of all those people of this world who are dark-natured, evil. In philosophy, we used to call this evil as Anavam. Anavam, Kanmam, Mai. The Anavam is very primary evil. So, who are dark-natured evil, this Anavam, within the soul, but appear to be white, good on the outside, to guide them to join the Sanmarga Sangam. Sanmarga Sangam is nothing but it's a virtuous path, so that they may also have and experience the supreme bliss of the ultimate world, Param, even while they live in this world. So this is the sample translation of this song. Also, Vallal Peruman decided to hoist a flag in order to convey the truth of Suddha Sanmargam. Because the Suddha Sanmargam is very advanced in the divine society, the Suddha Sanmarga concepts are very advanced in divine society. So, this to be properly conveyed to the human community. So that's why Vallal Peruman is decided to hoist a flag in order to convey the truth of Suddha Sanmargam. Vallal Peruman, also a divine avatar. As I said earlier, the song properly conveyed the message. He is a divine avatar, a mystic poet, a social reformer, a spiritual revolutionist, and evaluationist. A pioneer of divine transformation was sent by the Supreme Divine to redeem the world and to establish and lead the Sutta Sanmarga. So this flag, this Sutta Sanmarga flag, introduced and hoisted by Tiruvarutprakasa Vallalar. So you can read more about him over the vallalar.org, or many websites are available, and relevant and required materials are available. So you can read about him and explore your knowledge. Next, what the flag really signifies is, so if you see in the corner, we have the flag, yellow and white combination. In one part is yellow and three part is white. So what is it really signifies? Vallal Peruman clearly explained about the Sanmarga flag concepts in great sermon. Vallal Peruman says the nerve from the navel in the human body runs upwards to the center inside the head. You can see the picture representation of also in this presentation. The nerve from the navel in the human body runs upward to the center inside of the head, between the eyebrows, where a membrane is hanging. The lower portion of this membrane is white color and the upper portion is yellow color. Below in the membrane, a nerve that runs downwards as well as upward. So this truth properly conveyed by Tiruvadprakasa Vallal Peruman as a flag. So if you see, the upper portion is yellow color and the lower portion below, the lower portion is the lower portion of this membrane is white color and the upper portion is yellow color. So that's the same flag, the same color is defined in the flag of Sutta Sanmarga. So why this flag? So as I said earlier, Vallal Peruman wants to convey truth of Sutta Sanmarga to the human community. So this flag could be realized in our soul experience. This flag is represent the soul experience of every human. So only to refer to this experience, the symbolic color has been represented in the flag. Furthermore, better experience will be revealed for all in our soul knowledge. This is the reason Vallal Peruman introduced this Sutta Sanmarga flag to the human community. So where exactly it was this flag hoisted? So we have to, many of them may aware of this holy place. It's called Metukuppam. It's in Kadalur district, Tamil Nadu. In May 1870, after 4 years in Vadalur, Vallal Peruman shifted to Metukuppam. He was accommodated in a house which had been a rest house for visiting religious heads of Vaishnava cults and fallen into disuse for years. It was a small building consisting of a single room. He called it Siddhi Valagam and moved there. During his life at Metukuppam, Vallalar decided to hoist a flag in order to convey the Sutta Sanmarga, truth of Sutta Sanmarga. Even today, you can see the flag pole on the left southeast direction of the Siddhi Valaga Tirumaligai. It was on the same day Vallalar's most celebrated discourse. His last sermon, called the Great Sermon, was delivered by him to the human community. During the Great Sermon, Vallalar's disciple Tolur Velayadanar, Kalpattayya, and many such other disciples and residents of Metukuppam also attended this holy event. So when the flag hoisting happened, as per the authentic source, like why I mentioned this is authentic source, we have many confusions in the date. Somebody told it is 22, 23 and dates and some confusions are there. But as per the research of Vetri, Vallalar Education Training and Research Institute, this event happened on 21st October 1873. In the morning at 8 a.m., according to Tamil date, it was Srimuga Aandu, Aipasi 7, Chittirai Star, Tuesday, on the day of Diwali, the festival of light, 3 months before Vallalar's Jnana Siddhi. So how the flag hoisted? The flag was not folded and mounted. So we can see in our nation, so during the Freedom Day, it was folded, and once completely it is mounted, then they will open it. It's not like that. The flag was not folded and mounted. It was mounted in the open position by Vallalar. So you can see the animation representation here. Yeah, as I said earlier, the same day, the important famous discourse of Vallal Peruman, the great sermon happened. So we have some important points to discuss. So would like to call Dhanalakshmi to read out the Perubadesam English translation along with some important point.
Thank you, Ayya. As Ayya mentioned, this is one of the great and very important sermon delivered by Vallal Perumanan. In this discourse, Vallal Perumanan gives us a lot of very important information that we are supposed to know as a Sanmargi. Now, let us quickly listen to this. I'll read out the entire Perubadesam and we will come back to this once again. Arutperunjodi, Arutperunjodi, Tanipperum Karunai, Arutperunjodi. The Great Sermon. The Great Sermon was preached by Vallal Perumanar, the Siddhi Valagam at Mettukuppam, which is about 5 kilometers from Vadalur, on 21st October 1873. Tamil year Shrimuga, month Aipasi, 7th day, after hoisting the flag of San Margam. All the people who are congregated here should not waste any more time hereafter as you have done so far. As God is about to reveal his presence in the Salai, from now onwards, at least for 10 more days, all of you should keep making self-enquiries, Visaram. And the enquiries have to be about our state of existence, and more than that, the state of existence of God who created all of us. Accordingly, the enquiries may be made by all of you in groups or individually, or with those who have the same level of knowledge and the characters as you have. In this regard, you may also contact Mr. Velayudam Mudaliyar, who will be able to explain to the extent it is understandable even to common men. Therefore, you should continue to be in the state of self-enquiry, at least by consulting him. You may also make this sort of enquiries separately. If you remain in this state of Visaram, self-enquiry, one among the many screens which is the thickest and green color that veils the knowledge of our soul and prevents its manifestation will be removed. If it is removed, all other screens will get removed very soon. The nature of the green color is such that it forms the first portion of the black color. With a view to get this very thick screen removed, if one prays to God, contemplates God, and thinks of our flaws when we are awake and even before going to sleep, and remain in the state of continuous self-enquiry and make efforts so that God may let us know the truth, what is to be known will be revealed. The above said self-enquiries are of two kinds. One is Param and the other one is Abaram. Out of these two, Param signifies the enquiries relating to the ultimate world, and Abaram pertains to the enquiries of this world. Among these two, the act of making enquiries about the world is not enquiry at all. If one makes simple enquiries at an ordinary level, it will not be considered as Visaram, and the Visaram will not be a true Visaram also, because the meaning of word Visaram is, in the word Visaram, the letter V in Tamil, stands for denial of this worldly inquiry. Moreover, the word denotes only the enquiries regarding the ultimate world. As in this case of removal of algae that covers the surface of water, the removal of green colored screen representing our worldly desires, which by veiling our soul prevents its realization, can be achieved only by means of extreme heat generated by Visaram, not by any other sort of heat. The yogis will realize this heat in their yogic experience, but the ordinary people are not capable enough to produce the same sort of heat as experienced by yogis. Hence, instead of following the yogic practices, if one prays to God and contemplates God, the heat is generated will be more than that of yogis. The yogis go to forest, mountains, and other secluded places and practice penance or tapas for the period ranging from 100 to 1000 years and get this extreme heat created in them. Instead of practicing severe penance to get these extreme heat generated in them by praying to God and by thinking of them. Hello, again, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, we can proceed.
Instead of practicing severe penance to this extreme heat generated in them by praying to God and by thinking of Him 1 crore to 10 crore times more heat than the heat gained through penance will be created. How it is possible is if we are all with deep involvement of soul without making any worldly inquiry and making inquiry only about the ultimate one, think of God and pray to God continuously for 3 hours. Oru jama neram, we will be able to attain whatever is to be attained. But this worldly people, without splitting and knowing the true meaning of the word Visaram, as V and Saram, make use of the same as one word, Visaram, and derive the meaning grief, dukkam from it. But we should not mean the word like that. They mean that only grief is Visaram. It is incorrect meaning. In the word Visaram, Saram, only the later part of the word, which is Saram, means grief, whereas the full word Visaram means the relief from the grief, Dukkha Nivarti. In the word Visaram, the prefix Vi conveys a contrary meaning to the word Saram, which means grief. As mentioned earlier, the word Visaram denotes only the enquiry pertaining to the ultimate world. Therefore, we should keep making uninterrupted Visaram. In addition to this, Visaram also means the following: V, removal, and Saram, disaster. Hence, one should go on making good efforts without break to achieve the goal. Moreover, some people may ask, as this is the moment of God's arrival here, why should we make efforts? Couldn't we attain whatever is to be attained when God reveals His presence here? Of course, it is a good question. It is the truth that God is going to show His presence here. It is the truth that the screen of our people is going to be removed. It is also the truth that you are all going to attain whatever you deserve to attain. But the screen which was mentioned earlier is divided into 2 parts. They are known as screen of impure illusion, Asutta Maya Tirai, and screen of pure illusion, Sutta Maya Tirai. The screens are located as two portion, and they are the lower and the upper portion. The lower portion of the screen is the screen of impure illusion, and the one that is the upper portion is the screen of pure illusion. Among these two, the screen of impure illusion is connected with the goal of attaining worldly pleasures, and the screen of pure illusion indicates the possibility of attaining the ultimate goal, Paraloha Satyam. When God reveals his presence here, in order to shower his grace, he will remove only the green colored screen of impure illusion, which is located at the lower portion of his ordinary person who have not made any efforts. Hence, during that period, on getting the above said screen is removed, as far as possible, one could be virtuous and holy. But they will not be able to obtain whatever is to be attained. Besides this, they cannot perform the fivefold activities of God, Panchakrityangal, and the other acts of miracles. They cannot have the experience of soul also. At a later stage, only after making the requisite efforts again, they should attain the higher spiritual experiences. In addition to this chaotic situation that is presently prevailing here, has been created to isolate the sinners and make others suitable for spiritual realization. Therefore, if all of us make significant good efforts at this stage, and from this good significant efforts at this stage, and from his moment onward, and from this moment onwards, when God reveals himself, both the screen of impure illusion, which is located at the lower portion, and green colored screen of pure illusion, which is in the upper portion, will be removed. The combination of green color with the black color is the screen of impure illusion, Asutta Mayatire, and the combination of the green color with the yellow color is the screen of pure illusion, Sutta Mayatire. If these screens get removed, afterwards the other 8 screens of illusion will also get removed immediately. The details of these screens may be the screen from the poem titled Arupperum Agaval. As soon as the removal of these screens, one will perform the fivefold divine acts, etc. Therefore, if everyone makes continuous efforts, they will be suitably rewarded. Moreover, we should not set our goals in whatever we have seen and heard through the works of art like the Vedas, Agamas, Puranas, and the epics, as we have had done so far, because none of them even a little bit has given the externalized description of the real nature and truth of God. All of them have given only the symbolic expression of God, and his truth has been completely hidden. Without revealing anything, they have presented the outer expression of the inner reality of human beings by portraying imaginary location and naming them as Kailasapati, Vaikuntapati, and Satyalogapati. And after having set up place, conveyance, weapons, forms, and specific appearance, and so on, like that of a man, have described the same as if they had really existed. Even people ask them whether God has hand and leg. They are not able to answer and get puzzled. Without knowing the truth, even the person who have been here during earlier and later period and claimed themselves great have blindly greatly bluffed that those things do really exist. But the one who concealed this truth in the past has been very capable. Until now, nobody has seen what he has hidden. Nobody has opened the lock which he has locked. Nobody has come forward to break open the lock which was locked by such a person. In all of them, they have given only the imaginary description about attaining little amount of divine powers to perform miracles. Ehadesa karma siddhis. If one aims at attaining each siddhi of that kind and makes efforts accordingly for the period ranging from 8 to 10 years, one may achieve these kinds of insignificant mystical powers, and if we fix our goal to attain them, our main goal towards God will be lost. If our goal towards God is lost, you will have to lose the supreme benefit. In other words, if one by making a lot of efforts, by spending a lot of time, and after having known the petty benefits, gain very little of the same, the ultimate gain will be lost. Therefore, we should not set our goal in these petty things and direct our goal only towards God. One may refer to the poems titled Vaseha Peruvinnappam and the poem that begins with Eyal Veda Agamangal Puranangal. Iyalveda Agamangal Puranangal in Arun Pilakkamalai to describe the imaginary description of attaining little amount of mystical powers which was mentioned earlier. Besides this, we should also understand what the poem really signifies. Similarly, the grammatical explanation that are mentioned in the literary works like Vyagyanam, Tulkapiyam, and Paniniyam, etc., have errors in them. How it has happened is, have you understood the facts about the formation of numbers like Tonnuru, 90, and Tollairam, 900 in mathematics? After getting my explanation in the same way, one must think over the reasons why all digits starting from 1, 1, 2, 2, and from 100, 100 onwards have the ending with vowel sound U. Uhara Iruthi. The Siddhar have named them on the basis of their own logic and reasoning. Similarly, the words Tol plus Nuru, Tunnuru, 90, and Tol plus Ayiram, Tollayiram, 900 have been coined and the word are in usage. The word Tol means short of one digit. Actually, the word Tonmai got divided into Tol. In the usage, the number Tollayiram, 900, got changed to Tonnuru. This may somewhat be explained like this. Short of oru nooru, 100, before Ayiram, 1000 is Tol. Ayiram, 900, and Tollayiram. Before Ayiram, 1000 is Tollayiram, 900. And short of Orupattu, 10, before Nuru, 100 is Tonnuru. If one explains this as I have explained here, even little children will understand. In a similar manner, we should not set our goal in the religions like Saivam, Vainavam, and the philosophies like Vedantam, Siddhantam, etc., because all of them have given only symbolic representation of God but haven't mentioned anything openly. As we do not have time to learn and practice according to the ways mentioned in them, we should not aim at attaining anything from those things. By practicing those religions and philosophies, one could attain only petty benefits, but none will be able to attain the experience of soul and the resultant unique great life, which is the natural truth because we have no time. Moreover, I myself stand as witness for all these things. At first, the faith I had in the religion was illimitable. Tirupattinathu Swamigal and Mr. Velayutham Mudaliyar and a few other are quite aware of this fact. Just see how the goals which I had set before has been lost now. One needs no other evidence to prove the immeasurable faith I had during those days. The poems in Tiruvaruppa, Songs of Divine Grace, composed by me, is quite enough. If the songs of Tiruvaruppa and the songs of others are brought here and compared with, they will bear witness to this fact. The reason why I had enormous faith at that time was due to my limited knowledge. Now, God has elevated me to the highest state, which has not yet been achieved by anyone. And this gain is due to my detachment from all those things. Hence, if you too give up all your attachments like me, you will gain the highest benefit like me. Did all the people who have not given up their Did all the people who have not given up their attachments so far gain anything? No, they haven't. If one asks whether it was the goal, which I had set in the particular religion during those days elevated me to this level? My response is no. My pursuit of goal in the religion has not exalted me to this stage. What really elevated me to this level is the truth that got revealed to me even during those days. I have mentioned about this truth in my songs titled Vahasa Peruvinnappam and the poem that begins with Thediya Tundu Ninaduru. Thediya Dundu Ninaduru. I have searched you. I have searched for your true appearance, O Lord. Apart from seeing the image of yours in all the beings, have I ever thought anything else? In addition to this, what God revealed to me by virtue of this true and supreme virtuous path is this. Karunayum Sivamum Porulenak Kanum Karchiyum Peruga. Have the vision wherein compassion and God, Sivam, are synonymous. What has elevated me to this highest state, which has not yet been achieved by anyone, is only my compassion. It is only the compassion, which is also known as mercy, has elevated me. To be compassionate, one must have the sense of oneness with all the beings. When there is the sense of oneness, one will have compassion, and only because of showing compassion, one will be able to reach greater heights. At present, my knowledge is pervading in the whole of the universe and even beyond them. And this is due to my sense of oneness, Orumai. Hence, you should also have the feeling of oneness, Orumai, as I have. If someone doesn't get along with me and behaves in rude manner, I shall somehow mend his ways by speaking good and kind words with him, by speaking in a threatening manner, by speaking with him after having fallen to his feet, by giving him materials or by praying to God for him. All of you should do like this. Even tonight, during my prayers to God, I represented that these people will not be without me even for a second. And the representation is not only for the people who are here, but also for the people who live all over the world. I presented my request to the God in this manner because all are because all are our brothers and a part of natural truth. I am therefore holding the rights to identify with all the souls with a feeling of oneness. Anmaneya Orumai. Even if you have been devoid of virtues and have been base in characters, as there is still a few days to go to Salai, entry into Siddhivalagam, every one of you should become virtuous and should also get others disciplined like us somehow. You should do so for a few days. I too pray and make requests to God for the welfare of all the human beings of this world. Therefore, you should also do so. Apart from the religion, even the people who call themselves great because they claim to have authority on the philosophies like Vedantam and Siddhantam are actually not aware of the truth and speak beside the point, as the religious practitioners do. Therefore, you should not believe in any of them because none of them have explained God externally. Without knowing God, the people of this world are after me, calling me God. Alas, our brothers do not have the knowledge of God, and that is the reason why they are after me. Considering this fact, I would rather sympathize with these people both within and without me. I did so in the past, I do the same at the present, and I shall do so in future. Why people do not know God is that unless one experiences the taste of a food by eating, he will never come to know the taste of it. If one does not know what taste the food has, he will not be interested in eating it. In the same way, unless one knows and experiences God as he really is, he will not have the desire to know God. Therefore, you should aim at knowing God and make self enquiries, visaram, accordingly. The manner in which the visaram is to be made is in the space what really are the sun, moon, and stars? What are their real nature and appearances, and so on. This sort of enquiry with regard to the vast space is known as Andavisaram. The enquiries relating to human body, Pindavisaram, is who are we in the body? There is growth of hair and eyebrows, armpits, and other such places of the body. Why is it so? Why is it not so in the forehead? And so on. Why do nails from why do nails form and grows in our toes and fingers? What are the nature, appearance, and the distinguishing character of other principles in the body, etc.? If one goes on making enquiries like this, the people of this world will make fun of it. It is their nature because they are not aware of the truth. Therefore, you should not mind it. if god who created us with if God who created us with two big holes in our ears had the intention of making men to wear earrings and the women nose rings, wouldn't have he made the requisite holes in the ear and nose? If one inquires and concludes this way, would anyone like to wear earrings and the jewelries in the nose and so on? If one happens to have disregard for this worldly pleasure by making enquiries of this sort, he will be in the state of desirelessness, nirasai. As a consequence, among the stipulated four ways of self-realization, which is Sariyai, Giriyai, Yogam, and Jnanam, the fourth one, which is Jnanam, gets divided further into four more steps, namely Sariyai in Jnanam, Giriyai in Jnanam, Yogam in Jnanam, and Jnanam in Jnanam. By Vicharam, the act of performing Yogam in Jnanam, Jnanatil Yogam, which is the third step, a step out of the four, is achieved. That leads to the attainment of the state of desirelessness. Therefore, you should remain in the state of vicharam. If you are doing vicharam like this, when God reveals his presence here, he will let you know whatever is due for you in part. Again, when you acquire the right and become suitable, he will let you know everything in full. Therefore, you should remain in this effort. I have been imparting this for the past 2.5 years. Hereafter, for the time being, the people who propagate the same will be interrupted. You should not be as you have been so far. This is my last word. From now onwards, till I go to Salai, Siddhivalagam, all of you should continue to make vicharam with due care, as I have already told you before. Moreover, in the religions and the philosophies, the truth of the God has been described in symbolic manner and without externalizing what those symbols actually mean. They coined words or group of words like Sivaya Nama and Namasivaya by making use of a particular number of letters ranging from 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13, 15, 16, and 24, and arranged the letters in such a way to form various mandirams. Mandirams are used in the established religious practices. The meaning of various mandirams are so many, and the same will go on expanding. Therefore, what we have to attain is the ultimate gain of experiencing the divine Sivanubhavam and nothing else. Without making the Vicharam enquiries, as I have already explained, the people who make Vicharam only with regard to heaven and hell, according to their own views, will follow different types of established religious practices and obtain petty benefits, atpa prayojanam. But in the end, they will get obstructed. These people, by the grace of God, will again make the right efforts of practicing compassion and attain the ultimate and perfect bliss, which is very difficult. At this juncture, God has removed all the impediments, and in order to enable all the people to attain the supreme bliss, favored them with his gracious and sacred sentence, Tirumandiram, which is instrumental for all the people to experience the ultimate happiness. I reveal the Tirumandiram that reveals his truth openly as it was revealed to me. Moreover, as regards my experience of the bliss of true knowledge, Unmai Arivu Anubhava Anandam, arising out of my experience from the state of real knowledge, to make all of you to attain the same bliss without any doubt, ambiguity, and confusion. I have already specified about my right to identify with all the souls with a sense of oneness that originated and outpoured from within me. I had already mentioned, I mention now and shall mention the same. What our God commanded is that our basic principle is compassion, karuna. Therefore, he has also taken the following Tirumandiram as his first principle to render the external expression of his truth. Arutperunjodi, Arutperunjodi, Taniperum Karunai, Arutperunjodi. The word compassion, dayavu, kindness, karunai, and grace, arul, mean the same thing. Therefore, the knowledge with supreme compassion is the perfect happiness. It is the absolute knowledge with supreme compassion. This is just a conception. If this conception is transformed into experience by practice in course of time, one will be suitable to experience the ultimate happiness without any obstacles. You may understand this truth, which is evident in the following song that begins with சந்ததமும் வேதமொழி யாதொன்று பற்றினின் அதுதான் வந்து முற்றும். Moreover, until now, the mystics who were connected, the pure and the impure and illusory powers of nature, due to their act of hiding the truth of God, have prevented people from knowing God as he really is. Apart from this, there was no one who had realized God after having freed themselves from the impact of all types of illusory powers of nature, including the pure illusory powers, Suttamai. Because of this situation, there was no San Margam. If there had been San Margam, we would have experienced the experience which we have not experienced before and heard what we haven't heard before. Besides this, the people who are dead would have been raised. Therefore, this is the right time that God has made us hear what was never heard before. The present period is therefore an era of San Margam. Iduve San Marga Kalam. At present, the flag of San Margam has been hoisted here to bear witness and to mark the beginning of the era of San Margam. What does the flag really signifies is the nadi that exists between our navel and the midpoint between the eyebrows, at the tip of nadi and deep within the midpoint between the eyebrows, and a ligament is hanging. The lower part of the ligament is white in color and the upper part is yellow in color. And just below the ligament, a nerve runs from the top to bottom. This flag will be realized only in our experience. As a sign of the flag and to give an outward expression of what is within us, the colored flag, yellow and white color, is hoisted today. From this moment onwards, all the people will have the experience of this truth in their knowledge. In spite of me coming forward to convey the truth to all of you, nobody is prepared to understand it. As the flag is hoisted now, all will come to know the truth hereafter. Our predecessors have hidden the truth of God and have prevented us from knowing the same. At this stage, God revealed his truth. He reveals it, he shall reveal it. Therefore, all of you should make Visaram with due care and with the true knowledge of God. As I have been communicating you so far during the Visaram, it is absolutely necessary to have compassion and the right to have the identify with all the beings with a sense of oneness, which is a prerequisite to practice compassion. If you continue to be in the state of Visaram, when God presents himself here, you will gain all the benefits. From this place, which is the sacred hall of attaining perfect union with God, all the people will gain crores and crores of times more benefit than the benefits they receive from their mother, father, brother, and other relatives. This is truth. This is truth. This is truth. This is the commandment of God. Arutperunjodi, Arutperunjodi, Thanipperunkarunai, Arutperunjodi. So, this was the great sermon that was delivered on the day when Vallal Perumanar hoisted the San Margam flag. And here in this sermon, Vallal Peruman also mentioned what this flag actually signifies and how important is Visaram to each one of us to attain the actual or the destiny, what is to be attained by each one of us. How important is Visaram? And not just Visaram will help, along with that, the compassion that we have towards every living being and the orumai that we should have, the oneness that we should have, was clearly explained by Vallal Perumanar in this sermon. Now Ananda Bharati Ayya will be continuing this further.
Thank you, Jnana Dharalakshmi, to completely read out the great sermon translation. Because why we decided to completely read out here, because all the Sanmarga truth, the Sutta Sanmarga truth, it's almost all the important points are available in the great sermon. So also the flag related truth also explained very well in this great sermon. So that's why we plan to read out this completely. Hope it was helpful for you. So again, I would like to thank Australia team and other members who presented here. So also I would like to thank Thiruvar Prakasa Vallal Peruman and his grace. Thank you everyone.
Thank you very much, Ananda Bharati and Jnana Dhanalakshmi. It was really a great session translating the great sermon and reciting it. Thank you very much once again for joining us today, in spite of your tight schedule. Now we are moving on to our next Vicharam speaker. The next three speakers are research scholars, in fact, experienced Sanmargis for so many decades. And the next in the list is Dr. G. Alagar Ramanujam Ayya, a founder member, Vallalar Research Foundation, New Jersey, USA, former principal in a known college in a physics department, founder chairman, Vallalar Pilagams, and he has written so many books. And his research was in relativity and quantum mechanics. Today he is going to give out his vicharam in the significance of Vallalar's teachings. Ramanujamaya, you can start now. Yeah, you can unmute yourself. You're on mute. Yeah.
வாழ்க வளமுடன். வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வையகம். வேதாத்ரி மகரிஷி சரணம். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி, தனிப்பெரும் கருணை, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. I am very happy to be with you today. The Society of Immortality, especially for this opportunity. I thank Mr. Muruganandam and Mrs. Muruganandam for having arranged this meeting for me. About 150 years ago, on a day in October, Vallalar Perumanar hoisted the flag and gave the cardinal points of San Margam in his lecture. Basically, I must say that I am a physics professor. Till I retired, I had no much knowledge about philosophy, especially any branch of philosophy. Then I came into contact with Vedatri Maharishi, a great thinker of Tamil Nadu. And through him, I got introduced to Vallalar Perumanar and his San Margam philosophy. Ever since I was introduced to Vallalar, when I went through his work, it is a bit revolutionary, and he has declared many noble truths in a very logical way. Being a physics professor, I was attracted by his logic. Usually, people dealing with the unmanifest, usually they were not so logical. But I find Vallalar being very logical, and that attracted me. Today, if we want to assess the greatness of Vallalar and the significance of his teachings, we must know something about the historical background against which he came. What was the background when he was born and when he was developing his philosophy?
Sorry to disturb. Could you please increase your volume?
Hello?
Can you increase your volume? The volume is a bit lower.
I see.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
One minute. Okay. Now let us briefly see the the historical background when he came. Friends, two things are common for everybody in the world. One is the food. The other is the spirit of inquiry. There is no person without a need for food, and there is no person without the spirit of inquiry. Even if he is very poor, he will say, why I am poor? If anything happens to him, he will say, why it happens to me? So the inquiry is there. The food is for the physical body, and the inquiry is for the mind. When I say inquiry, the inquiry can be broadly classified into two parts. One is the inquiry about the creation, that is the physical universe. Another inquiry, type of inquiry is about the creator. There are only two things: the creation, that is the universe, and the creator. Some people, they start with the creation, the physical universe, and slowly they will try to reach the creator. And some other people, they start with the creator, and slowly they will come to the universe, explaining why things are happening the way they're happening. So the first group, starting from the creation, starting from the physical universe. For example, why the stone thrown up comes down again, why the planets are going around the sun. They are starting their inquiry with the physical universe. But gradually, they will finally come to who is the creator behind all these things. Once Newton remarked, the aim of my science is to find the cause for every effect I observe, till I arrive at the ultimate cause, which is certainly not mechanical. So the people who start with the creation and try to come to the creator, they are called scientists. The other people, other set, they start with the creator and they come to the physical universe, and they are called philosophers. So we have people divided into scientists and philosophers. So I will repeat, a scientist starts from the creation and tries to touch the creator. A philosopher starts from the creator and he tries to understand the events in the physical creation. So now, once we have the two types of inquiry, science and philosophy, you see what is the strangeness is that in both we have great giants who have developed both science and philosophy. Giants are there in both. If we take science, say Galileo, Newton, Einstein, the list goes on. Similarly, if we take philosophers, the great sages and saints of philosophy, if we take that, the rishis of the Veda, Mahavir, Buddha, Muhammad Nabi, Jesus Christ. Then coming down, we have Tirumular, coming down, Alvars, Nayanmars, and coming down, we have Saiva Siddhanta, and then coming down, we have Vallalar. So Vallalar belongs to the group of philosophers. If you see, in our country, in India, even though all over the world saints came, philosophers came, in India, their number is extremely large. One, Jesus Christ came in a faraway place. Muhammad Nabi came in the desert, only one or few. But in India, their number, the philosophers' number is extremely high. Seeing this particular aspect, one American historian noted the following statement. If I consider the entire world as my house, India is my puja room. That's what he said. Because in India, we have a large number of saints and sages coming. Now, going further, on one side you have science, on the other side you have philosophy. Science starts with the seen. Science starts with the object which we can touch. But still, on its journey, science also meets something we cannot see, something we cannot feel. For example, electron. Science talks about electron, which it cannot see. But there are volumes and volumes and volumes on electrons, electronics, like that. And philosophers, since they start with the creator, that is also they don't see. So invisible. So for philosopher also, a philosopher deals with invisible. A scientist also, he also deals with invisible, say the electron. Now, once we bring anything to our language, we have to give a name for that to describe that. You see, in our house, there is no object in our house without a name. Everything we have to name, only then we can talk. Therefore, when a minute particle came out of the atom, we named it electron. And the creator, and since he has created everything, we named it God. So the name God is there for the creator. The name electron is there for the minute particle which we are not able to see. But then there is a difference between science and philosophy. In science, for the electron, we have given the name, the electron, but we have not given any form for that. That is the greatness of the scientists. Once they have not seen anything, they will not give a form. But in philosophy, they say they cannot see God, but they have given the form. So that is the essential difference between science and philosophy. Philosophy started giving forms which they have not seen. So it is there starts all the problems. Whereas in science, if I don't see electron, I don't give a form. No textbook in physics gives a form to the electron. But to the God, every philosophy gives a form, as if it has seen the God. So there's kind of an illogicality has come there in philosophy. And because of this illogicality in philosophy, problems they have started. See, I will point out one thing. After every great thinker in science, technology improved. After every scientist, technology improved. About 100 years ago, we didn't have such a communication facilities. Now the technology is going on increasing. So after every scientist, new technology came. But in philosophy, after every philosopher, a religion has come. After Mahavir, Jainism came. After Buddha, Buddhism came. Shankara, Advaitam. Like that. Then Muhammad Nabi, Islam. Jesus Christ, Christianity. So after every great person in philosophy, religions came. But in science, after every scientist, technologies came. Again, the cruel point is that these religions which came after every philosopher, they started dividing the people. But in science, there is no question of dividing the people. Science does not say, if you say this, you belong to that. If you say this, you belong to that. No. But unfortunately, religions have divided the people. It is a further problem. Once we get it divided, naturally we start fighting with each other. So you see how we are discussing God, we are worshipping God, but in the process, we are also fighting and killing. See, in those days, about 100 years ago, 200 years ago, we have been fighting, but for economic cause. But now, economic cause is not there. But still we are fighting on the point of religions. So, I will give you a bit of historical perspective about 3,000 years ago. You just go about 3,000 years ago in India. Let us talk about in India. Here in India, Maurya kingdom was there about 3,000 years ago. People were there in India. The government was there in India. Then about 3,000 years ago, Mahavir was not born. Therefore, there was no Jainism. Buddha was not born about 3,000 years ago. There was no Buddhism. Christ was not born then. There was no Christianity. Muhammad Nabi was not born then, 3,000 years ago. No Islam. So if you see how happy the people here, the people were, there were people, but no religion. It was a historical fact. About 3,000 years ago, people lived here, but there was no religion. All were people. But today, we have religions, but no people, human beings. That's a pity now. It is all because of the great, great philosophers. That is still a pity, cruelty. So, behind every philosopher, religions came, they divided. Now, we don't say I'm a human being. I'm say I'm a Christian, I'm a Hindu, or I'm a Islam. That is what we have divided among ourselves. So, around 19th century in India, there were fighting, bickerings, killings in the name of worshipping God. You know the famous division between Saivist and Vaishnavist. If the king happens to be a Vaishnavist, Saivist people were killed. If the king here happens to be a Saivist, Vaishnavist people were killed. And in the 19th century, already we are fighting as Vaishnavism and Saivism. We also started importing religions. Christianity came here, Islam came here, and they also further divided and the fighting enlarged. So imagine the situation in the 19th century, people killing each other in the name of God. It is against this background Vallalar comes. Vallalar period 1823 to 1874. Now Vallalar is a revolutionary. His revolutionary work starts now. In the name of worshipping God, we are killing each other. Unfortunately, we have divided ourselves into so many sects and religions. Then he appeals to the people, is it right on your part to get divided and to kill each other? Is it for that you have come to the world? I will quote in Tamil, Vallalar's appeal. சாதியிலே மதங்களிலே சமய நெறிகளிலே சாத்திர சண்டையிலே கோத்திர சந்தையிலே ஆதியிலே அபிமானித்து அலைகின்ற உலகீர் நீர் அலைந்து அலைந்து அழிதல் அழகல்லவே. It is not good to fight among ourselves in the name of God. Therefore, he wanted to erase this tendency of dividing the people. So, Vallalar thought, how is it we get divided? Because, see, when we name for a given object, it is only natural that we have different names depending upon the different area and different culture and different places. You just take, when I feel thirsty, I take a liquid. Naturally, you also, me also. In Tamil Nadu, that liquid we call Tannir. In northern India, they call it Pani. In Telugu, in Andhra Pradesh, it is called Neelu. In Karnataka, the same liquid is called Neeru. In England, that is called water. So how many names? Water, Pani, okay, Tannir, Neelu. How many names for the same object? It is but natural thing. Depending upon the region, different names are there. And if you ask a scientist, he will say H2O. That's also a name for the water, H2O. Now in science, there is a clear understanding that whether it is H2O or Tannir or Neelu or Pani or water, you mean one and the same liquid. There is no doubt about that. Similarly, in philosophy, when they talked about God, there also came different names for that depending upon the place and the culture. Somebody called it the God, somebody called it Brahman, somebody called it Allah, the same God. Somebody called it Paramandalatil Forefather. Somebody called it Narayana. So the same God, depending upon the place and the culture, they had different names. That's all. Nothing wrong about that. So one God was given different names by different people at different places. As one liquid was given different names in different regions. Unfortunately, an international error happened. An error on the international level happened. Instead of understanding that Allah, Brahman, Father, Narayana are different names of the same God, instead of that understanding, we came to a wrong understanding that every name is every God. That's an international error from which we are still suffering. There is only one entity, one creator, and it is given different names, that's all. But unfortunately, we come to understand every name is a very different God. Then divided the people in the name of God, in the name of God, in the form of God. Now Vallalar says, I am not going to follow the names already given by the people, because some name sounds like it is a male member. God is neither a male nor a female. So Vallalar wanted to give a common name which may be applicable to any part of the body. Suppose I say Narayanan, it means what? It means it is a male member. Or Paramasivan, again it means a gender. So without a gender, without a form, let me give a common name to that God. Let us all unite with the common name. Now that common name for God which Vallalar gave is Arutperum Jyoti. When you say Arutperum Jyoti, it doesn't mean it is male or it is female. No hint about that. And not only he gave the name, a common name, Arutperum Jyoti, he also said, where is that Arutperum Jyoti? Where is the location for that Arutperum Jyoti? Then he said, that Arutperum Jyoti which I call, that God which I call by the name Arutperum Jyoti, it is everywhere on the whole space. Its dwelling place is the boundless space. Veli, we call it Veli. Therefore, in Ahaval, Vallalar will say, Eham Aneham, a single entity. Eham means a single entity. A single entity became many. Eham Aneham Ena Pahar Veli Enum. Veli, that is the space, boundless space. So the dwelling place for Arutperum Jyoti is space, boundless space. Eham Aneham Ena Pahar Veli Enum Ahama Chirchabai Arutperum Jyoti. So for the Arutperum Jyoti means it is everywhere on the whole space. And he comes out now, that's the greatness of Vallalar. He comes out now, what are the properties, what are the attributes of that Arutperum Jyoti? What are the attributes? Then he says that Arutperum Jyoti, which is everywhere, that gave rise to the physical universe. You see here, Vallalar emphasizes one important thing here. Almost in Western region of the part of the world, Western world, they were teaching rather the Creator out of a substance, he created the physical universe. Therefore, he, one entity, he had a substance to create. And then with that substance, he created the universe. But here, Vallalar says that Arutperum Jyoti, which is everywhere in space, it did not create by using some other substance. It did not create. It became the universe. That is a revolutionary concept imposed by Vallalar. Don't think that God took some other substance and then he created one by one. No, he became. How? Initially, that Arutperum Jyoti became the particles, initially first. Then by grouping the particles, it became different elements. Then by grouping the elements, it became the living being. And by developing the faculty, the same Arutperum Jyoti became everything and finally man. Therefore, I am not different from Arutperum Jyoti. This particular oneness, that is a tremendous achievement recently brought by Vallal Perumanar. But people may say this oneness was already discussed. Yes, but it was only in the book. Vallal Paramanar brought this oneness to the streets of the people, to the streets. He said, you are not different from Arutparum Jyoti. Arutparum Jyoti itself has become you. That quality of becoming, that is giving a physical universe, that is called Arul. Arul means Aruludal. That means giving, becoming. So Arutparam Jyoti has got an attribute of giving rise to. And another attribute is that after having giving rise to the physical universe, for the physical universe to function, it needs energy. So the energy also came from Arutparam Jyoti. So it is of energy. Out of the energy it came, the physical universe came. And since every physical entity in the universe is operating according to a particular order, everything is acting according to a particular order, so that order, the reason for that order, the cause for that order is consciousness. In Tamil we call Arivu. So the Arutparam Jyoti, which is everywhere, is of energy, is of consciousness. It knows what to do, and it has got the energy to become anything. Therefore, first point is that now Vallalar says every entity, every human being is of that Arutparam Jyoti. So we are all one and the same. That concept of we are all one and the same is a great achievement. And then he says, the same God, there is only one God, which I name Arutparam Jyoti, which somebody else has named it Narayana, somebody else has named it Allah, somebody else has named it Father. All are great names. Let us accept. But let us not forget that all the names refer to the same God. So like that, Vallalar becomes the first person to bring religious harmony. The first seed for the religious harmony was sown by Vallalar. And after that, what he thought is being continued by different people. So in that sense, Vallalar is a revolutionary in the sense he tried to unite the people. Everybody is of Arutparam Jyoti. In one song he will say, I'll quote the song, what he himself said that in one song he says, Terutpadal uvanda enayum sivamakum devam. Aruchodi devam என்னை ஆண்டு கொண்ட தெய்வம் அம்பலத்தே ஆடுகின்ற ஆனந்த தெய்வம். Ambalam means pure space. அம்பலத்தே ஆடுகின்ற ஆனந்த தெய்வம், பொருட்சாரும் மறைகளெல்லாம் போற்றுகின்ற தெய்வம், போதாந்த தெய்வம், உயர் நாதாந்த தெய்வம், எண்ணிய நான் எண்ணியவார் எனக்கருளும் தெய்வம். Then திருப்பாடல் உகந்தனையும் சிவமாக்கும் தெய்வம். Then he says, Sirchabai, that is a human body. Sirchabayil விளங்குகின்ற தெய்வம் அதே தெய்வம். That is the oneness. The same Devam is in me. When I realize that the same Devam is in me, the same Devam is in you and everyone. And everybody it is there. So anybody else is not different from me. Out of this oneness, Vallalar brought the compassion. Since he is not different from me, his hunger is my hunger also. His tears is my tears also. When he is happy, that happiness also myself. So he brought the kind of a mutual feelings, that the ability to be happy when somebody else is happy, when the ability to shed tears when somebody else is in tears, the ability to feed something when somebody is hunger. I feel the same hunger in me. I try to do something to erase that hunger. That kind of a compassion he brought by bringing that oneness. Therefore, my dear friends, without a compassion to others, there is no meaning in saying Arutparum Jodi. The moment you say Arutparum Jodi, it is understood that you see everybody as part of Arutparum Jodi. After having seen everybody as a part of Arutparum Jodi, it is your duty to do your best to erase the tears from every eye. And that is the compassion. So both are interlinked. When you say Arutparum Jodi, you must be also having a compassionate. So the compassion has brought about the definition for our action. So previous to Vallalar, I must say, previous to Vallalar, we have Vaishnavists, we have Saivists in Tamil Nadu, and Vaishnavism and Saivism, they all defined worshipping, they all defined doing meditation, they all defined doing or serving others, they all defined like that. Only then you will get a salvation. So it is all selfish. If you worship this God, you will get a lot of wealth. If you worship this God, you will get this and this benefit. That is what every religion was saying. But Vallalar completely changed that. For the first time, he is changing. The aim of the worship is not to get benefit for us. Because still we are doing, when you go to the temple, we are only concerned about our own welfare. I have started a business, please do it, please look after that, I will pay you this. My son is studying here, he must get first mark, then I will do like that. It is all selfish, it is not a prayer. So Vallalar changes this concept revolutionary way. If we really worship Arutparum Jodi, how you should behave. You should develop the compassion and you should develop the ability to help others. Go to the temple, pray that in my neighbor's house, there is somebody not feeling well. I pray, let him be cured as early as possible. That must be our prayer. We should never put our own wants inside the temple. You pray, but pray for others. You do a service, but service for others. And that kind of others, first time Vallalar brought into our worshipping pattern. Prior to that, it was selfish. Prior to that, I pray because I want to go to heaven. I pray this because I need something. I pray this because my business should do well. So all selfish behavior, he changed it. You pray even now, but pray for others. It is from this, after Vallalar came Vivekananda. Vivekananda echoed the same principle in a very strong way. And I'll quote Vallalar, what he said about who is really a Sanmargi. He gave a definition. Vallalar gave a definition. Who is really a Sanmargi? In Agaval, there are 1,596 lines in Vallalar's Agaval. The moment he realized all the forms we have given are not the true forms, they are only out of our imagination. The moment he realized that, he stopped worshipping the idols. Vallalar stopped worshipping all the idols. He was in Chidambaram, regularly visiting the temples, regularly worshipping the idols. But the moment he realized that all the forms we have given are purely out of our imagination, there are no truth about that. Nobody has seen God, but how can he give a form? And he stopped worshipping the idols. So in Agaval, you see, there will not be any mentioning of any God. Previously, he was prizing so many gods. so many gods previously. But the moment he came to this enlightenment, he stopped worshipping idols and he did not mention any god in his Agaval of 1596 lines. That is a greatness, great transformation. Okay, and in that, when it comes to end the Agaval, he says, who is a Sanmargi? He defines a Sanmargi. Who is really a Sanmargi? உலகினில் உயிர்களுக்கு உறும் இடையூறலாம் விலக நீ அடைந்து விலக்குக. When you hear that somebody is in trouble, it is just enough if we come to know that he need not approach you. You go there and try to do something to mitigate the suffering. உலகினில் உயிர்களுக்கு உறும் இடையூறலாம் விலக நீ அடைந்து விலக்குக. Don't expect others to come to your help. You have come to know, that is enough. You go. நீ அடைந்து விலக்குக. மகிழ்க. If you say that you are happy, your happiness come out of the happiness of somebody else. There is nothing called your own happy. Somebody else's happiness must reflect in you as your happiness. மகிழ்க. சுத்த சன்மார்க்க சுகநிலை பெறுக. Then you are called a Sanmargi. A Sanmargi never worries about his own requirements. He is never about selfish in anything. He is always for others. So he says, உலகினில் உயிர்களுக்கு உறும் இடையூறலாம் விலக நீ அடைந்து விலக்குக மகிழ்க சுத்த சன்மார்க்க சுகநிலை பெறுக என்று சொல்லிட்டு, then he says, உத்தமன் ஆகுக. Then you are really great. உத்தமன் ஆகுக என்றனை போற்றினின் பேரருள் போற்றினின் பெரும் சீர் ஆற்றலின் ஓங்கிய அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. That's what he ends. So the 4 lines are very important. If we say, I have realized Arutparam Jyoti in me, the proof for that is that my compassionate for others. And finally, this is echoed in Vivekananda. Once Vivekananda was asked, once Vivekananda, whom do you say that they have really lived? So many Mahans came, so many sages came and gone. The question put to Vivekananda is that, whom do you say that they have really lived? For that Vivekananda answered, they alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. That's what Vivekananda said. It's an echo of the Vallalar. So, Vallalar's concepts, giving a common name to God so that it is acceptable for all, and telling the purpose of worshipping. Purpose of worshipping is not selfish, it is for others. They are all very revolutionary in his time. But these revolutionary concepts alone will bring peace to the world. So if we are really concerned, remain concerned about the peace, a religion should live for other religion, living for others. A religion should live for other religion. Talk high of other religion. Don't talk your religion alone is very high. No, that is selfish. I may be a Christian. Talk about the Islam. What are the good points in Islam? Then you are living for other religion. When you have a teacher, you must live for your students, living for others. If you are a politician, live for the people, living for others. If you are a medical doctor, live for your patients, living for others. So in every walk of life, let us live for others. That is a real Sanmargi, right? Now, with one more point, we finish this lecture, leaving some time for question and answer. One more point. As I have told you, this Arutparum Jodi, which is spread or which is nothing but the space, boundless space, is of consciousness and energy. Right. So the consciousness became the particle. And grouping the particles, it became the object. So every particle is made of consciousness. Every object is made of consciousness. And you and me finally are made of consciousness. So my raw material, I know my raw material is consciousness. Let us be clear about that. My raw material is consciousness. Now, I am consisting of my hands. I am consisting of my eyes, my leg, my ears. I am consisting of all these things. But what is the raw material of which I am made? The raw material for everything is consciousness. So the question is, when I say I, should I identify I with my physical body, or should I identify I with the consciousness, which is the raw material, which is the right way to identify? Should I identify myself as my physical body, or should I identify myself as the raw material of the consciousness? Friends, you are going to a jewelry shop, let us say. You are going to a jewelry shop. You take a jewel. Then you say, just a conversation. You ask a jewel, what are you? It will say, I am necklace. It says, I am necklace. Okay. The necklace is very fine to see. So many links, beautiful links. Okay. Everything is made of gold. But the salesman says it is necklace. If you think it is a necklace, you buy that. After some years, you can destroy the necklace and making a ring. So the necklace has gone. Now the ring is born. So if you see you are a necklace, if you give importance to the structure, final structure, and forget the raw material, you are mortal. So if I say, I am so-and-so, I am the son of so-and-so, I am PhD, I am the physical body, my capacity is to sing, I can run. If we identify with your physical structures, forgetting your raw material, consciousness, then if I identify myself with my physical structure, I am a mortal. But the same necklace, suppose the necklace says that I am gold. Then the necklace has realized of what substance it is made. The necklace says, I am gold. After a few years, you can make it a ring, but still it is gold. The gold does not perish at any time. It becomes a permanent. So that is, the necklace has attained immortality the moment it realizes that it is made of gold and says, I am gold. A simple answer. You go to a ring, ask. If it says, I am a ring, it will mortal. If it says, I am gold, it is immortal. So mortality and immortality depends upon how do I see. If I see in one way, I become mortal. If I see my raw material, I become immortal. Friends, always concentrate on the raw material you have been done, you have been made. See, an ocean is there. The big ocean, a sea is there. From the sea is born the vapor. The vapor comes out of the sea. The vapor goes up, becomes a cloud. So which has become the cloud? The ocean has become the cloud. Then the cloud, it rains. What is that rainwater? The sea, the ocean has become the rainwater. Then it falls on the ground. It becomes a river. What is a river? The ocean has become the river. The river flows, the river flows, the river flows. Finally, it comes to the ocean. It's a source, it comes finally. Now, when finally it is going to merge with the ocean, out of ignorance, the river thinks that, oh, I am going to demise. I am going to get extincted. Like that, I am going to die. The ignorance of the river makes it to think like that, I am going to die. But really what happens when the river joins the ocean, from the mortality, now it has become the ocean itself. The river has become the ocean itself. It has attained the immortality. So the moment, if the river thinks just a moment ago, before joining the ocean, oh, I am going to become immortal. I am going to join with my source. I am happy. That attitude the human beings must take. We are mortal now. Finally, we are going to become immortal. A conversion, that is what we call death. So let us be not afraid of that. Let us be happy about that. That is a point where the mortality vanishes and my immortality begins again. So when the river joins the ocean, the river is not there, but it has become the infinite ocean. So I am also at the final point. So far I was thinking about I am a mortal, but at the time of that, the moment I touch my source, not this form, leaving the form, I touch my source, I regain my immortality. So immortality is not something physical, it is philosophical. What do you think? The way you think, you can be a mortal. The way you think, you can be an immortal. So for immortality, let us all think that I am consciousness. That is what, again, I will quote Adi Shankara. Adi Shankara said long time back that I am not the physical body. I am not the life current in it. I am not the mind, but I am that pure consciousness. The moment he realized about as I am a pure consciousness, his physical body may not be there, but he lives forever. Shankara lives forever. He has attained the immortality. Similarly, every one of us, we must be expecting the date. We must be expecting the moment very happily that when I am going to vanish, my name is going to vanish, my form is going to vanish, my knowledge is going to vanish, but I am touching my source, I become immortal. So let us be expecting that day with all happiness. Then I am really a San Margam. Okay, I am very happy about the opportunity that I got this opportunity to discuss some of the points which, in my perspective, with you enlightened people, I am thankful again to Mr. Muruganandam and Mrs. Muruganandam. And I'm sure that you'll have some questions. If you have any questions, this is a question time. I'll be very happy to answer if I know the answer. வாழ்க வளமுடன், வாழ்க வையகம். அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி, தனிப்பெரும் கருணை, அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alagar Ramanujamaya. It was really eye-opening speech. There are a lot of informative points in your speech. It's really give the clarity one needed in the spiritual path. Really, thank you very much for your time today. Now we'll go to the question and answer session. Whoever having a question, please raise your hand in Zoom chat window, or you can put your question in the chat, or else you can raise your hand. There is a hand symbol in your screen you can see. You can click on it. We'll unmute you. You can go for your question.
I am Gauri here. I have one question to Aya.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I have done Valha Vallamdan MA course also. So it is very easy for me now to relate what Vedatri Maharishi said with Vallalar. So because I was finding little difficulty to link both of them actually. now that it is very clear to me. But one side I'm unable to get it cleared is, Vedatri Maharishi said that Irai Nilai, the state of God, is darkness, Gumiritu, he said. Whereas Vallalar says it is Arul Perunjodi, brightness. So could you please help me to fill that gap as well, yeah?
Can you please repeat the question? Vallalar says Arul Perum Jodi, okay. Vedatri Maharishi says what?
Irai Nilai is as Kumirit. It means
Okay,
darkness.
Okay. I understand. I understand that. I understand your question also. Okay, right. Fine, ma. Thank you for the question.
Thanks.
See, it depends upon the way of looking at things. Okay, I'll tell you an example. The sunlight. We get the light from the sunlight. I can say sunlight is white, it is colorless. I can say. I'm a right also. It is white and colorless. So I can say it is colorless, and somebody else will say, so it is full of 7 colors. 7 colors are there. I will show you with a prism. That's also true. Okay. So it is full of colors. That's also true. It is colorless. That's also true. It's seeing the way, that's all. Because Arutparam Jodi means, okay, Arutparam Jodi means everything that comes out of that. Jodi means what? It is showing me this is what, this is that, this is my mother, this is my son, this is my uncle, that is my consciousness. That is Jodi. Jodi is nothing but the conscious. It explains everything to me. So the consciousness you call Jodi, that's all. So before this evolution started, there was no light at all. So you can say that initially there was no light. You can say it is dark, but the light is going to come only from there. So you can say all the colors were there, all the lights were there. It is coming out of that. So out of evolution, the light comes, but you can say it is full of light and no light there. It's only a point of view. Okay. Right. All.
And yeah.
I have a question. When we talk about Anma, soul, we all clearly understand that it's immortal by itself. It takes a different body to live, depending on the karma, whatever you call it, right? But what I understand that Vallalar talks about is the deathlessness. So the deathlessness Vallalar talks about is for the body, not for Anma. Anma is already, by itself, it's immortal, right? It's different cycle in different body.
Okay.
But what Vallalar clearly states that we need to give a permanent resident to that Anma because it takes innumerable body. The cycle is going on and on. We need to stop that cycle. How? We need to stop rebirth, right? You need to stop deathless. You need to stop being, getting rid of the body. The immortal, what Vallalar talks about is for the body. What do you think about this?
Okay. You say that, I understand the question like this. Yeah. Vallalar talks about the immortality of the physical body. How do you reconcile that? Is that your question?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah. When you finish your talk, you mentioned that the river which joins the ocean, you quoted that it's a kind of a dying itself. So it's our perception, but it's not, it's joining the ocean. So what I understood from that is it relates the Anma joining the source. But what Vallalar says, in my understanding, he talks about keeping the body also immortal. The Maranamilla Peruvalu, what he talks about is for the...
Okay, I understand. So you are talking about Maranamilla Peruvalu means it deals with a physical body. So how do you understand this concept, or how do you explain this concept that the physical body being immortal. That's what you understand from Vallalar, is it not?
That's right.
You want me to reconcile that?
Yes.
Okay,
so
fine.
what is your view on that?
Okay, my view. See, I am basically from science. I am from science. So, whatever the nature or God, whatever things, whatever it assigns to one living being, it will assign the same thing to the next living being also. So from my science point of view, anything that comes into being has to end. Anything. So once there is a birth, it has to meet its final end also. And in between, how the end came, the description may be different, but the end is there. Because the beginning is there. Beginning and end. Without beginning, without end is only for that Arparam Jodi. It has no beginning, it has no end. For all other finite objects, for all others which came into existence, according to me, according to my logical science, I am of the opinion that whatever has come into existence at one point of time, it has to go at a different point of time. That's what my logic says. Without beginning, without end, there is only one thing, that is all pervading space or Arparam Jodi. That's all.
Thank you, Aya. Really appreciate your view. Thank you very much. Maybe in coming days we can discuss in detail about this point. Yeah, thank you very much. If anyone has any other question, we can go for it. Any questions from the audience? You can raise your hand. We can unmute. Anyone?
வாழ்க வளமுடன். Hello? Hello? Aya?
Thank you very much, Aya. We really had a very good session today. Thank you very much for the wonderful speech. It's really fortunate to hear you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hope we'll have more sessions with you going forward.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Now we'll move on to our next Vicharam speech. Our next speaker is Dr. K. Govindasamy, yoga master and a trainer. He is doing research in the 7 screens of Vallalar's principles, and he has a vast experience in Sutta San Margam path. Now he is going to give a vicharam in the topic of scientific teachings of Vallalar. Govindasamy, you can start now. Aya, you can unmute. You are on mute. Aya, you're on mute. Can you please unmute?
Oh, okay, ma'am. Okay.
Govindasamy, can you unmute your audio, please? Are you able to hear me? Govinda Samaya? You are on mute, Aya. You need to unmute. Oh, okay, now you can speak. Aya, we are not able to hear you. Aya, your audio is not clear. We are not able to hear you. Govind Samaya, are you able to hear me? We are not able to hear you. Your audio is not coming out.
Unmute பண்ணுங்க or increase the volume.
Increase the volume.
Volume increase பண்ண சொல்லுங்க ராஜேந்திர பிரசாத். இப்ப அன்மியூட் ஆயிடுச்சு, இப்ப பேசுங்க. சத்தம் கேட்கல இன்னும் வால்யூம்.
Can you check your cable? Your
headset wire சரியா இருக்கா செக் பண்ணுங்க.
Yeah, click on audio button on your laptop. Please click on yeah, 1 second. Please click on our mute button. That please click that this one square options. You please click. Have you clicked? There, first option is select a microphone, right? Just you choose your headset. List of microphone available will be there. Just you choose the microphone for your headset. Or just you click on test speaker and microphone option. See whether you're yes, clear now.
Now, okay.
Yes, we are able to hear you. Good. Yeah.
Is it clear now?
Yes, sir. Clear now. You can.
Clear. You can.
Okay, sir.
Clear.
அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. This is the Maha Mantra that should be chanted like this only, because it is the gateway of immortal life or the luminous body, getting a luminous body. So in mantra itself, it has the word, the luminous, to attain, how you are going to attain the luminous body or an immortal life. So once again, I chant the mantra or the sloga in such a way, you can also chant. Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai, Arutperum Jodi. In the mantra chanting like this, there is Arogana and Avarogana, that is top and bottom. A melody is there, a rhythm is there. Then only it will be a mantra, Maha Mantra this is. So with this Maha Mantra, or gateway of Arutpa or San Marga or the immortal life, we should start our discussion. First, I extend my thanks to Mr. Muruganandam and Mrs. Muruganandam and his family, and the people, Rajendra Prasad, Vel Murugan and Shakti Vel are all, they have guided me, they have helped me to present this lecture in front of you. I thank Vallalar. I am a professor, a history professor, a yoga master, an English teacher, and also I am a student of Vallalar. I am a young student of Vallalar. Every day is new to me. Every poem of Arutpa is new to me. So with this my knowledge, with this introduction, I start my lecture. See, Vallalar is a revolutionary sage or a saint or a seer, because his revolution is itself is a revolution. Karl Marx revolution is called the economic revolution. French revolution is a bloody revolution. Aristotle revolution is the political revolution. But the revolution of Vallalar is the socio-political and economic revolution. Not only that, is a revolution of the life, the spiritual revolution. It is the new topic because it deals with immortality. There arises a question: is it possible for us to attain an immortal body? It is possible for a man to have a deathless life? This is the question from the very beginning of the man himself. Because when birth is certain, death is also certain. Then how we are going to violate the nature or control the nature and get success in the nature? That is the way of immortal life. It is by Vallalar. He is the sage of Tamil Nadu, from Marudur, from Madras, from Vadalur. He had experienced his own feeling and he attained the immortal life with his body and soul. So that it is a questionable one. So I want to tell you that how did he attain it? First of all, as a man, he is a very simple man, a simple child, a poor child of Marudur. The very beginning, he lost his father and mother. He was brought to Madras. There he spent 35 years. That is, the Madras itself was the seat of learning to him. So in Madras, he learned everything and anything without the knowledge of his parents and brothers and all. So he gained so much of knowledge, and then he marched towards Chidambaram, where it is the place for his spiritual war. In that occasion, the country itself was ruled by the foreign people, not only British people. All the people of the world have come. It is a marketing place for all the robbers. All the people who have got gun and other things came over here and looted India. So in that period, two great famine had happened in Tamil Nadu. People, they do not have to eat anything. People are dying like this. It is worse than the corona. Every day, every minute, people are dying. They do not have food. So the primary thing, the need of the hour is the food. So Vallalar decided, the one-man revolution, he himself decided to provide food to each and everybody. So each and everybody of us can provide food to anybody and everybody. That is only one limit. Yettunayam Vedamurad, there should be no distinction of caste, creed, race, religion, nation, latitude and longitude. So you should not have any difference. You should give food to anybody who is in need. That is the thing. But on that occasion, there is no water to drink. Water, everywhere water. There is no water to drink. There is no food, not good food. Food itself is not available. No shelter, no dress. That is the occasion when Vallalar came to the field of the politics of Tamil Nadu. Apart from this, the language of Tamil, this is a mother language. It is a language that I do not have the word to explain its greatness. That language was crowded with it, tumbled with. It is a bundle of the overloaded by all the other languages. So Tamil language itself got its originality. So it is all the main aim of the Vallalar to get it out from all these things. The people should be get it out. What will be done? So he has made a conclusion. First of all, we should give food to them. So he started he started where the free meals center, that is called Dharmasala. Samarasa Sutta Satya Dharmachalai at Vadalur. That is because without food, nobody could do anything. Because food is the necessary thing for Kama as well as Jnana. If you want to go down or we want to go, it is up to you to decide. So that is the thing we have to do. So immortal life, I shall come to the point once again. What is immortality? Is it visible? Can we see that? What science it is? It's a word used in the introduction. What is the science? Science has got two wings, I believe. One is the physical science, that is the modern science. Another is the occult science. The modern science, and what is the difference between that is called Vijnana and Vijnana in Indian language. The Vijnana is based on experiment. The Vijnana is based on experience. So it should be experienced only, because there are 72,000 nadis in the body. Could you see that? It is Sukshma, it is astral, it is invisible, that you cannot see that. But Vallalar, he had given the way to how you control the nadis and all such things. So now my topic is, I'm not going to deal with the modern science. My science is the occult science, the invisible science, the thing which we cannot see that. It is an astral thing. The body has got 7 bodies according to Vallalar. 7 screens means 7 bodies. The physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, the psychic body, the spiritual body, and then the cosmic body. At last, the last body is the nirvanic body, bodiless body. You can attain a bodiless body. The body will be melted into light. It will be converted into light. It is merged with light. It is possible. How it is possible? Yattunayum Vedamurad. That itself will do. Can you come out from your caste, from your creed, from your race, from your religion, from your language, from your latitude, from your longitude, from your contours? Nobody will come so far after Vallalar. So that is the great thing, a thing to be, a thought to be think. There are lakhs and lakhs of crores and crores of people gathering, but not even one is come to the level of the Vallalar, because he is having this fanatism. This system of all the clutches are there with him. She should come out of it. That is the aim of the Vallalar. So he designed everything for all the people, for all the living being. Appa naan vendudal kettu arul puridal vendum. Aruirkallam naan anbu seidal vendum. My love and affection should be extended to the even to the molecule, even to the minute microscopic organism. So there is no difference, no distinction between these things. I am one with thee, because man himself is the combination of the 5 elements. That is so what are all the 5 elements? As we know, all the people we know. That is land, earth, water, fire, and ether. The 5 elements. And also the human body consists of these 5 elements. So this is microcosm. That is macrocosm. This is microcosm. What you find in macrocosm is there in the microcosm itself. You can develop, you can purify, you can get success with it. You will be friendly with him. But what the thing is going on now everywhere? Pollution, water pollution, earth pollution, air pollution, everything pollution. Then how can we going to achieve this immortality? See, even our Saint Tiruvallur says, Kollan, Kular Maruttanai, Kaigupi, Yella Uyirum Tulu. If you are having the policy of non-killing, all the living beings will salute you. Even ant will salute you. You may not be knowing, because your body is illuminated. The doctrine of Dharma gives a luminous body to you, but you may not be knowing. The others may not be knowing. But the animals could know. The cobra could know. then elephant would know. That has happened in the life of Lord Buddha. One war elephant came before Lord Buddha. All the people have gone out. They are afraid of Buddha. When Buddha happened to see that elephant, then the elephant itself sat down and put his hand like this and saluted him and ran back. So the elements, the ordinary, the minute, the very, very, very least, the living beings know, understand, and realize the luminous body, the light of the body, the mercy of the body, the doctrine of the immortality. But the man himself is not able to do that. Why? Because he is a selfish animal. Man is not only a social animal, he is also a selfish animal. Wherever he goes, he wants to get anything and everything for him. Now what is happening here? 5 years old girl, a female baby is being molested. Is it a country? Is it a human society? Vallalar weeps, Vallalar shouts, what, oh man, what are you going to do? Is in the light, in the sunlight, in the noonlight, you are having a battery light and entering into the old well. Why? Because you have lost your eyes, you have lost your ears, you have lost your mouth. But get it back, get it back. How you could get it back? It is very simple. You do love, affection, do charitable activity, give food to your brothers, your sisters, your neighbors. You wherever you go, you do dharma, you do charity. So the mantra has been decided. Arutperum Jodi. In English, I will give you a translation to this mantra. Vast grace light, most compassionate, vast grace light. Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi. Then Tremula says like this: Yeti, Iraki, Irgalum Puritu, Katri Pidikum Kanaki. Yeti, Iraki, Irgalum Puritu, Katri Pidikum Kanakari. Katri Pidikum Kanakari. Kutrai udaikum kuriyaduvame. If you are able to control, if you are able to say the mantra like the pranayama, you could kill, you could send the yama out of this picture, out of this field. Then immortality happens. You are living, you are ever living. That is immortality. That another thing. But some other thing is also there. So man operates, man fears of death. Indru varumo, nalaike varumo. What? The death, not the God. The death. Indru varumo, nalaike varumo, alladhu matti endru varumo ariyer. He operates. His fear dominates him. The fear, he says, Vallalar says, the bayam must be bhujyam. It should be zero. There should be no fear at all. I am standing on the earth, but I could tear the skin of the sky and put it into I will make it as a shoe to my soul, so legs. நான் மண்ணில் தான் நிற்கின்றேன். ஆனாலும் அந்த ஆகாசத்தின் தோலை கிழித்து அதை என் காலுக்கு செருப்பாக்கி கொள்ளும் வல்லமை எனக்கு இருக்கிறது. Because I am a man. There is no impossible in my words, says Napoleon. Why do you say impossible? Make it possible. Because the potentiality is there. Your potentiality there in the sacrocosm, you are getting your own multi-potentiality energy is there. So once again, I am coming to you through yoga. It is easy to attain immortal life. The first thing I said to you, doing good action, good dharma, good discipline, good way of life, style of life, you can attain the luminous body. But it is only seeable. It can be seen by the animals, the living things only. But the immortal life is merging ourselves. One's body, he has to merge the body with the light of the sun. So this is the next thing. How is going? How can it possible that one should attain the light, the luminous in his body? So now we are coming to the subject. See, this body has got so many layers. Annamaya kosha, Pranamaya kosha, Manonmaya kosha, Vijnanamaya kosha, Anandamaya kosha. That is physical body, pranic body, and then spiritual body, psychic body, and bliss body we are having. We should understand these layers of the body. How could we understand the layers of the body? It could be understood, in my opinion, in my practice, in my understanding, it is only through yoga you could attain that sort of life. So, Sarya, Kriya, Yoga, and then Jnana. If you want to attain Jnana, you should get Sarya experience. And then Kriya. Sarya experience is physical body's work. And then Kriya means rituals, doing some actions to the people, merciful actions to the people. And then yoga. Yoga is done by yourself only. For your life, for your soul, you could enter into yoga, get training and practice training, and then definitely you will get the luminous body. The jnana body is the San Marga body. The jnana marga is the San Marga marga. San Marga means marga, the great path. The great path is San Marga, the permanent path, the great path. So you can attain the path only through yoga, is my opinion. See, is there anybody tried to attain the immortal life? From the very beginning, I could cite examples from the Egyptian civilization. In the people of Egypt, now you are seeing the pyramids there. In the pyramids, mummies are there. Mummies are the savapettigal. Then the corpse is there for thousands and thousands of years. Their knowledge of the alchemy of changing the body from the decomposition, he come up to the level of maintaining the body for thousands and thousands of life without life. The body is there, but there is no life. The king is there. The queen is also there. The servants are all there. The army is also there in the pyramids. Why? Because the people believed one day or other the king will come back. So he needs everything. His needs are all given there. The idea was there. Everywhere there was an idea that why can't we do that? Do we live a longer life? Can we postpone the old age? These are all the questions from the very beginning itself. Vallalar is a very simple man, very simple fact. Why do you asking question yourself? Enter into action. Enter into action. Go to the people. There your God is there. He will give you deathless life. Even Tirumular says, உண்ணும் போது ஒரு கைப்பிடி யாவர்க்குமாம் உண்ணும் போது ஒரு கைப்பிடி. Can you do that? Why can't we do that? Even in some people, they won't give put any residue in their leaves or the plates. They think that is a waste like that. But it will be a food to the ants or insects or the worms or anybody else or the sparrows. So, unnum podu oru kaipidi. When you happen to eat, you give something to others. That sort of discipline should come. So, he is a very practical man. I do not know his bhakti and all these things are apart from that. He is very particular. People are suffering from hunger, starvation. People are dying. What is the solution? That is the next revolution. This is social revolution. He is not only a spiritual revolutionist, he is a social revolutionist. So for the society, what can we do? We must give food to anybody and everybody. Tani oruvanukku unavileyeniil jagathinai adithidum. That Bharatidasan, one of the Tamil poets, he says, Ittupar, undavargal inbuttirukkaile tottupar unnanjil thondrum inbam. Ittupar. So Muruganandamadi's family comes to Karunguri, they are Ittuparkiraர்கள். They are donating. People like me, our friends, are go there and meet them. We are surprised to see that the site itself, they themselves serve the food to other people. Definitely they will attain the luminous body, the immortal life. And it is not a flattery. You and I can practice. No money is needed. Vallalar does not have a communal background. Vallalar did not have a social background. Vallalar did not have any economic background. He did not have any background at all. He is one-man army. One man has achieved these things. Give a philosophy, give a principle for all these things, for all the people, means that confidence and faith is very great. You must have in your mind that from today onwards, we must be like Vallalar. We must attain the luminous body. We must have proved that we are living in an immortal life. We are living in an immortal life because every minute man is dying from death, from fear, from angry, from love, from patience, what not. All the man is bundle of all the worst things. So you delete one by one by good discipline. So yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, and dhyana. This is Ashtanga Yoga. What is yama and niyama? Agattuimai neeral amayam, purattuimai vaimiyal kaanappadu. So external discipline and internal discipline. Very simple. That should be explained like this, I think only. What is yama and niyama? It is internal and external discipline. And next discipline is what is the next one? That is asana. Giving some, what is meant by asana? Easy, comfortable postures. It's a very simple thing. It is necessary for the man, like the senior people, the teachers, the white-collar people. But it is not necessary for a farmer. It is necessary for a manual laborer. He is naturally doing that work. He is doing yoga. All are doing yoga. Except the white-collared people, all the people are doing yoga. So that this yoga is called Raja Yoga. Those people who are thinking that living a Raja Yoga life, the Raja Yogam they are enjoying. For those people, it has been given. But now we are in the stage and the age that we should learn. Our aim is not for that. Our aim is how to attain the light, the luminous, how to attain the immortal life. That is one. So next one is yama, niyama, asana, pranayama. That is breath control. Giving training to the breath. Why giving training to the breath? In the breath itself, there is a content. It is called Jivan. It is called Pranan. It is called the life force is there. If we bring the life force, definitely the level of the mind will be improved. So for example, I will tell you, if I say, Arutperum Jodi, in the mind, alpha waves are improved, beta waves are improved. On the other hand, what are you? What are you doing that? Delta wave, gamma waves improves. When gamma and delta wave improved, what will happen? No, the skin will shrink, old age will come, teeth will be fallen, eye will be blind, hair will be, won't be hearing. But if you say Arutperum Jodi, Taniperum Karunai, everything will be get open. Because the waves, the mental waves are improved. The alpha waves, beta waves are good waves. The prana waves. So the prana shakti, the vital force can be improved by the pranic force, by the pranic exercises, by breathing exercise. It is called pranayama, not controlling, which spreading prana to all the places of that. So in order to that, we should know what are all the places, energy centers in the body. There are 6 important centers in the backbone. It is astral, it is unknown. But now the one scientist from Russia, his name is one photographer, a scientist. he had come forward and find out a photography. In that photography, it has been clearly taken up and proved that there are centers, 6 centers in the body. Kirlian photographer. His name is Kirlian. In Kirlian photography, it is vividly, it is clearly seen. The centers are there. The first center is the Mooladhara, the sacrococcygeal plexus in the body, the last one. There is sacrum. So the plexus is called sacrococcygeal plexus. It is Mooladhara in Tamil, where the entire body's potentiality is stored there. The next plexus is the pelvic prostatic plexus. The pelvic plexus, the next one is the pelvic region, associated with the genital. And then the solar plexus in the navel portion. And then the cardiac plexus in the heart portions. And then the pharyngeal, laryngeal position, the cervical position. The next one is cavernous plexus, that is in the Puru Madhya. That is where the third eye is there, where the pituitary gland is there. And the last one is the quantum jump to the pragma, where another thing is there, that is 1,000-petaled lotus. There, the illumination, the light is there. Tirumular says, Purum Arivi Uyarvarai Uchimel, Arindri Payum Arungulam Wondrundu, Ad Serindri Putta Serungudi Tamarai, Uvindri Sudan Purisadayani. In between the skull and between the pragma, there is one pond-like thing there, the Amruda. The deathless honey is there. That should, if you happen to eat that honey, you will have an immortal life. Is there any doubt in it? If you want any question, if you want to ask any question, can you ask? You can ask. Sir, any question against this? So, that honey, how good you are going to
unmute all the participants?
Hello.
Yeah, we'll go for the question now. Yeah.
Okay, sir. What is the question?
Gaurima, can we unmute all the participants so that they can ask the questions instead?
Anybody can ask the question.
Yeah. I already allowed them to unmute themselves. Yeah.
Okay. So
participants who are having a question, you can unmute, you can go for the question.
Okay. So how we are going to take the energy? That energy is called a sex energy. That is the sex energy. That sex energy is there in Mooladhara. Without the energy, you cannot do anything at all. That energy is downward looking. And 3.5 coiled, 3.5 round is coiled there, and the head of the energy is looking downward. Downward, earth, it is looking downward. If we are able to take this energy to get upward Mars, you will get all the experiences one by one. From Mooladhara, Swashisthana, Anahada, Visuddha, Manipura, Anahada, Visuddha, Abja, and Sahasrara. There is the pond. The Serindri Putta Serungudi lotus is there. That is the 1,000-petaled lotus. In the 1,000-petaled lotus, there is one illumination. That illumination, that light is called Arutperum Jyoti. The light of mercy, the light of compassion, the light of love. So what will be done? Even in a man from the marketing place, who himself is able to close his eye, he went to meditation, he will go to Himalaya. But a man who is Himalaya, he is going there and doing meditation and thinking about the dirty market. What is the use of going to Himalaya and Kedarnath, Badrinath, and all the Nath? What is there? Kanchenjunga, Dhaulagiri, Everest is there. What is the purpose? Why are you going there? Here it is. You could bring it. If you are able to control your breath, you can see all your things in your mind. Vallalar had seen that. I had seen, he says. So, now we are also, we must prepare ourselves to plunge into it. Then what is the next thing? Vallalar had done? I will tell you his 4 principles first. First of all, he has made a union. That union is called a Sangha. That is an association. He wants people to get the message, to realize, to understand. First thing he formed is an union, a Sangha. This Sangha is derived from Lord Buddha. Sangam Sharanam Gacchami. So he has taken the word from Buddha himself. The Sangha came. And then the next one is what? The Sala. Sala means free meals center. The free meals center, he has get his own training. He has stomach. You have stomach. Everybody has stomach. What the people are doing, we are taking dead animals and burying in our stomach. It is a burial ground. Whatever it is made. This could be made this funeral ground, the burial ground be made into a great temple. Without stomach, without food, nobody could live. So he framed a dharmashala, and then he goes to jnana. And then he speaks about jnana. All the people have gone out. There was none. Then one disciple called him, what happened, sir? What happened to Swamiji? Then Vallalar says, I explained the first thing, Mudalai Vivarithen. They are able to learn. They were sitting and waiting because of the food. And then next I provided them food. Everybody ate well. And then and next thing, I wanted to give them teach the enlightened jnana. Nobody was there. Even the man was not able, his sleeping was not gone out. So the saying come, whether he says or not, I do not know. Mudalai virithen, ketarhil. Idayai virithen, sapitarhil. Kadai virithen, kolluvarillai. There is none to get the knowledge. There was none to get my intelligence. There is none to get the policy and principles of the immortality. So that was the 3 things he created. And then the next, today we are celebrating this function because of, yes, he has framed a flag for his San Margam Sangha. His Sangha is San Margam Sangha. It's a great path. It's a Rajapatai. And then his Sala is a Dharmashala. And his assembly is the Jnana Sabha. At last, he framed a flag. The full flag is contained with the yellow and white. Yellow is the quarter size and white is the 1/4 is yellow and 3/4 is white. That symbols the light. That is another thing we got. So he contained a flag. And then he made a slogan. So a Kosham, Kodi, and then Sangam, Sabai. He laid the foundation for the party system in India. So he is more than Aristotle. He is more than Socrates. He is framed. Now only these people are having a Kosham, a Kodi, a Kolam, and all these things. A dress, a particular form of dress, and all these things. So Vallalar is the pioneer. He has framed the party system. He is the father of founding party system in Tamil Nadu. Such a great soul he is. And then what happened? He put a light. He showed the illumination there in the Sala. Before that, I would like to say one word about the 7 screens of Vallalar. That was my topic. I used to think about it. My research is there going on about the 6 screens. I do believe the 7 screens are nothing but the 7 bodies of man. Nothing but the 7 body. We have got all the body I have told you. Once again I tell you, the physical body, the astral body, the spiritual body, the psychic body, the cosmic body, and then nirvanic body. One by one, we have to delete one by one, one by one, one by one, one by one. We could do that. By doing good things, one will go down, and another thing, another will go down, and another thing, another. When you are fully enriched, you can see the illumination, the Arutparan Jyoti in the Sabha itself. So when he made all these things, he happened to go to Metukuppam. He happened to go to Metukuppam, and he spent a few years and practiced this yoga, the Raja Yoga. Through this Raja Yoga, he attained the life of luminous body, immortal life. What happened to him? He is there with the light. He merged himself with the light. How can we see? We can see light is everywhere. See, his name is, do you know his full name? His birth name is, the parents have given his name is Ramalinga. He himself had one name. The prefix of his name is Chidambaram. He is Chidambaram Ramalingam. Chidambaram means what? Ether is nothing. Chidambaram means nothing. It is sky. It is light. It is universe. It is cosmos. So the cosmic dance is going on in Chidambaram. Lord Nataraja is dancing without stop. The dance itself is called the cosmic dance. So his name is associated with Chidambaram, so that he was not identified with any people. If my initial is there, somebody will come and say, this man is belonging to this caste and this creed and this religion. So he has shut down all this nonsense. And then he himself had that name. So he became Chidambaram Ramalingam. And then the entire society appreciated him, celebrated him. And then the people gave him Vallalar, a man of charity, a man of love, a man of affection, a man of selflessness. That means Vallalar. So the people gave him the name. So now the full name is Chidambaram Ramalinga Vallalar. So now Vallalar stands because it is the need of the, it is our need of the hour. What we want? We want food. We have to protect people. We have to protect all the people. How we are going to protect? Through the Bhakti Marga, through the Jnana Marga, or through the religion? In what way you are going to protect all these people? But he has given the easiest way to protect himself. Pasittiru, Tanittiru, Vidittiru. In Tamil Nadu, in all the places, the government has used this term. But this term is contributed by Vallalar. The credit goes to Vallalar. He is a foreseer. He is a jnani. A day will come and then it will be used, he knows. For every 2000 years, a saint comes to the world. Every 2000 years, a pralaya comes to this world. Every 2000 years, the calamities, natural calamities, earthquake, volcano, and the death, and this dangerous sickness, diseases, all are coming. At that time, the people like Vallalar will come. If everybody is prepared to face that thing, he is a Vallalar. If everybody is ready to take the Muladhara Shakti to Sahasrara, he will be a Vallalar. Where is Vallalar? Muladhara is the ocean. Pragma is the pond, is Vadalur. This Muladhara is Kadalur. The Pragma is Vadalur. If you are able to compress the power of the Kama or the Vadalur, Kadalur to the Kadalur, Vadalur, Jnana, then you will find a Vallalar. If you or I are able to do this practice, so people are telling Vallalar will come and give his darshan when Vadalur becomes Kadalur, or Kadalur becomes Vadalur. So that is the logic. That is my interpretation, my opinion. So now we are capable. Everybody is capable. He has given 6,000 songs. A single man, 6,000 songs about the living beings. How we should love. The laws, rules, and regulations were given. So Nitya Odukam, Anma Odukam, Jiva Odukam, Prana Odukam, everything has been given, but we are not able to go into it. Everything is there. So we must prepare, we the members at least must prepare. We should attain a deathless body, a mortal, immortal life we should live. How we should live? We must be affectionate. We must be Etunayum, Vedamurad, Irithal. Then if we come to arrive the conclusion, there will be no corona, no swine fever, no chikungunya, no cholera, nothing will be here. But Vallalar, people, we people, the disabled, the members of San Margam should take the things to the people and explain them and give them. Mere teaching is not sufficient. We should live. We should live as Vallalar himself. So Vallalar he is not, because he is not dead. He is here. He is everywhere. He is in the Akash. He is in the light. He is in the water. He is in the earth. Then you will also be like that. You need not search for him. It is your duty to practice San Margam, to practice Arutparanjodi. So the Arutparanjodi, if you say, what will happen to you? Tiruvong, the first song sung by Vallalar in the age of 9. Is it possible? Even miracles are going on. But a man from a remote village, from Marudur man, he sings a song at the age of 9. His first song is Tiruvong, all the fortunes you gain, all the properties will come unto you, all the fame and name will come unto you, all the life you will have a Maranamila Peruval. Tiruvong, Punniya Chayalongi, Anbarul, Tiralong, Selvamonga, Cherry Wongi, Aruvonga, Nirevana, Inbum, Tavindonga, Rudite. Maruongu Shangamala Malarongu Vanamonga Valar Garune Mayamongior Varamongu Dalamuda Vayamongi Ananda Vadivahi Ungiana Uruongum Unarvinere Uliongum Wongumail Undongia Uirkum Ura Wongu Ninbadaman Ulamongi Valamonga Wihendranal and the Nal Taru Wongu Senail Kanda Hotatul Valar Talam Mungu Kanda Vele Tanmugatu Yamani, Unmugachayumani, Shanmugatayumani. What is meant by Shanmugam, Tanmugam, and Unmugam? It is another topic, it will be dealt with later. There are so many Navamani is here, but Vallalar says Tirumani. Three manis, triple manis. Shanmugam, Tanmugam, Unmugam, Shaivamani. The very 9th year, he gives a philosophy. People are not able to think, they are not able to imagine about it. So, first thing he says, you say Arutparanjodi Taniparangarunai Mahamantra, Tiruvongum, life le Tirurugum. You will be the happiest man in the world. You will be given a very good chance in your family life, in the social life, in the political life, in the economic life. You will be identified. Tiruvongum. Punniya Chayalongum, charity will be. If you say Arutparanjodi, the Arutparanjodi itself will give you pave the path to do good things. Because now Prasad is doing 360 days Prasadam to all the people. It's a charity. Mr. Shaktivelu, the secretary of our association, every month is doing that. Mr. Shaktivelu, the family members of San Margam, is doing charity for anywhere and everywhere. So I am so proud of having all my friends of saying being in San Margam and doing charitable work and trying. They are not trying for immortal life, because immortal life will come unto them. It is not necessary for me to go and seek for where is immortal life? What is immortal life? How I could get a deathless body? It is not necessary for me. If I do charity, if I love others, my body definitely will be an luminous body. Why should what doubt comes against you? It is not necessary. So do good always. That is the principle. So Tiruvongu Punniya Chailongi Anbarul Tiral Wongu Selvamungu, energetic. You will be young, energetic, enthusiastic. If you say Arutparinjodi, because it is not only Maga Mantra, it is pranayama. It is pranayama. See, if you are able to face ஈராறு கால் கொண்டு எழுந்த புறவியை பேராமல் கட்டி பெருதும் வல்லார்க்கு திருமந்திரம் ஈராறு கால் கொண்டு எழுந்த புறவியை பேராமல் கட்டி பெருதுண்ண வல்லார்க்கு நீராயிரம் ஆண்டும் நிலமாயிரம் ஆண்டும் பேராது யாக்கை பிரானந்தியானையே. If you control, you are able to control your body, through the pranayama, you could live நீராயிரம் ஆண்டு நிலமாயிரம் ஆண்டு. At least 500 years. A fish, a turtle, ஆமை, கடல் ஆமை, that lives 400 years because it does only four breaths per hour. So he lives 400 years. If you control yourself, you could live without a question 400 years. Is it necessary for us to live with this body for 400 years? No, we want luminous body. We would be helpful to the people. Light means it gives light to the entire room, entire house. So just like that, we will be the light, just like the lady of the lamp, the man of the lamp, we will be the light of the society. So I think it is time for question. I hope it will be concluded. So my dear friends, once again I extend my thanks to the people in Australia. From Australia, they are doing San Margam. Everywhere I used to say like this. Even Muruganandam speaks in the voice of Vallalar. My wife, her name is Damamani teacher. She felt that, sir, how the voice itself is so tender. The Muruganandam's voice, his wife is speaking like this. I said, they are chanting Arutparinjodi. Naturally, there will be tenderness. There will be Iram in it. The Iram is there. So this opportunity is a grave opportunity for me. I don't say I don't find time to do all these things because my life itself I have dedicated to read, write, and see a new thing, whether it is good or bad. Somebody you speak, speak. Somebody you cut off your speech. I don't care about it. I am telling about Vallalar, Arutpa. I am reading Arutpa for more than 50 years. Now only I am able to understand the meaning for a few lines. These are all my own interpretations. So I proudly say that I am a student of Vallalar. As a student of Vallalar, I pray for you, all of you. Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodi, Tanipperum Karunai, Arutperum Jodi, Arutperum Jodiyum, Aanmaneyamum, Iru Nidhi Kuviyalum, Inbamum Petru, வாழிய வாழி வளம் பெற வாழ்க வளமுடன் வாழ்க வையகம். வாழ்த்துக்கள். நன்றி. Questions? Is that time?
Thank you very much. Now we are going for question and answer.
Sir?
From participants, if you have any questions, you can unmute yourself. You can ask the questions.
Okay, sir. So if it is time, I will say a few pictures. This is.
There is a question. Yeah, there is a question. We'll go for the question.
Okay.
Yeah. We can say number 336. That's what displayed. Can you please unmute yourself? You can ask the question now.
Oh. I'm not able to understand, sir. What is that?
No.
Nandri. I am able to hear. I am able to hear. Come on.
I'm thanking you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ayya. Thank you very much.
Thank you. It is the voice of Vallalar. Thank you. Thank you. Nandri. In Tamil, You could ask question in Tamil also. Nandri, Nandri, Nandri.
Aya, I have a question.
சொல்லுங்கம்மா.
இந்த நீங்க யோகா மாஸ்டர்ங்கறனால நான் இந்த क्वेश्चन கேக்குறேன்.
கண்டிப்பா.
பிரீதிங் வந்து எப்படி பண்ணணும்? இந்த இவங்க சொன்ன கோடி எல்லாத்துக்குமே பேசிக்கா நம்ம பாடி ரெடி ஆகணும் இல்லையா? இந்த பிரீதிங் क्वेश्चन வந்து எப்படி பண்ணணும்? ஏன்னா நான் வந்து சிலருக்கு ஷேர் பண்ணும்போது கரெக்டான சயின்டிபிக் இன்ஃபர்மேஷனோட ஷேர் பண்ணேன்னா அது நிறைய பேருக்கு யூஸ்ஃபுல்லா இருக்கும். ஸோ என்னுடைய பெட்டர் கிளாரிஃபிகேஷனுக்காக பிரீதிங் எப்படி பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு நான் தெரிஞ்சுக்கணும் அப்படின்னு.
நன்றி. Very good question. I always like question. It is a very good question, a basic question. Breathing, what the ratio is scientifically? Ratio is 1:4:2:1. 1:4:2:1. ஏறுதல் பூரகம் ஈரட்டு வாமத்தால், ஆறுதல் கும்பகம் 64, ஊறுதல் ரேசகம் 32, மாறுதல் ஒன்றின் கண் வஞ்சகம் ஆமே. 16 counts if you inhale, you have to retain 64 counts. 1:4. Suppose if you are able to inhale 4 counts, how many counts you have to retain? If your inhalation is 4, how many counts? 4, 16, 4, 1:4. 16 counts you have to retain. So, Puraham means inhalation. Inhalation is 4, retention is 16, exhalation is 8. 2. 1:4:2. 4 count இழுத்து 16 கவுண்ட் நிறுத்தி 8 கவுண்ட் விட்டீங்கன்னா ஒரு பிராணாயம். ஸோ 1:4:2. இப்போ 16 கவுண்ட்ஸ் இழுத்து 64 கவுண்ட்ஸ் நிறுத்தி 32 கவுண்ட்ஸ் வெளியில விட்டீங்கன்னா திஸ் இஸ் த ஃபுல் பிராணாயாமா, யோகிஸ் பிராணாயம்.
இதுக்கப்புறம் ஒரு கேப் இருக்கணும் இல்லையா அடுத்த சைக்கிள் ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு?
எஸ், பிகாஸ் இன்னொன்னு இருக்குது பாஹிர் கும்பகம்னு, அதுக்கெல்லாம் நம்ம போக வேண்டாம். இது அந்தர் கும்பகா, இன்னொன்னு பாஹிர் கும்பகா. யுவர் கொஸ்டின் இஸ் வெரி குட் கொஸ்டின். இழுக்கிறது 4, உள்ள அடக்கிறது 16, வெளியில விடுறது 8. சிம்பிளா போக போக யூ குட் இம்ப்ரூவ் பண்ணிட்டு போகும். அப்படி ஒரு முகங்கள்லாம் நீங்க இப்போதைக்கு எப்படி இருக்கீங்களோ என் முன்னாடி ரொம்ப அழகா காட்சி அளிக்கிறீங்க, இதே மாதிரி இருப்பீங்க நீங்க. ஓகே, தேங்க்யூ வெரி மச் ஃபார் யுவர் கொஸ்டின்.
Any other question from anyone?
இல்ல, அவங்க சொல்லிட்டு அவரு சொல்லுவார்ல கடைசியில் கன்க்ளூஷன்.
Okay, thank you very much for your time today, and we really enjoyed your hour-long speech. Thank you very much for your time to be with us today in this auspicious day. Thank you.
Thank you. Say so kind.
Now we are moving on to our next Vicharam speech. This is from one of our senior most San Margam.
Thank you.
Dr. Umabudi Somaya. He is a mechanical engineer by profession. He has worked in aero engine development MiG-25, and currently he is an author for a monthly journal, Deepaniri, and he has written so many books about Sutta San Margam and Vallalar's principles. And now he's going to give a speech on Vallalar is a scientist. So since he's from a science background, he wants to explore the Sutta San Margam principles in a scientific way. Now we are,
Thank you, Mr. Is it audible?
Yes, I am. We are able to hear you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி. With the due respect to Vallalar and also his followers in the country as well as the abroad, and for the organizers and viewers of this program, really I am thankful to you. The topic given to me is Vallalar is a scientist. How far it is acceptable? Mr. Muruganathan, can you tell me to what time I can go? Because now it is already we are running behind schedule, I think.
Yes, sir. We can go for 45 minutes speech, then 15 minutes Q&A.
Okay, 13:45. Okay, sir. Done. So accordingly, I will program it. Actually, in one train, a church bishop was traveling. In one station, a young gentleman entered. Then in the same coupe, he happened to travel. By seeing that man, this young man asked, "Sir, why do you do all this work in church and all those things? I am a scientist. You can also do so many things to the country. Why should you do all these things?" Keeping quiet. Then for some more time he was talking about himself. Then he wanted to get out. So he came out of it. While going, that young man gave a card to the other man. Then he asked for his card. So that man gave him a card. So that card was reading as Thomas Alva Edison, an inventor of more than 100 inventions. So the people of the whole country, the whole world thinks these are two different subjects. But in fact, it is not. These things cannot come unless the creator is there. These people cannot create anything. And maybe one or two may be thinking so, but it is not fact. So again, there are so many instances like that. In India also, all these people are branded as philosophers. What is philosophy? Philosophia, they open it up. Search for wisdom. Wisdom from where it comes. And the final conclusion is still vague only. It may be proved wrong the next day. So, but in the scientist's case, it is not so. When that day, if you put on the switch, the light will glow. Even today, even a child put on a switch, it will glow. So that will be always existing. So that's called Sat in our language. So Sat means it will be ever existing. So Satya Sangam. So that is the reality. So in our case, that Saint Vallalar's working is totally printed. People buy it. They kept it in the prayer room. They do all puja for it and they will come out. They will not read. Fortunate I am. I read it. And I could find a lot of treasure in that. I will tell any number of time he is a great scientist. Scientist means today's requirements are he must have an observatory or a laboratory or so many research books, theses, meetings, explanation, paper he has got to submit, all those things. In those days, it was not there. And there was no equivalent scholars also to accept what is being invented by him, what is being done by him. There was no person to do it also. So under that, I would like to rather reinstate that he is a great scientist. One or two in this viewing people may not agree with that, but please be with me till the end so that you can finally decide whether this way or that way, right? Yeah, what is science? A continuous effort for the self-development and also for the society. That is science. If you ask me, or anybody for that matter, where from you come, anybody can tell. But can anybody tell what for you come? What for we came to the earth? If that question is asked, who can answer? It is not belonging to philosophy. It is totally science. What for you have come to the earth? If the question is asked, how many of us can give the answer? Or at least, okay, after that, where are you going? One day the life will go up. Where you are going? If the question is asked, that also is not known to anybody for that matter. Why 1 or 2? Anybody for that matter. So, we may even go to other, moon also. Like great Neil Armstrong. He landed in moon. Came back when he was alive. Now where is he? It's buried. What do you mean by that? Why to bury? He went so much distance. He has seen other planet also. Then why you should be buried? What has happened? What is meant by that? Death. Why it should happen? If we are asking, even today there is no an intellectualized question on that subject. So if the topic is open, people will run away because they are not finding any answer for it. So all these things, can we ever exist? That's what the mission of your current organization. That's what your current organization says, isn't it? So the Society of Immortal Subject. Is it possible? So as some time back it was told that immortality, there are 2 parts here. One is body, other one is soul. So the immortality is only to the body. Soul cannot be destroyed. It has no mortality at all. Under that, if you accept it, there is a possibility of going towards it a little bit. Actually, this body, if you take, the age of this is from my date of birth. Whereas, this is only for the body. What about the soul which I have got inside? The age of that soul for all is 250 million years. It is 250 million years. It would have come up, unless the philosophy or the thesis or whatever you call it as, the rebirth concept is acceptable. You can enter into this subject. Otherwise, there is no benefit out of it. Unless rebirth concept is accepted, there is no meaning in talking about this subject. In many religions, it is not there, or we don't know really very deep on that, but in this, it is available. So we are going as per that. So in this case, we also cross, as people were telling previously, they were talking from morning onwards. They were talking stages like Irul, Marul, Tirul, Arul, all those things. So really, what is it if we asked, because of the time shortage, whether it is a mango seed or a goat or whatever it is there, or a man, up to the ripening stage or reproduction stage, all are common. A mango tree will yield fruit one day. So also to a goat, so also to a man. Up to this is common. Beyond that, only the man can talk something about knowledge or sixth sense or whatever it is there. So this question or this activity is going towards, it is one of the science or knowledge or wisdom or whatever we call it as. So this knowledge, it develops and do what? He develops that. We call it as in this thing as arivu, that is jiva arivu, then mana arivu. So for that mind, it has got its own limitation. So with that, what he does, maybe he would have taken a doctorate or whatever it is there. So it is right from, it may be a labor knowledge, it may be a bookish knowledge, it may be a training knowledge, it may be a flying knowledge, teaching knowledge, governing knowledge, leading knowledge, invention knowledge, spiritual knowledge, and so on. But after knowing all these things, with that knowledge, what we are doing, if you ask, we either converting it as money, because your invention or whatever it is there, we can only convert it as money, or create a huge brand name, or property, or pleasure, or asset, or for achieving power. So this knowledge, this mind, mana arivu, with that where we are going is simple. We go only up to the level of attaining one of these things and stopping it there, converting it as money, and then forget about it. There is one more thing that is supposed to be known as grace knowledge or arul arivu. We stop at mana arivu. The limitation is there only our mind knowledge, not beyond that. You should know, or this subject teaches arul arivu. It's a grace knowledge. It has, of course, many branches. And if you go in that only, we will be in a position to think about the omnipotent and deathlessness. What is the deathlessness? We told already, the soul will not die. It will not die. It is immortal only. Only the body. So now we'll have to safeguard the body. How to do it? What do you mean by deathlessness? Is it to keep the same body for 100 years, 100,000 years or million years as it is? Whether it is capable of existing as it is? I don't know what is the motivation of this center or this association. But there, suppose some clarity is there, it will be better, because immortal body means with the same body, the same gray hair, with a lot of shrinkages. I have come to that level. So this with this I will go broken teeth or defective lungs or bypass heart. I will be there for 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. That is going to be immortal. Or having got this body, we know what is the significance of this, what is the purpose of this, and we should thank that body for having led us to this level, and then we must thank it and say, because of you, in this birth, I am able to come to this level, to know the Almighty, to know the latest position and make it endless, because it is a compound of 5 rings. Here, water, fire, air, and space or ether, whatever they call it as, plus the soul, plus the deeds. Now the problem is only with the deeds. If the deed is liberated from that soul, automatically you are free. That's called liberation of the soul. But we can't do it because it is right from the birth. It has got its own background. It will take some more time. We are running short of time. So, under that circumstances, we would like to tell, we would like to discuss that the deathlessness is nothing but seeing this body is just dissolved into the air. That is what we are supposed to understand. But no, we have to retain this body as it is only. We can't live. It will not function for many years. It has got wear and tear. There is a clear say by Vallalar in his Agaval, and the life of a man is decided by Kanam. He will say, what is it? That is, the lifespan of one is already fixed in root support. It is capable of working to that much capacity only. See, in an automobile, if you take a small two-wheeler, you have got a piston. It is supposed to go within the cylinder to an extent of some 80,000 million strokes. Afterwards, it will get cracked. You will have to change it. Like that, we have got all these parts. It is subject to wear and tear. It will be even a building or whatever it is there. It is having used this thing, it will have wear and tear. It cannot exist. So, the Vallalar's method was that in that case, Vallalar would have been there even now. What he has done, that he says, Irandari Kadige Narge, or 1 hour, he has turned his body and made it to dissolve in the air. That is first step. Jyoti, 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 Arul. This body is to be made as Arul. Then Jyoti, 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 Shivam. Soul has got to be made as Shivam. That should be light. This should be air, because this is the next ring. All other things, it should not fall down on the ground. It should not be cremated. It should not be dissolved into the water. You should not make it like that. It is inferior. So, that immortality or the definition for that is really, I am not able to understand the society's object. I am not able to, I am not a competent man to talk about it. But Vallalar's deathlessness is seeing this body is dissolved into the air. Even yoga's ultimate aim is supposed to be dissolve yourself into the air from which you are originated. Where from you are originated, it is called, that is called ambalam. Means light. That is in the form of sperm. From there we start. Then pal, that is in the, we have got the soul under the skull. That is in a small crescent-like vessel it is placed. That is pal. Then comes again means going to the space out. So it comes from light, exists, that is from there it comes here. Then pirappu, iruppu, irappu, that goes out. Whereas that soul, if it is going to the space or the valley, because it has got deed, it has got to take birth. If that has got no deed, it is liberated. No, something is sitting on that. So where that is getting reconciled is to be seen if at all this process is supposed to be okay. So that ambalam, they call it as, that is the formula of generating this body or any other even lives, livings or whatever you call. But so far on this earth, millions of postmortems have been taken place in anatomy. But none of the people could say, yes, I have operated this body, I have opened it up in this place. In that place it is supposed to be there, but that soul is not there. And it has escaped through this path. Any postmortem reveal this? Do they know where is soul? No. They don't know. But we are still searching, researching. But for soul, there is no answer in anatomy, but only in spiritualism. It is very clearly told, not now, even 5,000 years back. Where is it? Under this, behind this, above this, and in front of this. That is soul. And that is being safeguarded by one particular, out of the breathing air that is forming 10 different gases, out of which one Dhananjayan is safeguarding that. Soul. So the formula of this, when anatomy is not able to find out what is soul itself, what is its form? It is in light form. What is the size of that? Vallalar says, if you ask me, who are you? I am a small atom, not even an atom, it is a small atom, he says. Very clearly he says. When that is the case, even the anatomy is not able to find out what is supposed to be the soul, where it is, what form it is, nothing is known to them. If any of you know that, I am ready to hear that. It is not there. So that's why still they are searching after that. But in spiritualism, at least for 5,000 years, we are talking, yes, it is there. But this is not valued. And Vallalar very clearly says, from north and west, some may come and tell you that this is what this is. You will listen then, but you will not listen me if I say from here. He says very clearly on that. So under that, if you take this particular subject, if you take, we can explain that object of this association is to make this body immortal. How to make it immortal? There are 16 stages out of it. After 12, anybody can come. From stage 13, it is very difficult. That stage 13 is called Yema Siddhi. Stage 13 is called Yema Siddhi. That means you must have the body transformed into a transparent body that cannot be taken by any photograph. There is no shadow. Vallalar could not be taken a photo by any photographer. They have tried several times because the light was penetrating through his body. Is it possible? When the whole body is made of opaque material, how it can be transformed is a question. Now, you know how they make the transparent glass. Many of you know, because this is basic science. And, before school final, this is being taught. So there are mainly 3 ingredients. That is silicon oxide, SaO2, or sand they call it as. The other one is calcium carbonate. That is nothing but limestone. The other one is sodium carbonate. We call it as soda ash. These 3 are the main ingredients, and 94% of this is contributed by calcium carbonate, CaCO3. Right? Then it has 2 more catalysts. That is aluminum oxide and magnesium oxide, called dolomite and feldspar. Now, this is the real glass. Every day we are making millions of tons. Now, we have to, that's why Vallalar always says a glass, this thing, gundu, we call it as velakku. Inside we have an earthen lamp. Then outside you put the glass and then watch from that. What is the philosophy behind it? Why not you put some other thing? As from ancestors' candle, nothing has been told. Why? Because it has got a theory behind it. This glass, you must know, through which what we are seeing is this. So, in his lifetime also, so many times he has talked about mirror and glass and other things. Now, what is happening? This is called macrocosm. This is macrocosm, this is microcosm. This is micro, elsewhere is all other things are macrocosm. There is a clear understanding, all scientists approve, whatever exists in this body is existing in the earth, If something is not in the body, that is not existing there also. I think this, most of you know about it. No question of asking, is there any doubt and all those things. Nobody will have doubt on this. This is a proven statement. So in that case, you too have these three elements in your body: silicon, mud, calcium carbonate, and sodium carbonate. In Vallalar's Nitya Odukam, he says, morning you must take, very first line he says in his work, Nitya Karma Vidhi, very first thing he says is, morning and noon you must take betel leaf, betel nut and lime. He says very clearly on this. That means you must take more lime after lunch. What is lime? Nothing but calcium carbonate. You enrich your body for years so that the calcium carbonate in your body already it is being taken away by the bones, etc. The bone weight in a body is around 15% of any man's weight, normal. So that enriching that calcium carbonate is suggested by him. See, I am not telling anything. For all I have got proof. So I am trying to prove that first stage, stage number 13, EMS Siddhi, are transforming your body into a transparent body. And it is not 500 years or 1000 years back. It is 150 years back. No photographer could take a photo because the light was passing through it. Now, this whatever calcium carbonate or magnesium oxide or other things, it is all opaque. It is not transparent. You can take photo. Now, all these opaque things put together in a furnace, raising the temperature, is making a product which is transparent. So also you are in your body, all these opaque parts, because whatever in this chemicals or whatever we talked about it is available in this, only shortage is calcium carbonate, that you enrich it in your food system. That is from the beginning, in the morning and afternoon, you take more calcium carbonate. Then where is the catalyst for it? That is called that our great Tudulai and Karisalankanni, we call it. Isn't that? That in Latin they call it as that tri-lobed nightshade or whatever it is there. That is Tudulai. Then other one is Karisalankanni. That is Eclipta. So those things put together, it is going. Now the stages which is passing through this particular glass making is passing through 6 stages. That is melting and refining, float bath, coating, annealing, inspection, cutting. Here in the center, this body center, the same 6 stages we have. So the heat is generated from a root support. This is called Supta Ushnam or endothermic heat. It is not generated by any burning carbon or something like that. It is endothermic heat. The blower is our inhalation. It blows and then creates endothermic heat, and this process is taking place. So Vallalar very clearly says calcium carbonate, Tudulai, Karisalankanni, or whatever we call it as that Eclipta and that Trilo Solanium. So what is happening there? Now this 6 stages it crosses. Even that we call it as that 6 wheels. Muladharam, Swadhishtanam, Manipurakam, Anakakam, Visuddhi, Agnya. This is not in anatomy. These are all just already fitted within our spinal cord. So this takes care of, that is also 6 stages. You know it. Now, then after melting, what is happening? The slag, because calcium carbonate with sulfuric acid and all, that carbonate has got to be eliminated, that is refining. Now in this process, what is happening? The refining of human is through what? Compassion. It is compassion, or rather the benevolence, are called karunya. By that you quench it. Refine all the slack. Because we very clearly say those three elements in olden days language, they were calling it as anavam, karmam, maya, or egoism, moral action, and illusion. These are to be, because these are the screen or opaque material. Now, that is, if you get rid of it, it is true. It is true. That's what the process, because he says, and here he says, and here he says, he talks about the lamp within a glass wall, all those things. So that endothermic heat is enough to see. It's not 98.4. It is beyond that. That's Sutta Ushnam. You can go through all these things. It is very clearly told how to generate it on all those. And sometimes Vallalar says, Enne Vedita Yendani Anbe. It is a total chemical conversion. Enne Vedita, it is chemical action. You can't revert it. So that he says very clearly, it is a chemical change, not physical change. That is also very clear. 10 minutes. Now, that after the transparent stage, that is stage 13, the stage 14 is called deathlessness. Unless you cross this, you can't go to stage 14. That is deathlessness. Saga Kalvi. Then 15th stage is Tattva Nigraham. That is, you have to shed all your attachments. Totally detachment from anything on the earth. That is Tattva Nigraham, means you get rid of it. Total detachment. Then comes Ammaya Madal. That is nothing but a oneness, or diffusing yourself into it, or dissolve yourself into which from you are originated, is clearly being told by him. That is stage 16. Now, there should be a clarity. That is, I was telling, whether body should be left as it is and exist forever, or it should be dissolved in the air, is coming here. This is what we have to. When diffusing yourself means that is Ammaya Madal, one stage is there. That is applicable for the body also. So if you are really accepting that godliness or omnipotent or whatever you call it as, this has got to be accepted. That is diffusing. You must dissolve yourself into which from you are originated. That's what we are going to, that's what is very clear. So if you take care of that, if you take care of this, this is very clear on this. And in that, if you say, the soul has got to be diffused into it, body also to be dissolved in the air, is what we have to be very clear about it. And what is that diffusion? The regular atom from radium or sodium, radium or barium, whatever we call it as, if that is being split, what is happening? The definition is, it is giving 1,000 crore suns light is seen. 1000 kodi surya pragasam. That is a statement. That is the external atom. If the internal body's atom, that soul, is diffused, what is the outcome is Arut Pragasa. That is why he is called Arut Pragasa Vallalar. When he was in Chennai, he was called Ramalingam. When he was in Chidambaram, he was called Paradesi, Ramalinga Paradesi. When he was in Vadalur, he was called Vallalar. When he went to Metukuppam and attained this stage, he was called as Arut Pragasam. Other one is Anu Pragasam, Surya Pragasam. But the body's atom, when it is diffused, that is Arut Pragasam. That's why he is called Thiru Arut Pragasa Vallalar. It is fully named. Under that reason, if you take, this is possible as per him, because out of 5,817 poems in many places. Now it is science. He knows only one science or what? No, he has got 100 science. I can tell. I'm running short of time. So I can give many examples. 10 minutes. See, there is a poem. Akachi. What does it say? வானத்தின் மீது மயிலாட கண்டேன் மயில் குயில் ஆச்சுதடி. The peacock was dancing in the space or sky, and that has turned as a cuckoo, a quail. He sings this. What will any peacock dance in the sky, or at least on a tree branch? Only in the ground. Then how he writes? வானத்தின் மீது மயிலாட கண்டேன். This மயில் is this peacock is almost seen world over. So everybody knows this peacock. No peacock will dance in sky or not even on the branch of a tree. Then how we can write it? Anybody questioned it? But that day this was not explained because nothing was known. So people are praying something like this. It is internal. This is inside. It is peacock. And when I close my eye, I got so many things are there. This is what philosopher says. I get so many colors if you close the eye. Right? What is the theory behind it is today, not even today, in 1950s, the televisions came. What is being now seen in Sharjah, the cricket match? The sound speed and light speed is different. So the light speed is almost 3,000 kilometers per second. The sound can travel only 300 meters per second. 300 meters, and that is 3,000 kilometers. How simultaneously we are able to see that scene and also hear that sound? And the commentators comments. How is it possible? From there, how it comes simultaneously? Nothing but the man who generates it, that sound energy is impressed upon or put it on the light, and that is being transmitted to the inside, and from there we are bringing it down, decoding it, and then it is turning as quill. It is so is very clear because the sound alone is very slow. So that mile is nothing but the light. It has got so many colors. So that light transmitted along with that sound wave goes there and comes back, and in the same time we are getting that. So this is mile kuil achidadi. That peacock, that color is turning as the sound. Till 50, this has no answer. There are hundreds of things which is yet to be proved. I have no time. That is the reason. I can give a dozen example. I have written a couple of books on this, and because the time is running short, I'm not able to say that. If you got the time, I will say. So there is one concept. I will tell you one more. In Mahadeva Malay, poem number 25, he says very clearly, Vane, Vanulu Katre, Katril Varuneripe, Nerpur Nirvadive, Niril Tan Ayum Puvie, Apuvil Tangum Tabarame, Sangamame, like that he goes. That means when the earth was formed, nobody was there to witness really how this was formed. But approximately which ring, that is, which is first, space is first, fire is first, which is first, nobody knows. We can say, we can infer, but authenticity is not there. Vallalar says very clearly that Vane, certainly it is space. Then Van Ulavum Katre, air was spinning, gas is spinning. Then in that, Kartril Varunerupe, from outside the fire entered. Then Nirupuru Nirvadive, from that water has come up. And then the earth has come. That's what the song says. It was not known to us. Now, in 16th to 22nd July 1994, or in 1992, they have invented a comet called Shoemaker-Levy. And after 2 years, it crashed into a planet called Jupiter on 22nd June 94, after 2 years. Now what the scientist says, that gases were spinning is nothing but nitrogen and hydrogen gas. This is only Jupiter. That is only inert gas. Hydrogen is very active gas, but nothing was happening. Almost 400 crore years. Now Shoemaker-Levy has entered with fire. That is the reason. It is likely to form water because it has got oxygen. Already hydrogen is existing. Water has got to form, if not today, at least after a million years. It is a must. That's what the scientist says. He says that day, till that incident happens up to 1994, we were only praying that. Because Vallalar told, we will pray. We will have so many inclinations. But these are the signs. It is proved. Then he says in his Jodi Padal, Jodi, Jodi, Jodi Swayam. We only pray and conclude all our San Margam program only with the Jodi Padal. What is Jodi, Jodi, Jodi? First Jodi is nothing but the star. All stars put together, he says first Jodi. And the prime one is the Dhruva Nakshatram, or what we call it as North Star. North Star. Our Earth is 23 degrees inclined. Where it is towards the North Star. It is causing the magnetic effect, electromagnetic effect. Without that, there is no Earth. First, not only that, other stars. That is first. It has got its own. Now also the invention is, they say very clearly, 87 stars are only ruling and dominating the Earth's position. First star. I can tell so many things. The second star is nothing but the sun. The third one is called the comet. Why? Because today the Earth is formed like this. Where from we got silver? Where from we got gold, iron, zinc, all these things? Where from we got it? It were all in different form, asteroids and the comets. It crashed millions of years back, and that's why wherever it fell down, we are able to get that gold or silver or whatever it is that only in that place. Why it is not in other places? Why? Because that is a particular mass, only in that place it is available. But having not fallen that, today even grass also we can't see because it is having copper content, iron content, zinc content, everything. Unless these things happen, nothing can form. So he says that is the third star. And likewise, the next star, next star, next star. Like that, all those things have been very clearly clarified. So why I am telling is Vama Jyoti, Soma Jyoti, all those things are there. Another 3 minutes. So like that. So that is external Jyoti thing. The internal Jyoti, Jyoti, Jyoti. That is through this root support, the body heat and this heat, we are going to make this body as grace body. That Arul Udambu, Jyoti, 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 Arul. The next one is called Jyoti, 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 Shivam. The soul has got to be turned as light with these three skull. That is what Jnana Sabai. Then he says, Vama Jyoti is sun. Soma Jyoti is moon. Vana Jyoti is space. Jnana Jyoti is wisdom, Jnanam. Maga Jyoti is potent. Yoga Jyoti is fire. Vada Jyoti is a drive. Everything is driven because it has got to be done. Now the time is driving us. I have no time. So Nada Jyoti is sound. Yema Jyoti is light. Vyoma Jyoti is whole. Existing everywhere. Yer Jyoti is power. Vir Jyoti is unbound. Eka Jyoti is the beginning. Eka Jyoti is one. Eka Jyoti is only one. Eka Jyoti is the end. Adi Nidhi Vedane is the truth. Firstborn judge. Adal Nidu Padane is the kinetic. Just by lifting the left leg, the whole atoms are being spun and the earth is being, or the total whole world is getting done. So both livings as well as the external world, this Jyoti Padal is thanking both, because unless that is there, we would not have come. Having come, we should thank that also and pray him, is what Jodi Padal says. And it is totally science. It is not a simple worshipping. We are not interested in that. We are scientists. We are scientists, please. So that is the condition. We have to accept it. So I think what Mr. Muruganandam has given me, the time is over. So I don't know if you got any question. If you are permitted with the time, I am prepared. Sir? It's big. It's very bad.
Thank you very much, Aya. It was, thank you very much. It was really scientific, full of information.
Yeah.
We'll get into question and answer session.
Okay.
Move on to the participants.
Yeah.
Anyone you have a question, you can unmute yourself. You can go for the questions now.
Maybe tired, long
Sir, I have a question.
Please.
Could you please repeat only those gases names again, please?
Which gases?
And the gases பேர் மட்டும் சொல்ல முடியுமா? நீங்க சொன்னீங்களே அந்த வரிசையா கால்சியம்ல இருந்து நீங்க ஆரம்பிச்சீங்கல்ல அந்த எலிமெண்ட்ஸ் பேர் மட்டும் திரும்ப ஒரு தடவை சொல்ல முடியுமா?
It is nothing but that is calcium carbonate, silicon oxide.
Calcium carbonate you explained, right? Just
other one is silicon oxide.
Silicon oxide, okay.
That is sand. Other one is sodium carbonate. But soda ash. So what is required for the glass is very clear. It is nothing but calcium oxide only it wants. Carbonate is that carbon is to be eliminated.
It's getting converted. Got it.
Yeah, that calcium oxide alone required for glass making. And the certain extent sulfuric acid they add, bring it out as a slag and then remove. So in the body it has got to be done as these three things: illusion, what we call it as, adavam, karma, maya, we call it as. So those to be those are the when this process is going. So now we have to, because it is a chemical, it is possible. Because already it is a microcosm, these chemicals are already available. You have to enrich only the calcium carbonate because that is only having shortage. That's why if you see this Vallalar's
book, yeah, got it.
So in this very clearly says, காலையில் சிறிதளவும் பகலில் அதிகமாகவும் சுண்ணாம்பை பயன்படுத்தவும். That means enrich your calcium carbonate level in the body for a span of at least 10-15 years. This should be taken place between 2 and 40 years. So if that has been done, it is possible to achieve. But all we people are only putting this thing college, this thing degree, employment. So we are not, why we could not, none of them could, or none of us could go there, because we are more interested in putting our children in some this thing, take mark, go employ and all those things. So this, after crossing, after becoming like me, when people come to this place, they can't practice it. That is the whole problem. That is the problem. That is the problem.
Got it.
The other two things are that catalyst, that is magnesium oxide and that aluminum oxide, the feldspar, what we call it as dolomite. Those are the catalysts for it. And other things like sulfuric acid they add. Transformation of that is Yamasiddhi, that transform yourself into a transparent material. That's why he puts that Kannadi wood. You see that by that you will be coming to understand one day. That has got different theory. If that glass is under that glass, if a glass is there for 12 years in that temperature, that glass cannot be cut by any diamond knife. That glass cannot be cut by a diamond knife. There are so many things behind it. Shortage of time.
Your technical knowledge is very useful for us to understand all this.
No,
thank you so much.
Not like that.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
It is unsold. Yeah. Next question.
Are any books available on Amazon or Kindle, sir? You mentioned about you've written some books, right? You've written some books. Are they available in Amazon or Kindle?
No, I have written almost some 11 books. I have sent the list to Mr. Muruganandam. Only the recent one I have published is that Arupperum Jyoti Agaval in English. we call it as how soul becomes light. And in Tamil also I have done it. Then some more what we call it as spiritual.
Where can we buy that, sir?
I will inform Mr. Muruganandam, you can take from him.
Oh.
So I am in Chennai, because you are all, I don't know, you are all in different places.
We are in Chennai only.
Good. You can take my number or whatever it is there, whatever is available, because I have written so far about 11 books. Now only 4 or 5 I got stock. Other things it is out of stock. I can share with you, no problem. Or you can interact with my telephone number that you can get from Mr. Muruganandam.
Sure.
Okay. I am at KK Nagar, no problem.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir.
Nice of you. Thank you.
Any other questions from anyone? Kumar, do you have any question?
Sir, immortal, sir. So, it's not philosophy, it is science. Please come out. You know, time is, because at least for 6 hours they are sitting, you know, but I got tired. Yes. Okay.
Any question? I have a question. You mentioned
please, sir. Please.
You have to transform our body into the
transparent body.
Transparent body. What is your view when one supposed to start this process? How we can do in a daily
same thing, yeah.
In this material world, how one can?
That's what we were talking about it, na. Everybody would like to say, let somebody do it. If it comes to us, we will not go for it. Whereas it should be between 18 and 36. That is the ideal stage. And up to 48, you can practice it. Any such a godly man, if you take, all will be closing their account by the age of 51. 51 has got some meaning. That is a different subject. Ambatur, Aksharam, all those things that I have explained in a book called Spiritual Gem. It is available. So, in this, that 51 has got so much meaning. Even Vallalar has written his Agavar somewhere at the age of 48. And by 51, he has settled as a great man. So that should happen between 18 to 36, and another 12 years they should struggle to get his okay. So that is the ideal age. One can be in family, no problem. Nothing prevents them. They need not be sannyasi or something like that. That is the reason you are not asking a question why you should marry. Because people will declare very clearly that it is only for sannyasis. San Margam is only for sannyasis, not for us. That's the reason of marriage. For the family people only it is done. So one can be in the family. So that there is no doubt for it. You can be there. It is only an hour's practice. But one should be persevering it. Perseverance. Some sort of this thing should come forward and then transform it. It should be possible because I told you, everything is available. Now you got a great scientist team with you. And they are not, even today, without knowing where is soul, we are hunting after the soul. Without knowing how the soul is escaping, we are thinking to stop it. Instead, you go for the transform it. It is possible. Yeah, that is possible. As we are turning, because all opaque material only is transformed into the transparent material in glass. All opaque material, what you have got, you transform into the transparent material. That's why glass is telling. And I equate it to you. 6 stages. Here also 6 stages. There are 3 elements. Here 3 elements. And in a hidden way, they told Anam Karma Maya, that should be eliminated. That's only the screen. That is only obstructing you. That's being told. So it requires a sort of a discussion. Maybe now the time is out. More than
I have one more question.
That's
This is from Radha Ravichandran. You can go for the question.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Excellent speech, sir. Information and knowledge gained, sir. Time given is really very, very less. It is not at all enough. One day you can talk, I think, for
Very much.
the
I am
amount of
prepared.
research.
Yes, 6 hours I can sit and do it.
Everything you have done, it is really, it needs a lot of time, more time for you to slowly explain everything in detail.
Yeah, very much. Very much. No, I can give you some.
My one question is, sir,
Please, madam.
Vallalar said Arutperum Jyoti, Thaniperum Karne. You explained about the scientific aspect of Arutperum Jyoti in terms of the glass and its composition, other things. You have any scientific explanation for Thaniperum Karune? That is the benevolence which has some reaction in the body, like
yes, that's quenching. I told you, na.
Create some hormones which helps the body in similar depthlessness.
You put your all dirty clothes in a washing machine. You put the surf or whatever it is there. You switch on the machine, but you can't clean it unless you pour water. That water is used for removing the dirt itself. So quenching yourself, that is all your that is 6 type of heat what you got in your body, like angry. All those things will be subsidized only if it is there. And there is another very great slot. I have not touched it because it is a time-taking one. In the particular place, he will tell Agappu Aga Urupakida Agate Vagutta Arutperum Jyoti. Very clearly, he will tell a sentence in 684. Agabal 684, he will tell Agappu Aga Urupakida Agate Avai Vagutta Arutperum Jyoti. That's a line. Agappu means Anma. Now God is very tricky. He has made it as 2 parts. This is the only loose part. When a person dies, his ear is not falling, his hand is not falling. Only the soul is because it is a loose part. Agapu, Aga Urupakida. You make it as an integral part. Agaval number 684. You make it as an integral part. Agapu, Aga Urupu Akida. Where I have to keep it? Avai, the Sabai, the chair you have got already in our heart. You put it there. Because it is in the skull, it has got 7 different roots. It is very easily escaping. It is very closely accessible. So it is passing through. You don't keep it there. You make it as the integrated part. Bring it down. Keep it. Then you give me a period. It is 100 expiry date. I'll go off wholly. Then why should you put it here and there and put everybody in trouble? Agapu, Aga Urupakida, Agate. Not only for that, even for the other things we are it is being explained. There is a book. If it is in Tamil you want, yes, it is available. I got another 300 copies in stock, and another one is in English also. And no problem. And very clearly explained. I am not selling the book. Not for that I am telling. I am not coming here for book selling. It is very clear.
No, sir. Explanation is very good, sir.
Agate Vagutta. That is within the itself. Within me itself, it is available. So Marana Pirumbini Vara Vaganika Karana Pirindral Kati Amarande. That means it is not godliness. Deathlessness is not godliness. Marana Pirumbini Vara Vagamugu Karana Pirindral. All our faculties is capable of lifting us to beyond anyone's imagination. It is very clear. So one need not worry that God has got to help me. I have to put all this symbol and I have to go to the prayer or whatever it is that God will get angry. No, it is within you. Marana Pirumbini Vara Vagamiga Karana Pirindral Kati Marande very clearly says deathlessness is not godliness. That you must record in your this thing. Your what is this? Your society of immortal this thing. It is not godliness. You can be rest assured. It is your own effort. Your own effort. That
excellent, sir. Sir, I would request you to give a series of lectures. I would request you to give a series of lectures on this Agaval in YouTube, sir, part by part. Very excellent.
I don't know.
Thank you, sir.
That I know.
Just think over it, sir.
Who will arrange all those things, right? Okay. So at least a 6 hours session we are supposed to have, so that Agaval of 1596 line can be.
Each song can be taken and explained, sir.
Pardon?
Nicely, sir.
No.
Important songs can be taken and explained nicely, sir.
We can. Let Sir Muruganandam, I mean, have some this thing. I will go for it. No problem.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
I'm available. I'm an aged man, so quicker the better.
Thank you, sir. No, sir. You will live long, sir. Thank you, sir.
So that whatever I learned, I will part off and then go. Part off and go. Okay. I don't know how to carry it with me. I can't carry it also.
From anyone?
Tell me, sir. Tell me, sir. Mr. Muruganandam.
Yeah, somebody is unmuted.
Yes. வணக்கம் சார். நான் துபாயில இருந்து பேசுறேன்.
வணக்கம்.
ரொம்ப அருமையா இருந்தது.
வணக்கம். சொல்லுங்க.
எக்ஸலென்ட் பிரசன்டேஷன். அண்ட் இட்ஸ் யூத்க்கு இது ரொம்ப எம்பவர் பண்றப்ப சயின்டிபிக் எக்ஸ்பிளனேஷனோட கொடுக்குறீங்க. ஏன்னா கரண்ட் ஜெனரேஷனுக்கு இப்ப என் பையனை கேட்டீங்கன்னா இது சொன்னேன்னா அதுக்கு என்ன எவிடன்ஸ் அப்படின்னு அப்ப
I am giving you authentic. Yes. Authentic. It is authentic. I am against it because he is not a philosopher.
Yes.
But we have put him under that list and made him as a worshipping man. No, I will not worship him. I will command him and ask him, you have done it, why not for me? I am your son.
Yes.
Ask.
To manifest our greatness through his teachings.
Yeah. You are supposed to clear my doubt and take care of me.
Yes.
But I have to be behind him. It is a clear question. There is no need for fear. Vayam pujyam. That is, it is a zero one. See now, why? Because we have got a lot of weakness. That's why we are not able to. We are fearing for something. If you are also equally equipping yourself.
Yes.
Equally equipping yourself. Why should you fear for somebody?
Yes.
If he comes with a gun, you will also have a gun. Yes. If he is having an aircraft, I will also have a. Then why should I fear? Yes. I have my own faculties, but I am using it for some false things. Yes. So what happens? When that ultimate comes to me, the end comes to me, I am not able to fight with that, but I got no arms. Now if I am having it, I will not fear. Why should I fear? Marana Perbini Vara Vagamiga Karana Perindral Katimarunda. It is very clearly written. Your faculties only will lift you, no godliness. No, I am not against God. I am not against God. He is there. It is his creation. I can only convert it. The body given by him, I am only converting it. I have not created the body.
Yes.
But I have to find the God. What for I have come?
Yes.
So that is an answer. Yes, for this purpose you have come. You convert.
Which effective approaches you have mentioned, which definitely we can use to empower our family and youth as well.
Nice of you.
I will keep in touch with Muruganandamaya and I'll
please.
your books and I'll see how I can spread that in UAE community.
As you please, because I have at least 6 books I have written in English, because in my own land I am not able to sell, means not for money or something like that. I could not sell it because they say, no, I know this. They put in all Aarti, they give it and then go out. Fortunately, I have read it. That's the reason. Nobody reads it.
I can
it's available.
Whatever your insights, with great work. No, this is not just easy to give a presentation or to write a book. No, you have put a lot of effort in that. Definitely, we will see how we can spread the teachings of Vallalar Perumal and also your approaches. Definitely, we will. I'll keep in touch. And I'll from Muruganandam.
If our Muruganandam puts his effort and arrange some sort of interaction, only I am more fond of the Satvicharam or question and answer, not my own lecture. It's not going to be helpful to you. Yes. What is your doubt? That should be clear. So now what's the lecture in this thing? Whatever I know, I am telling you. It may be useful, it may not be useful to you. That's you are not interested. You are stuck up with a particular problem. That problem should be removed. So that is the thing what Vallalar says as Satvicharam. Your doubt should be clear. So there we are more interested.
Organize a nurturing session where we can you can answer questions.
Yeah.
You can ask questions and you can answer.
Who will coordinate? You find out. I am available.
I can coordinate. I have a consultancy here. I can do any community projects and research projects.
That and all you are in. I am
along with definitely I'll take guidance.
I am chip of an old block. well versed with all these systems and all those things. Think I can write, I can preach, and likewise. But all this system and all those things. I have no patience to go through these things. This also, my kids will come and that's all. I'm not more interested in this. I have no inclination of learning it also because I got my own mission. So I don't mind.
The ancient works are always yes. So
hello.
The purpose of this society is to bring the practical way of achieving the Vallalar's principles as far as the extent as possible. That's the purpose of this society. Definitely, we are looking to tap in the knowledge stored like you into the forum to introduce the knowledge sitting in the individuals to the forum and make it useful to the upcoming beings so that we can use that knowledge for the benefit of individual as well as the society.
Yes. I told you already.
Well said.
Society. So we need to transform the knowledge which are stored in the place to all the places so that we can all use that knowledge and for ourselves as well as for the community. So Vallalar says you have to take care of oneself at the same time you have to serve for the community as well. That's the purpose of being here. Connecting the knowledge to the needy. Definitely we'll be doing in the coming days. The events like this is to unearth the hidden wisdom stored a person like you. So we'll be continuing doing that process and find out the knowledge and spread where it is needed.
Yeah.
Definitely we'll keep in touch with you, sir, and we'll connect people all over.
Yeah. I do have a request. I told you I'm already 72. Make use of me as early as possible. Okay. Bye.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Nice of you. Good day. Almost it is night for you. Okay. So should we?
We have almost come to the finishing part of today's program. It's been a really wonderful time today to have that opportunity to listen all this scientific way of understanding Vallalar's principles.
True.
We'll be continuing in this path because we want to get out of the scientific credentials hidden in Tiruruppa.
True.
As you rightly pointed out, even the previous speakers clearly pointed out, Vallalar is known to be a scientist first, then the rest. Because in this world, we are living in a scientific world, we are living in a technological world. So his principle to be understood in a scientific way so that it suits for today's needs and it transforms the today's human minds into the high levels. As you rightly pointed out, it's all depends on the individual's effort and understanding the concepts in the right way from the right people. So we definitely do that part.
So if you go to Vallalar, you may not find any observatory or laboratory. So people think he is only a Samyar. So it's not so, isn't it? He has got everything. There are so many things we can talk. You can arrange a session exclusively for this, so that you can have the question and answer, or in advance they can post it, or even they can send the questions through WhatsApp. We'll be in a position to clarify you.
Yep. We'll do a session to understand more about the concepts. You pointed out a couple of scientific way of understanding Tiruruppa. You said that you have a dozen more. So definitely would like to know all your findings in a scientific way. We'll have sessions to understand more, and definitely we'll pass on that knowledge to all the people.
Oh, yes.
Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today. And
nice of you. God bless you. Okay. Bye.
Now we are getting to the finishing part.
Yeah.
Masium, I pointed out in his speech, we normally finish the programs with Jodi Jodi Padal as a tradition or a custom, I don't know.
Yeah. No, it has meaning. I told you.
Correct. It has that meaning. So we need to understand why we need to recite that song because we need to understand the core meaning of it. That's why certain songs are being repeated. So people are knowingly or unknowingly repeating that stuff because one or the other day we'll get to know the true meaning of it.
So I told you about the Jyoti also. Some only I was running it because of no time. I it can be fully explained. It is only Thanksgiving for both. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
Now we'll go for a Jyoti song. Gaurima, you can play that video. One of our family here in Melbourne sung the Jyoti Padal. Since they couldn't join us today in this session,
no problem.
We prepared a video. We'll go
very
for
great, very great.
ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அம்பலத்தரசி அருமருந்தே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தே அம்பலத்தரசே அருள் மருந்தே ஆனந்தத்தேனே அருள் விருந்தே பொது நடத்தரசே புண்ணியனே புலவரெல்லாம் புகழ் கண்ணியனே பொது நடத்தரசே புண்ணியனே புலவரெல்லாம் புகழ் கண்ணிய மலை தரு மகளே மடமயிலே மதிமுக அமுதே இளங்குயிலே மலை தரு மகளே மடமயிலே மதிமுக அமுதே இளங்குயிலே ஆனந்த கொடியே இளம்பிடியே அற்புத தேனே மலைமானே ஆனந்த கொடியே இளம்பிடியே அற்புத தேனே மலைமானே சிவ 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 சின்மய தேஜா சிவ சுந்தர குஞ்சித நடராஜா சிவ 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 சின்மய தேஜா சிவ சுந்தர குஞ்சித நடராஜா படன விவேகா பரம்பர வேதா நடன சபேஷா சிதம்பரநாதா படன விவேகா பரம்பர வேதா நடன சபேஷா சிதம்பரநாதா ஹரிபிரமாதிய தேடிய நாதா ஹரஹர சிவ சிவ ஆடிய பாதா ஹரிபிரமாதிய தேடிய நாதா ஹரஹர சிவ சிவ ஆடிய பாதா அந்தன அங்கன அம்பர போகா அம்பலனம் பர அம்பிகை பாகா அம்பலனம் பர அம்பிகை தந்திர மந்திர யந்திர பாதா சங்கர சங்கர சங்கரநாதா தந்திர மந்திர யந்திர பாதா சங்கர சங்கர சங்கரநாதா இக்கரை கடந்திடில் அக்கரையே இருப்பது சிதம்பர சர்க்கரையே இக்கரை கடந்திடில் அக்கரையே இருப்பது சிதம்பர சர்க்கரையே இக்கரை கடந்தினில் அக்கரையே இருப்பது சிதம்பர சர்க்கரையே இக்கரை கடந்தினில் அக்கரையே இருப்பது சிதம்பர சர்க்கரையே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனி பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி 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 சுயம் ஜோதி 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 பரம் ஜோதி 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 அருள் ஜோதி 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 சிவம் வாம ஜோதி சோம ஜோதி வான ஜோதி ஞான ஜோதி மாக ஜோதி யோக ஜோதி வான ஜோதி நாத ஜோதி வேம ஜோதி யோம ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி வீர ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஏக ஜோதி ஆதி நீதி வேதனி ஆரமீது பாதனி வாரி ஞான போதனி வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதனி வாழ்க வாழ்க நாதனி நிதியே என்னுள்ள நிறைவே பொதுவில் நிறைந்த சிவபலியே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதியனே அம்பலம் விளங்கும் கதியே என் கண்ணும் கருத்தும் கலிக்க கலந்து கொண்ட மதியே அமுதமழையே என் பேரருள் வாழியவே வாழி என் ஆண்டவன் வாழி என் கோணருள் வாழி என்றும் வாழி எம்மான் புகழ் வாழி என் நாதன் மலர்பதங்கள் வாழி மெய் சுத்த சன்மார்க்க பெருநெறி மாண்பு கொண்டு வாழி இவ்வையமும் வானமும் மற்றமும் வாழியவே வாழி என்னை தூக்கி வைத்த கரத்தலங்கள் வாழி எல்லாம் வல்ல மணிமன்றம் வாழி நலம் வாழி அருட்சோதி வாழி நடராஜன் வாழி சிவஞான வாழி பிச்சுலகம் மெச்ச பிதற்றி நின்ற பேதேனை இச்சையெல்லாம் எய்த இசைத்தருள் செய்தனையே அச்சமெல்லாம் தீர்த்தேன் அருளமுதம் உண்கின்றேன் நிச்சலம் பேரானந்த நித்திரை செய்கின்றேனே குற்றம் புரிதல் எனக்கியதே குணமாய் கொள்ளல் உனக்கியதே சிற்றம்பலவாயின் சிறியே செப்பு முகமன யாதுலகு தெற்றென்றடியே சிந்தனையை தெரிவித்து அச்சம் துயர் தீர்த்தே இற்றை பொழுதே அருஜோதி ஈக தருணம் இதுவாமே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி வல்லல் மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க சத்குருநாதா சத்குருநாதா சன்மார்க்க சங்கம் தழைக்க அருள் தாத்தா அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி திருச்சிற்றம்பலம் தில்லையம்பலம் வள்ளலார்கள் வாழ்தல் வாழ்வாவதே அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி தனிப்பெரும் கருணை அருட்பெரும் ஜோதி எல்லாம் உயிர்களும் இன்புற்று வாழ்க மலரடி வாழ்க வாழ்க.
எல்லோருக்கும் thank you very much for all the speakers, participants and listeners, the channels and boards. Today we really had a very good Vicharam. Thank you very much for all the speakers joining us today with all their busy schedule and providing excellent insights about Vallalar Perumaan's principles in the scientific way. We really enjoyed all the speeches, also understood the behind hidden store of the knowledges. Thank you very much all the speakers and also the participants who really stayed together throughout the program and asked some insightful questions to unearth more of the hidden knowledge from the speakers. Thank you very much for all of you. And also the teams who really supported to bring this event today behind the scenes. And also Arul Jyoti TV for making this program live stream in their YouTube channel. Thank you very much, one and all. We do regular programs like this. We'll communicate the upcoming programs in our Facebook page, Immortality Research Australia. You can reach out to the page. You can contact us in info@Immortality Research Australia. We'll be happy to assist you whatever way we could. Thank you very much.